we are going live. All right. So, AirTags are being used to track people's cars. We know about that. I'll talk about that a little bit. My cat wants some attention. Come here, Atlas. Here he is. He wanted to come join the stream early. How's the music sound? Is the music too loud? We're about to... I'll check for a sec, but... It looks like it's fine, right? Yeah, the music seems fine. Okay, let me know if the music's too loud. But, let's get started. New year, new targets. What to look for in 2022. So this piece was just published. Cybercrime continues to get worse as we're increasingly connected. 2020 was a great year for ransomware, and 2021 topped it for sure. As we move into 2022, not only do defenders need to put more scrutiny on attack vectors, but they'll need to expand that view to new targets. The sky is not the limit. Well, attack from space, kind of satellite. Oh, satellite-based, yeah. Okay, so we were talking about satellite-based hacks, one of these previous days, at least in the community we were. So, yeah, proof of concept threats targeting satellite networks, right? Low Earth orbit (LEO) satellite systems have become a viable option, not just for remote users, but for more mainstream business customers as they become faster and increasingly less expensive. So as we start to connect, very geographically isolated regions, this is probably going to become more prolific technology, right? Yep, online gaming delivering critical services to remote locations, pipelines, right? Cruises, airlines, right? Satellite networks are going to increasingly connect things that are disconnected from, the rest of the network, the internet, right? Or any sort of network, really, right? Like, if you have a cruise out there, right? Like, everybody's using the internet on that cruise is getting their internet from somewhere, right? And it's obviously not, there isn't a big old internet cable, that the that the boat's dragging around, right? The cruise isn't dragging around an internet cable. They're using low Earth orbit satellites. Viable for attackers. Online gaming. Yep, we talked about that. New attack types. Icarus, right? That's a DDoS. Uses direct global accessibility satellites to launch attacks from numerous locations. That sounds interesting. Every satellite and its base location is a potential network entry point, and there will be millions of terminals from which to launch attacks. Living off the edge tactics um, will soon expand to include LEO satellite networks. So you say living off the land in security. We say that a lot. Living off the land attacks are surviving by only the resources which you can harvest from the natural land, right? If we're talking about real life. So off the grid, right? Something or someone to hide from, challenge of being self-sufficient, right? So living off the land refers to attack behaviors that use tools and features that already exist in the target environment. And why attackers live off the land? Well, you can fly under the radar, you can avoid detection, so you use the systems that you compromise to, basically, you use what you find, right? What you have access to, whether it's cloud environments. We're talking about like how attackers are moving. If they can, they'll use somebody else's infrastructure, right? Because it's cheaper. It lowers your operation costs, right? Or OPEX, right? Operational expenses. So we talked about that a little bit yesterday, in the last episode, because it was pretty relevant to some of the news. And yeah, it's pretty interesting when you think about it. Save cycles in developing the binary to attack. So if you're using what already exists, if you're using what's already on the system and you're basically embedding yourself in that, it's a lot more effective, right? And easier. So yeah, using existing tools to execute attacks. That's basically the thing, right? So you can use, Windows scheduled tasks. So if I hijack your Windows scheduled tasks, they're talking about living off the land. It's a pervasive tools in Windows, right, and favored among threat actors. So just like how attackers use DLLs and things like that, right, you call that living off the land. So we talk about, let's go back to that first piece. We talk about living off the edge, right? They're utilizing these edge devices, right? So if we're thinking about it, if there's a satellite, right, and there are millions of devices, right, on it, and somebody's, basically they have direct communication with the satellite, that's pretty interesting, right? So I think that's pretty cool. If you have direct access to the satellite, right, you can probably see, yeah, all the endpoints, all the terminals, right, that are connecting to it. And then it's game on, they say, right? Gaming industry is booming. They're talking about, games require constant connectivity. They're played out as secure home networks, right? Or inconsistently secured home networks, right? In the situation, large amount of Wi-Fi access, inviting targets for criminals. Real threats will be the platform and infrastructure itself. Ransomware, financial data theft, DDoS, social engineering attacks. We've definitely seen DDoS attacks in games. This last attack is particularly alluring, right, due to the interactive nature of gaming. So yeah, social engineering is interesting, especially when it comes to gaming. People get scammed in games all the time, right? Probably these skin traders and skin bettors and whatever's going on, right? Probably getting scammed left and right. So yeah, this is kind of, let's talk about crime threats. Hand over your digital wallet. Hand over your games. All your games belong to us, right? So yeah, a rat pulling out digital wallets, crypto, phishing, right? Stealing stuff from games, stealing people's games account. If you throw in looking some, what do you mean HMEI 7? I'm definitely, if you have something that you want me to talk about, like some cybersecurity news or something like that, I'll totally pull it up and talk about it. But I don't know what you mean by looking some. I'm definitely looking for news. I'm looking for news. We're gonna talk about it. We'll talk about other cool, just like tech news, hacking news. Oh, is this from Bruce? Oh yeah, this is from Bruce. Bruce is awesome. I met him at my college once. So, Apple AirTags. I actually saw this on Twitter. I saw somebody who actually found an AirTag under her car after her friend was looking for it because her phone kept getting some notification that an AirTag was nearby, and that they were trying to locate it. So she had an iPhone. If you don't have an iPhone, you're not going to get that message. People around you will get that message. If anyone around you has an iPhone, they'll get that message. But she was getting this message because she has an iPhone. So somebody was trying to stalk her, right? Somebody put an Apple AirTag on her car, and she came out on Twitter about this and like talked about it a little bit. But somebody was straight up stalking, this lady, um, with an AirTag, right? So the technology we make, has implications. The idea of Apple releasing some hardware that has a beacon in it that literally anyone can activate or trigger, and see basically like where somebody is. I think that's a little scary. I don't think they thought this one through that well. So hopefully they're gonna fix it. We'll figure it out eventually, but it's not looking good for the, let's say, the thoroughness, right? They didn't thoroughly evaluate how this could be used by an adversary. So that's unfortunate. We can take a look at. So sorry, I'm trying to find this tweet. I can't find it now. That's okay. Yeah. So basically, oh, here we go. Miss Estrada received, Tile plans to release a feature to prevent this type of attack. Um, People who don't own an iPhone will have harder times finding unwanted AirTags. Totally. AirTags aren't supported by Android. Yep. Earlier this month, Apple released an Android app that can scan for AirTags, but you need to download it and proactively use it, right? So you need to be just like paranoid, right? Security paranoid, security conscious, however you want to put it. But they declined to say if they're working with Google on technology that would allow Android phones to detect its trackers. People who said they've been tracked have called Apple's safeguards insufficient. I agree with the statement. It is insufficient. Mrs. Strada said that she was not notified. Said that she was notified 4 hours after her phone had first noticed the rogue gadget. Others say that it took days before they were made aware of unknown AirTags. According to Apple, the timing of the alerts can vary depending on the iPhone's operating system and location settings. So if you have your location settings on at all times, you're probably going to find it quicker. If you don't have your location settings all on at all times, which I know a lot of the people in my community do not keep it on at all times, then you're probably not going to notice this for a while. I wonder why Apple has to make this technology. The answer is easy to understand because it is money. Okay, so this is a comment. If you understand that, it's very easy to understand why they don't want their technology to be compatible. Personally, I don't use Apple. Apple was good about a decade ago. So yeah, public perception of this issue is actually, see, privatizing benefits, externalizing costs, right? So public perception of this issue is very, Apple's handling of it is very bad. It's public perception, not my take. But the technology definitely has its implications, and I don't think that there was a sufficient ideation around how an adversary would use this technology to their advantage. That's just my take. So, Twitter account of FBI's fake chat app Anom seen trolling today. So, the Twitter account previously associated with Anom chat app is posting frivolous tweets this week, but is it an account hijack? As some may wonder, perhaps not. So troll away, Anom Secure carries a revised bio that states we are not federal agents. Someone took over the account. Tweet claiming they're not FBI. That's kind of boring. Pulse TV discloses potential compromise of 200,000 credit cards. That's a little more interesting, right? So US online store Pulse TV has disclosed a large-scale credit card compromise. As per the notification letter shared with the Office of the Maine Attorney General, more than 200,000 shoppers have been impacted. The platform found out about the breach from Visa, who informed them about unauthorized credit card transactions taking place on the site. After running some security checks and scanning for malware, Pulse TV was unable to pinpoint any issues on its e-commerce website. I've been seeing a lot of JavaScript sort of like credit card skimming attacks. They'll like include some arbitrary JavaScript and then exfiltrate your credit card data from the payment processor's website. Pretty cool stuff. However, the problem persisted as law enforcement contacted them a few months later regarding payment card compromises that appeared to have originated from PulseTV.com. The company responded with a new round of investigations, this time engaging the service of a third-party specialist. They learned that the website has been identified as a common point of purchase for a number of unauthorized credit card transactions for MasterCard. So, only customers who purchase products on the website with a card between November 1st, 2019 and August 31st, 2021. Oh yeah, only customers who purchase products on the website with a credit card between these dates. Only, right? So, 200,000 people. That's a good way to downplay it, for sure. Information, full name, shipping address, email address, payment card number, expiration date, CCV. So basically, somebody can pretend to be you, make a ton of purchases in your name with all this data. This is great OSINT data for somebody who wants to basically do this in mass, do like mass fraud, credit card fraud, right? Listen, keep a vigilant eye on your bank statements. What they should actually do is, I don't know if they contacted everyone, but they're saying you're recommended to keep a vigilant eye on your bank statements. They should offer really credit freezing. They should offer credit monitoring. This is completely Pulse TV's fault. They didn't leak SSNs, which is why I'm assuming they're not offering credit monitoring services or anything, greater than this. I think this is the bare minimum, of what they should be doing. This is like the bare minimum. They're not doing anything besides for a recommendation to keep an eye on your bank statements for unauthorized purchases. Yeah, thank you for leaking our info, is what their customers are going to say, and thank you for this recommendation, but it's not enough, right? So, migrating to a different payment system, activate two-factor authentication on all their accounts, utilize endpoint protection. So they didn't have endpoint protection on their tools. This is terrible. This is terrible. They're offering a payment platform, right? In their application, right? They're offering you to use this payment platform, but they're not monitoring the traffic that's going on, and it's just like, this is very, very sad to see. And I would say it's negligent. I would go as far to say that it's negligent that they're not monitoring that network traffic. It's very, very, like, this is terrible. It's like being a blind man and walking through like a mountain trail surrounded by volcanoes and lava. Like, they're blind and they're playing with lava, right? So lava being your credit card and your payment information, like, that's high value stuff. People want to steal that, right? They claim that their investigation did not reveal a breach of their systems. That just means that they have a terrible monitoring story, as we can tell from this last statement. They were the common point for multiple unauthorized transactions, though. This makes it unclear as to whether it was a well-hidden skimmer, probably JavaScript. JavaScript injected credit card skimming software is what somebody probably did. And they planted it on the website, or cards were stolen from another merchant, only used there for shopping. Doubt. Sometimes stolen payment cards are used to buy goods. We've reached out to the platform. We haven't received a response. Very bad. That's like terrible. Like 0 out of 10. Terrible job. Not good. No network monitoring in place. Like, that's kind of a joke, right? So, LastPass mistakenly send false breach alerts to users. We're all hearing about the LastPass master password breaches. If you haven't, it is believed that LastPass leaked some master passwords. That's really bad news for their clients. Even worse news for LastPass, right? As like the trust in their services will be eroded by this instance of neglect. So, one of the customers who received it, it warned them of unauthorized login attempts using their account's master password. LastPass password manager users were shocked when they received an alert saying that their account got compromised during the hack. They released a statement on the 28th stating that credential stuffing attacks could impact some users. However, it later clarified it was a false alert. So people still think LastPass got hacked. Everybody on InfoSec Twitter's talking, be like, LastPass, blah, blah, blah. And it's because LastPass done goofed, right? Like, they might as well have been breached if they're putting out this information, right? Because they're saying, like, we believe this happened, we believe it's a possibility, etc., etc. And I just think that's kind of a bad thing to do if you're not sure, right? Like, why would you do that if you're not sure? It harms your business. Sure, they're probably trying to get out ahead of it, react fast before other people notice or whatever. Apple Insider first identified this. The alert warned users that unauthorized parties try to access their accounts from different parts of the world, including Brazil, and that they thwarted these attempts. So they're patting themselves on the back and be like, "Don't worry, guys, we came out ahead of it." Most of the accounts that received the alert were outdated. Login attempts were linked to credential stuffing threat actor tried to use to obtain account access under different services involved in a third-party breach. So yeah, what happens is somebody hacks a service, they dump a ton of usernames and passwords and email addresses on the internet, they basically dump a ton of credentials, and then they do credential stuffing attacks. They identify unique services that aren't rate limiting correctly or that you can circumvent, and then they try to like authenticate like a million times using all these random usernames and passwords until something hits. When something hits, then they go through it, they exfiltrate the data, and then they use that to hack into other services. If anyone has questions, feel free to let me know. This is still an AMA. We're doing cybersecurity news and AMA, and this is episode 2. Thank you to everyone who came through. And, I noticed y'all in the chat. Shout out to all y'all. Shout out to Clark AO, who just dipped out, but he was here for a sec. He is also going to be streaming software, and he does like a lot of programming streams that are really cool. So now we're saying there's no indication that the accounts were compromised as a result of these attacks, or that users' passwords were harvested using malware through rogue browser extensions or phishing campaigns. Likely triggered an error. We have adjusted our security alert system, and this issue has since been resolved. Minimize the risk of leaking users' master passwords by implementing a zero-knowledge security model. That means that the company cannot store, gain information, or access other users' master passwords. Since it won't store, there's no risk of password exposure. You should not be storing passwords in plain text to begin with. Zero-knowledge security model. I'm curious about like what they're using, how they implemented it, because that I think ZKP and Zero Trust are all, sometimes indistinguishable from, what would you call it, like snake oil, right? It's like not legit sometimes. It's just like a buzzword that people use to sell a product. They're like, oh, we have zero knowledge proof, but actually the trust anchor isn't something that would allow them to truly say that, right? When you break it down. 2021 news cycle was just like 2020, dominated by COVID. There are other major events, such as the US insurrection, civil war in Ethiopia, and the Taliban's return to power in Afghanistan. The 10 biggest news stories. So this was in security, but it's probably just because it's from nationalcybersecurity.com, which is kind of a weird name for a website. But oh, this is about the Uyghur genocide. Let's stay out of politics. ASUS Live malware. Websites with cross-site scripting and JavaScript injection. This is a forum post. Somebody scanned something on a laptop. This is the first time sending logs here. Also connected iPad and iPhone. They're both affected. Can't get a clean boot. Let's not read log files. That sounds boring. The governor of Missouri still doesn't know how the internet works. He wants to prosecute a journalist for looking at the source code of a state-run website. So yeah, he's probably mad somebody hit F12. Yeah, developer tools. Developer tools. Somebody opened developer tools and he got mad. In fact, give me a sec. Boom, I just hacked Facebook. That is funny. That is funny. Yeah, so some people still don't get how the internet works and they're trying to prosecute people based off of their limited knowledge. Our representatives, we see this from our representatives for sure. Computer tampering. He's going to say that we're going to prosecute you using the Computer Tampering, Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. He said that they're using a lockpick to enter somebody's home, which is no way an appropriate analogy. Websites are public-facing, they're public buildings, not homes. State-owned building, walks by a locked room, see somebody posted a bunch of sensitive information in the window for anyone to see. Correct. It's way more akin to that, right? What do you think will happen next in the domain of cybersecurity? Who will make the most progress in the constant war between criminals and organizations worldwide? Let's see. Who will make the most progress? Isn't that the constant question? Who will come out ahead? I think that's the question we always ask ourselves is, where is this headed, right? In security especially, like, where is this headed? Ransomware will continue to wreak havoc, for sure. Number of ransomware attacks in Q1 of 2021 was thrice the number of those in the entirety of 2019. That's what the UK National Cybersecurity Centre says. They've predicted that the frequency and intensity and level of sophistication in ransomware attacks will significantly increase in 2022. Well, I don't see them getting worse. That's for sure. People do know what they're doing. These attackers, right? These adversaries, they totally know what they're doing. Given that ransomware is counted among the most lucrative attack vectors and the most believable, so that's unsurprising. That is unsurprising. I think that's like saying people are going to write more code, right? People are going to write more code. People are going to get hacked because people are writing more code. It's just the way the world works now. Predictions number 2, cyber warfare will take new heights. Lots of momentum, that's true. Nation-state actors, digitalization spreading across the globe like wildfire, cyber attacks are a weapon of choice. Yes. No boots on the ground, no soldiers getting shot at, nobody dies, right? I mean, I won't say that. There are definitely cyber attacks where people could die, and cyber attacks with, implications in the value of human life. They're saying that many cyber attacks carried out by various state actors have made headlines all year round, right? With the trends, okay, yeah, we already read that, sorry. So, they want to gain, respective regional interests. They want to gain, ground on their geopolitical objectives. Nation-state actors in Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and other countries will continue to maintain an aggressive posture. Totally. Lots of other countries too. I don't think this is a holistic list. We know there are lots of other countries, Western countries too, that engage in cyber warfare. Factors like rising geopolitical tensions, instability due to the pandemic, and increased access to cryptocurrencies will considerably contribute to the growing number of politically motivated attacks on nearly every industry. It's war, yeah. So, prediction, supply chain risks will steal the limelight. Ooh, interesting. The world still hasn't recovered from the grave impact of devastating supply chain attacks such as SolarWinds, right? The Acceleron breach, and the Kaseya attacks. These mega breaches have demonstrated how easily threat actors can compromise hundreds of organizations once they've successfully breached a supply chain's single link. That is totally true. All it takes is, one successful hack, right? And then you can pivot. If you're in the supply chain, right? If you hack an open source package and everybody's using it, let's talk about Log4j. If you add a feature to Log4j and it's actually, a great exploit or something like that, or it opens the door for an exploit, and then everybody updates to that version of Log4j, like, boom, congrats, you just got into all the major companies in the world, right? Not all of them, but, Since the extent of damage done by supply chain can be greater than any other attack vector, it's favored among criminals globally. Totally. It's predicted that the threat of supply chain attacks will still loom over organizations worldwide in 2022. Yes. Taking this into consideration, third-party risk management should be one of the top priorities. Yes. Third-party risk management, open source management, the story that most tech companies put out is pretty abysmal. in regards to that stuff. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. It's important to, like, basically know what you're shipping. What are you shipping, right? Third-party risk management, right? Your vendors, the open source libraries that you use, the packages you depend on, right? That could be your next attack vector. Cloud vulnerabilities will remain a serious concern. 93% of businesses have concerns about it. It has attacked significantly, and the attack surface has increased significantly, will continue to in 2022. IoT security, totally. IoT security, default creds, right? Insecure protocols, all this other stuff, right? Like, pivoting into them, right? They're not locked down. They're on the same network as all your home devices. They're on the same network as your computer sometimes, right? Unless you have VLANs and you compartmentalize your networks very well, which I really do hope you'd have. Your light bulbs shouldn't be on the same network as your server, right? There are thousands of cyber attacks on IoT devices every month. Yes. Cyber threats haunting devices will continue to grow. Yes. Emphasizing the rush demand for regulation and of policies to protect users' privacy. Yep. Privileged access for securing IoT devices. Totally. So we need to, basically adopt these, good security practices like the principle of least privilege, and make sure that, role-based access control, right? Make sure that these devices don't have access to more than they need access to, right? Gloucester City Council of UK was hit by a cyber attack, disrupting all of its online services such as tax support, caravan site information, licensing, recycling, health and leisure centers, housing, elections, public conveniences, test and trace. So this is for COVID, probably test and trace support, housing benefits, payments, loan repay, etc. So, yeah, cities getting hit with this. We've seen it happen a lot. Cities in the South, cities in Texas. Here we go. Go directly to the article. December 20th. No confirmed news that it was ransomware virus. Services may take a few weeks. Contact, email. So yeah, a city got hit. A city in the UK. That's pretty interesting. Top 10 US healthcare breaches exposed data of 19 million. PII of millions stolen or exposed. You gotta disclose a breach if it affects. Okay, so according to HIPAA, you gotta expose a breach, or disclose an exposure, disclose a breach if it affects more than 500 residents of a state or jurisdiction. Wow. 3.5 million Florida. In one entity. We can see some of the numbers here. Florida, Wisconsin, Texas, Indiana, Ohio, Georgia, Nevada, New York. Gee willikers. That is a lot. That is a lot of different states, really. A lot of different people, right? So, hopefully, if any of you are affected, you are safe and you're not getting attacked. Okay, so hackers gained access to the S3 buckets, deleted the information. Wow. Wow. And then there, of course, people sued. This one, 2020 Eye Care Network. Florida Healthy Kids, unpatched for 7 years. 7 years. Had access to 3.5 million. Forefront Dermatology, access to its systems for a week. is 2.4 million. Another notable data breach comes from, dermatology, which you just talked about. 2.4 million. Names, addresses, date of birth, health insurance plan member IDs, and medical and clinical treatment details. So medical data is pretty great because you can do a lot of fraud with it. That's why hackers want it, right? It's great for hackers. It's very comprehensive. You can make up some fake treatment, you can get some money back, you can do all sorts of things. That's why they like it. Ransomware gangs. 1.6 million people affected, 1.5 million people compromised on August 4th against Eskenazi Health. The hackers have been on internal networks since May 19th. So May to August, trying to encrypt the network, although they failed to complete the operation. While the threat actor did not encrypt any data, they managed to steal from the organization's personal health information belonging to patients. So yeah, that PII is really useful. Really useful. Attackers gained access to a Microsoft Office 365 email system mid-June 2020 and could access personal information belonging to the American anesthesiology patients. 1.2 million people were exposed. So yeah, definitely don't see healthcare attacks closing. Okay, so the industry of healthcare, like people stay on old stuff for a long time. It's really like people are reluctant to upgrade. There are a lot of challenges that come with it. Excuse me. And yeah, you got to make sure everything's running right and everything's on the same. Yeah, everything's speaking the same language, right? You got to have the same OSs because things communicate with each other, and some of these machines are, very necessary for keeping people alive. So we'll talk about post-2021 cybersecurity for industrial infrastructure is critical. 2021 saw heightened awareness and urgency to bolster cybersecurity across critical sectors, including industrial infrastructure. 32% of large organizations suffered cyber attacks involving data shared with suppliers. Integrating with security information and event management, or SIEM as we call it, and adhering to industry standards for information security would be prudent as a long-term industrial interface cybersecurity strategy. 2021 is the year that we saw heightened awareness and urgency to bolster cybersecurity for industrial infrastructure on a larger and more coordinated scale. Ransomware attacks on the Colonial Pipeline, affecting fuel supply up to 45% of the East Coast. In May, the world's largest meat processing company, JBS SA, caused disruptions in Australia, Canada, and the United States. So we're seeing food supply chain hacks. That's interesting. We're seeing fuel supply chain hacks. So infrastructure, food, healthcare, right? Like, what is safe? In October, the hacking of all 4,300 gas stations across Iran also displayed the devastating impact of outdated cybersecurity measures. The attack compromised a smart card system used for buying subsidized fuel in the country, leading to long queues and stoking public fears of rising fuel prices. Due to international sanctions, Iran's IT infrastructure is vulnerable to unwanted infiltration as it has difficulty acquiring the latest software patches and digital technology. Cybersecurity is necessary to industrial hubs, right? Gas stations. Yeah, so it's complex for sure. Interconnected devices, different capabilities, software operating systems, all being critical functions. So definitely makes sense. You'd have different operating systems running on the gas station pump as you do from, maybe the actual like regulators, right? That are happening behind the scenes, like underground in the pump, however that works. I don't know anything about gas. Sometimes common as a gas station, something as common as a gas station has all the attributes of a ICS, industrial control system, such as connected equipment, including pumps, tanks, controllers, management system, payment system, connection to the corporate network, third-party service systems, and the intranet. Of course, it needs access to the internet. How else are they going to process your credit card transactions? So, Chris Connell, not the musician, managing director of APAC, at Kaspersky researched ICS infrastructure at the end of last year. So, included analysis of modern gas station automation systems, infrastructure, communications, attack vectors. Very cool. Remote access, not good. Connected to public services through the internet, including cloud, banking, fleet management, remote access. So remote access tools, remote access Trojans, right? Depends on how you look at it. Depends on who's using it. Remember, everybody, if you sub, I will get Atlas to do a trick for you. 100 bits, you also get a cat trick. Third parties with access to the network also provide potential avenues for attackers to gain entry. Right? Vendors, for sure. Can come from connecting to wireless networks or wired network ports available on site. Point of sale terminals, network equipment, as well as corporate endpoints and applications are critical. Totally. So his work for industrial networks, he said, network security, purpose-based segmentation. Yes, like we were talking about, you don't want your lights on the same network as what you're using to process credit cards. You don't want your light on the same network as your service. If there's a vulnerability in your light bulb, you shouldn't be scrambling because it's in the same place as your service, right? Put them in different places. You know, keep them as far apart as humanly possible. Not physically, but from a network perspective. Passive network monitoring. If we're going to talk about IDPSs, intrusion detection and prevention systems, that should be there too. Access control, physical and logical access to the automated systems. Security measures for remote access control, yes. Endpoint protection, yes. Security management, a centralized security event collection. Yes, we talked about SIEMs. SIEMs are important. You need to have all that information. You need to have that event data. Otherwise, how will you protect against it next time? How will you identify what is baseline and what is, out of the normal? Open source cybersecurity projects are essential for organizations to try out effective cybersecurity. Industry 4.0. So this is talking about like manufacturing, right? The revolution in manufacturing and assembly line automation that's going on right now. The rise in the innovation of cutting edge technologies like AI, cloud computing, machine learning has instigated that organizations to adopt transformation to boost performance. But this adoption can welcome a plethora of opportunities for cyber criminals to successfully achieve cyber attacks into the system. Thus, aspiring techies who want to join the cybersecurity field have to try certain cybersecurity projects to gain sufficient knowledge of open source projects. Vulns. Agentless vulnerability scanner based on the data from NVD, National Vulnerability Database, OVAL, don't know what that is, and JVN, don't know what that is. Vulns is a short-term vulnerability scanner for Linux. It can be run on the cloud. Let's see, Oval vulnerability scanner. Vuln scanner. That is open vulnerability and assessment language. Japan vulnerability notes, kind of like NVD. Vulns is for Linux, on-premise, Docker, other major distributions. It looks like it's in an alpha or beta of some sorts. Helps to detect vulnerabilities that patches have not been published for. Remote and local scans, fast and deep scans, dynamic analysis, ooh, I like that, and scans of vulnerabilities of non-OS packages. H4CKER. Hacker. Provides O'Reilly learning training and learning paths, the arts of hacking video, websploit labs, and training resources. Let's take a look at that one. Whoops. Let's try this. I think that this is the class though. I want to see like the tool. That's alright. I think it's just a project and not actually a tool. Like if you want to learn that stuff. MISP. Store IOCs in a structured manner. IOCs are indicators of compromise. Enjoy automated exports for IDS, SIEM, so intrusion detection systems, security security information event management, something like that, right? Stakes, don't know what that is. So receive maximum amount of data without management, unmanageable, complication issues. Gaining popularity, community driven, led by the user community, different data models available, MISP core format, MISP taxonomies, galaxy, objects, etc. New radio. Provides signal processing blocks for implementing software radios. That's for software-defined radio. OpenCTI, Open Cyber Threat Intelligence, with the purpose of providing a powerful knowledge about cyber attacks. It consists of knowledge graphs, unified and consistent data model, by design, sourcing of data origin, exploration, correlation, automated reasoning, data access management. It is a unified platform. Sounds interesting, right? Let's check it out. Pretty cool. Very cool. I might check this out later. Mod Security is an open source web application firewall, aka WAF. We call those WAFs. Apache IIS, which is Windows hosting, and Nginx. This is the Windows server hosting thing. Event-based programming language to provide protection for a wide range of cyber attacks against web applications. The open source project on cybersecurity also allows HTTP traffic monitoring, logging, and real-time analysis. Secure chip design from OpenTitan, which is from Google. Packet Fuzzer, which is a fast and efficient scanner for security detection in JavaScript websites that are bundled up. Fuzzy extraction APIs corresponding to the focus of the website parameters. HTML version defined and analyzed popular languages, Chinese, Spanish, etc. Malice, open source project on cybersecurity with a version of Total Virus for anyone to use at any scale. Virus Total. Virus Total, basically you get, a SHA or an MD5 sum for a program and executable, and you feed it to Virus Total and it'll let you know if it's known to be malicious or not. Pretty cool. Oh, this is an interesting one. Alright guys, we're about an hour in. I'm gonna take a little break. We got more news to go through. We have a lot more news to go through, actually. I was thinking of doing some hack the box. Are Apple AirTags being used to track people and steal cars? Yes. How to implement malware in hidden areas of the SSD? Yes, that sounds fun. Microsoft data breach. What can we learn from it? So, we have a lot more articles to go through. That's not good. There's so much news today. This isn't really news. We can chat about it though. Oh, the Toronto attack. Yeah, let's talk about that too. IBM, yeah, affected by Log4j. We talked about that a little yesterday. I'm probably going to skip that today. We talk so much about Log4j, you know, it's just like, what's there left to say, right? Oh my god, my stream says iRacing still. I hate Restream. Okay, so we're gonna do a little break. We're gonna do a little break. I'm gonna go freshen up, and we're gonna get right back into cybersecurity news. I'm really excited. I think these new stories, they're pretty hot, dude. They're like brand new. All of them are less than like 10 hours old. Like, we got some good stories, y'all. We are just going to, power through them. Maybe do some hack the box exercises if we can find some time. If y'all are looking forward to like something like that, like some, hands-on activity, we can do some hack the box exercises. I'm down for that. I am going to go use the bathroom, but hey, drop questions in the chat. I'm ready to answer them. AMA on cyber or tag? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna, do my thing, and I will be right back. I promise. All right, everyone. If you're really enjoying the stream and you're enjoying what I'm putting out there so far, please do share the stream with a friend. That would mean the world to me. If you have any friends who are interested in getting involved in cybersecurity, or they want to learn about programming, they want to learn about technology, I'm gonna do it all, folks. My bio does not lie. My goal is to teach as many people as possible about cybersecurity, about technology, about computing. And I want to do it in a way where like the most people as possible can access it. So please do feel free to share this with your pals. I will teach and answer anything legal. I will teach anything legal for research purposes only. If we're talking about malware, if we're talking about cybercrime, it is for understanding, education, and it is purely academic. Hacking is not a crime, folks. Hacking is not a crime. But it really is my life goal. It is what I'm dedicating my existence to. My time on this earth will be dedicated to teaching people, and I feel great about that. I feel better than I have ever felt at any job doing this. So, I will be right back. We'll get back into it. And leave some questions if you want to learn anything about tech, how to do this, how to do that. How can I start learning how to code? How can I do this or that? Just like drop it in. Why not? I'll answer. I'll do whatever I can. Promise. All right, folks, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Boom, here I be. So, what we're gonna do now is get back to the news. Let's see, I'm getting messages all over the place right now. I don't know why. Somebody had thought about Arch is using Arch, and I'm happy. I'll respond to him later. He's like blowing me up. It's pretty great. I'm super happy. Alright, so cyber news, cat tricks, and AMA. So, if anyone has any questions, I can take them now. Otherwise, we'll just get back into this router negligence from Netgear. Actually, I should give my cat a treat because we've been here an hour. Every hour, I'm gonna do a cat treat. Atlas, come here. Come here. Come on, bud. Here he comes. Where are you? Oh wow, he's already up here. All right, what should we do? Sit? A high five? Oh, a low five? What should he do? Should we make him go down and then come back up? Let's see. We'll do a couple. We'll do all those. Alice, high five. High five. Come on. Alice, come on. You want a treat? You got to do the high five. High five. Yep. Good boy. Low five. Let's do a low five. He likes to just give me his head instead. Low five, Atlas. Low five. Low five. Low five. Alice, let's get that low five. Come on. Low five. You gotta give me that low five for the treat. Low five. Yeah, there we go. Down. Down. Good boy. Now up. Up. Come here. Atlas, up. Good boy. Now sit. One more time. Sit. Sit. Good boy. High five. High five. High five. Good boy. Okay, now he gets a treat. That was a good one. That was a good routine, right? There you go, Atlas. So, the cat trick segment for the hour is done. That means I can get back to reading cyber news. So Netgear router remains unpatched. This, I think it was like, what did they say, like 7 months or something? So was it 7 months or 7 years? Oh, here's the original. I read this one this morning. I kind of cheated on this one. Most of these, you know, we're doing fresh together for the first time. I do not prepare this. We just go through my RSS feed and we enjoy. So if anyone has any questions, just drop them. This is all very freeform. And happy to answer whatever I can for you. So researchers discover multiple high vulnerabilities affecting the latest firmware. Okay, so this isn't the one I was thinking about. There's some Netgear firmware that went unpatched for like 7 years or something, and a lot of people were using it, I think. Tenable. So Tenable actually makes security software too. They make like scanning, cloud scanning software. I used them at a company that I can't talk about, but you know, they had a very high criteria for security. I'll say that. And it is, I think it's a IAC scan. Yeah. No, it's not SAST or DAST, is it? Oh, they use SAST. Okay. Third-party DAST, okay. Nessus. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Nessus. Tenable IO has more reporting capabilities than Nessus. IO tracks temporal state of vulnerability instances where it's this scan report. Cool. So, you know, I know a lot of people at Tenable, and it's good, and you know, we used it for our infrastructure and code scanning. You know, and this place had a Very, very high, basically government level criteria for security vendors and software and everything. So multiple vulnerabilities, latest firmware. And this is a popular router. I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it or heard of it, honestly. I was worried that I might have used this router, but this is not my router. It just looks like it, kind of. So we got a lot of CVEs. What is this? Post-off command injection via SOAP. SOAP is like REST, for those of you who know API stuff. And just look up SOAP. It's not gonna, because we're not, if we double-click that, it's gonna give us a dictionary definition. So, SOAP versus REST. SOAP provides the following advantages, right? Language platform independent, right? REST requires use of HTTP, right? Works well in distributed enterprise environments. REST assumes direct point-to-point communication, right? So, we could think of this as like REST is it's a little more rigid. Standardized, provides significant pre-build extensibility for WS standards. Built-in error handling, automation when used with certain languages or products. REST is easier, more flexible. Okay. Use easy to understand. Yes, Swagger, OpenAPI 3. Smaller learning curve. Totally. REST I think is more documented, but I think this overall, yeah, like enterprise, it's more flexible for enterprises. But also, they're going to dump a lot more into that API development than, a small guy. So via SOAP, which probably has some flexibility, right? That's actually allowing for the CV to happen. There's a vulnerability in the router. So the Netgear, of course, they're using SOAP, and there are probably some benefits to it, in that regard. Like I said, I think they're able to do a bit more with it. So you could make it more inflexible, right? You could make it way more rigid, I think, than a REST API. But REST only has so many functions, and I don't think we need to get that deep into it. If we want to talk about APIs one day, I think we should have my buddy Clark IO on the show, and we could do it. But if that sounds interesting to y'all, let me know. Also, any suggestions or any questions, we're open to it right now. Default HTTP communication web interface. So another CVE default communication SOAP interface. So it seems like basically these are all these ones might not be post-auth. This one looks like it's post-auth, so you gotta actually authenticate. Configuration manipulation via hard-coded encryption routines. In plain text password storage. That's really bad. It's not nice to see Netgear doing that. Especially if you're a Netgear user, it's not nice to see them doing that at all. So, researchers discovered multiple instances of known vulnerable jQuery libraries, such as jQuery 1.4.2. For this reason, they're urging them to update to the latest available version. So yeah, you sometimes need that vendor update, right? Sometimes it's not as easy as doing it yourself. That's one thing I really liked about using Linux all the time was, if I wanted a specific Wi-Fi chipset to, have this feature that I wanted, like, enabled, right, through software, I could kind of just work on it myself. And I really do value that. Mini DLNA running on the routers. So if you don't know what DLNA is, hey, yeah, Atlas is hanging out with us. I'll probably open this window for him a little. He likes that. It's gonna be a lot lighter in here. Hope you guys don't mind. So, he likes watching all the people. There's like a bakery, and like the back alley's like right there. So he likes watching all the people smoking cigarettes and taking their breaks or their lunch outside, sitting on the bench. He loves watching them. So DLNA is a way that you can play He deserves a treat. You're right. Did you redeem something? Oh, you did. Alice, come here. Sorry. I didn't notice. I wish I could get those to come up on my stream overlay. Alice, sit. Sit. Not on me, buddy. Sit. There we go. Should we do a high five or a low five, Kunai? You want to see a high five or a low five? Alice, no, come back here. Get off my desk. Come on. Come on. Hey. Come on, bud. Boop. Should he do a high five? Oh, low five. Okay. Atlas, sit. Sit. Okay, good boy. Good boy. Sit. No, don't look at the bag. Look at me. Low five. Low five. There we go. There we go. Low five, bud. Come on, another one. Oh, there we go. Alright. What a good boy. He likes to take it onto the ground to eat it. He'll probably come back up after. In case he drops it. He doesn't want it to, like, roll around. It's kind of funny. Come on, back up. Good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. So, multiple instances of known vulnerable jQuery libraries, such as jQuery 1.4.2. For this reason, they're urging to update them to the latest versions. Experts also discovered that the version of mini-DLNA exe running on the routers is affected by publicly known vulnerabilities, so that's not great. This is used to stream media across the network, so if you can... Hi Jai, thanks for coming on, glad to see ya. I'm sure Atlas is glad to see you in the chat too. So, devices, mini-DLNA version known to be affected by multiple flaws. Here's the vulnerability disclosure timeline from Tenable. I love when security researchers do this. Thank you for doing this, because I have so many questions all the time, like when they find this, when's this article coming out in relation to that? Is there a patch already? Was this acknowledged by Netgear? And now we'll have all the answers. So September, the end of September, Tenable discloses to the vendor. October 4th, vendor provides formal acknowledgement. That means Netgear said, we understand that this is a vulnerability. Thank you for showing this to us. Here is, here's when you'll be allowed to talk about it. This is called responsible disclosure. So, it's really good that, they followed that, because that's what professionals do, right? There's a difference between hackers and criminals. And, it's very clear in the way that you deal with this. Sometimes bug bounty hunters, they just want a paycheck, or they just want to be able to write about it, and they want to do it right. They don't want to get in trouble, so you reach out and you talk to them. Then vendor requests clarification. 3 days later, Tenable needs more information from vendor. Vendor supplies information. So they're probably trying to figure out what I'm going to guess is they're trying to figure out something about either there are two possibilities. One of them which is very specific, and the other one which is very broad. Okay? And the broad one is they didn't understand the vulnerability in question, right? Like any of them, or any one of them. I mean, it doesn't need to be all of them, right? They're different. But they requested clarification on the vulnerabilities, or they requested information on the device detected. And what I think, because of this, because Tenable needs more information from Netgear in order to provide that clarification, I think that Netgear just wanted to know, like, which models were affected, and then Tenable was like, well, we see the difference in this, and this in the result of the exploit. So they're probably asking Netgear for some information about these models so that they can respond in return and let them know which models were affected. That's a guess. That's a big guess. So that's the very specific one. And then the very broad one is that they needed to understand the vulnerability together, like, better, right? So together they needed to understand it better, right? Because this implies that whatever Netgear wanted, Tenable needed more information to get them that. So I believe that this might be a hardware thing. I believe that this might be a scope/hardware sort of deal. And to understand that, I think they just needed more information. That's, so there's the specific scenario, and then there's the very broad scenario. And one of those is probably true to some degree. Testing suggestions. Awesome. A day later, Tenable wants to know. Right? It's been 20 days. Tenable wants to know, hey, are you working on this? bug bounty hunters do this too. They ask them like, hey, how's it going with this issue? Do you need anything else? Like, can I write about it soon? Like, do you have a patch ready? And then, so they ask what's going on, like how you doing, and then the vendor, Netgear, gives them an update on the 12th. And what happened after this is like Tenable could have been like, yeah, like, you know, what's going on? Like, how's it going? Any info needed? Like, how are you doing with this? And then, you know, the same day or the day after, Netgear could have been like, yeah, we're good. We're just working on it. Like, you know, high priority. We'll get back to you. And like let you know when we're done. And then they're probably like, all right. You know, vendor's probably like, yeah. So this is the latest version of the firmware. Latest version. So we don't know, right? Like the full response from Netgear. Like Netgear, the latest version of the firmware still has it, right? Tenable pointed out that at this point, the point of this writing, the vulnerabilities are yet to be addressed, right? So that's kind of interesting. Definitely interesting. It's a popular router apparently. It's utilizing mini DLNA, which a lot of routers might be using. Any router where you can like attach your own media server, or even just throw a flash drive in the back with a movie on it and play it over your network. Could be an issue for you. If you're using like a home media center server or a home theater PC, maybe not so much of an issue for you because maybe you're not using mini DLNA. Maybe if you don't have this router, poof, you're good. If you do have that router and you're using mini DLNA and you don't have it disabled, who knows? But yeah, just like, you know, keep an eye on your hardware. And hardware gets vulnerabilities. You know, hardware has software. Of course, right? That's a dumb thing for me to say. Hardware has software. Of course. Otherwise, how are you going to do anything with that hardware, right? So, and you know, we borrow software from each other all the time. So the mini DLNA packages have vulnerabilities. Netgear probably didn't know about it for a bit. Maybe they're not tracking, you know, those open source vulnerabilities, and you know, they still need to work on it, right? Copycat and fad hackers will be the bane of supply chain security in 2022. It is the bane of security in 2021. So yes, we saw what happened with Log4Shell, and it's still happening, right? And supply chain security is getting like very messy with, you know, open source, and criminals are getting very what's it called, creative. They're like, you know, there are criminals who make GitHub accounts to add vulnerabilities to packages that are obfuscated, right? Like we've seen hidden character attacks and things like that. And you know, in JavaScript and Java, right, hidden character attacks basically like using characters and like including obfuscated code. So it looks like there's an obfuscated code, right? But this hidden code, what are they calling it again? There's like a catchy name for it. Hidden code. Hidden code. JavaScript. It's like a. No. There we go. So there's a word for it though. It's like something. It's something really catchy. Trojan source. Trojan source. That's it. So homoglyphs, Unicode, BIDI characters, BIDI characters, however you want to call it, but BIDI characters, right, accommodating for left to right and right to left like character sets. So like if you're using an ASCII character set, like it's you know, left to right, right? If you're using like in maybe I don't know, like Islamic language, right, a Middle Eastern language, if you like Arabic language, right, or any language that's right to left. I really don't know. Like I speak English and Spanish, but you know, those are both left to right languages. But I think Arabic is right to left. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Japanese is right to left. Correct me if I'm wrong. So like you can do stuff with those characters, right? And include it in a pull request, and it looks like a space to somebody, right? But it's a right to left character space from another language, right? Kind of crazy. So yeah, basically certain characters could be injected into JavaScript code to introduce invisible backdoors, right? So we can see a GitHub GitHub request Trojan source. Trojan source. All right, check it out. Trojan source, invisible source code vulnerabilities. Some vulnerabilities are invisible, right? So these adversarial encodings produce no visible artifact. So, let's see, right? It's in the comment, right? These visual reorder tokens can be used to display logic that, while semantically correct, diverges from the logic presented in the logical ordering of source code tokens, meaning that it's obfuscated. Obfuscation is a great way to hide, that's how people hide malware. We're using the Windows DLLs to make malware. We're using the operating, the stuff that's already on your computer. Earlier today we talked about living off the land, LOTL. And we talked about that while we were reading more cybersecurity news from today. So LOTL, and drop a follow and watch the VOD when it comes out if you missed that. I explained all about like living off the land and like why hackers prefer to use it, and we look at an article about it. But yeah, I'm not going to rehash that too much because that's probably boring for those of you who have been sticking around since the beginning. But living off the land means that you can use the stuff that already exists, right? The pre-existing stuff, the software somebody has included, the vendors that they're using to perform your attack. So the attack is used to control characters embedded in comments and strings to reorder source code characters in a way that changes the logic, right? The previous example, right, works by making a comment that appears, right? This comment appears as if it were code, right? Looks like it was code, but it's not. It's actually not. So, and it looks like it's comment, but it's actually code. Sorry. This is a CVE. If you want to look it up, 2021 42574. Yeah, 42574. This is a supply chain, right? Attack. This is what people are worried about, right? Somebody makes a pull request to an open source GitHub repository, and when you look at it in GitHub, it looks cool, it looks good, it looks perfect, right? It's like a contribution to your hype. Somebody made a PR. It's work that you don't have to do that people need, right? So, early returns, commenting out, so early returns, yeah, returning something early, definitely, right? And it appears to be a comment. You have like return in something that looks like a comment, but it's code, and it gets that like comment color encapsulation that your comments do, that you expect, that your theme shows you, right? If you're looking in GitHub. But if you pull it into your actual like source code and you evaluate it with a specific linter, you'll actually see that it's a bidirectional character. Check it out. Looks the same. This H is not an H, though. That's the crazy thing. This H is not an H. Right? This is the word. One or two more characters or glyphs with shapes that are identical. This is how tricky it is. These are different. So, before we go too deep into that, we could talk about defending that and like how to detect it and like all that. But I think I totally like should get back to the story. Right, so here we go. Let's get back here. These ads are annoying. Here we go. So, as we were looking at here, right, the supply chain, right, is a new vector. Like, and it's not a new vector. It's a more constant vector of attack today, right? So, by compromising a centralized service, right, platform software, right, so we're talking about living off the land, right? If you know what people are using, we talked about Log4j, right? If you could basically get into Log4j, include vulnerable functionality, you could affect 90% of Java products, right? If you did like some bidirectional characters in Java, right? And there was a competition actually. We're talking about bidi characters and hidden code. There's a competition that was built around hiding code, hiding malicious code, right? Like obfuscating it so well that it looked like normal code, and people were going to use it and they're going to run it. There are competitions around this. Look at like C code hiding competition. It's like really cool, really cool. There's a JavaScript one too. I wrote about it a little bit a while ago, just like to share with folks in Discord. Yeah, also if you're not in the Discord yet, like sign up. There's Discord in the description. If you follow me here, you will automatically get a role if your accounts are connected. If you are a sub, you'll automatically get a role too. We're gonna have a subs only section. So yeah, we're gonna learn about technology together, talk about technology, have fun while doing it, and yeah, we're just gonna learn a lot. Really, that's the plan. So, attackers can conduct widespread infiltration of customers, clients, or singular, right? So you might just cherry pick the most valuable target. So, this saves a lot of time, money. One successful attack can open the door for thousands of victims, right? Ransomware leveraged in 2021. So this was a ransomware attack. We're talking about ransomware attacks, right? IT Solutions MSP, cyber attack July 2nd, right? VSA software managed multiple MSPs. So hardly any companies are saying were affected, but it was still a huge deal, right? Like high profile companies were affected. So they're in 10 countries. IT Solutions, remote monitoring tools, handling network endpoints. So they were a target. They were a big, juicy target, right? And then what happened was there was an attack against VSA, shut down VSA servers. It's critical that you do this. Yeah, they said shut everything down. Sorry, customers, shut it down. And yeah, 2 days later they said victims of a sophisticated cyber attack, right? So they revised it, right? Working around the clock all around the globe to restore the issue and services, right? More time is needed before the data centers are brought back online. Once the SaaS servers were operational, they scheduled a patch on-prem. Fix was developed, needed to be deployed. SaaS environments, once testing, validation checks were complete. Deploying in SaaS first, control every aspect of the environment. Once that's begun, we'll publish a schedule for distributing patches to on-prem customers. So it was a ransomware attack, supply chain attack, leveraging a vulnerability, and basically their management software. Huntress, John Hammond, pretty cool guy, has tracked 30 MSPs involved in there are other people at Huntress, but John Hammond's a cool guy and he does a lot of great educational content. So, leaves with high confidence that the attack was triggered via authentication bypass vulnerability in Cassia VSA web service. So, they gained an authenticated session, uploaded malicious payloads, executed commands via SQL injection, and got code execution. So they used the web interface, the management web interface that they're selling to people, SQL injected it, and then got code injection. This guy, CEO, co-founder, told people that the threat actor was very efficient. Very efficient. So there's no proof that threat actor had any idea of like how many businesses they targeted, but so I think that they said 0.1%. Oh, what is up, Clark.io? I was just talking about you actually. I don't know if this works. I haven't actually tried it. Can I do this? Uh-oh, no, that doesn't work. So hope you're doing well, man. We are basically going through some news about, the latest cybersecurity news. But we were going back a little bit to talk about this attack. We talked about bidirectional characters, hidden code, supply chain attacks. Hey, Lacerated Digits, thanks for the follow. Everyone, check out Clark.io's channel. He does a lot of coding streams, and it's awesome programming streams, programming news. We're going to be doing some content together in the very near future. We work together at Sneak, and he is one of my favorite colleagues there. He is very knowledgeable, and his streams are awesome. You should totally check out his streams. He's running a really good community. So the vendor provided an in-depth technical analysis of the attack, which we won't get into, but basically you understand bidirectional characters now, you understand supply chain attacks, you understand the impact of this stuff. And there's no evidence, right? They're saying stuff was maliciously modified, right? And we're talking about Trojan source, I think, right? Who's been impacted? 40 on-prem clients. SaaS customers were never at risk, right? Which is kind of interesting. They told everybody to shut it down and like not to use it, right? 800 co-op supermarkets in Sweden had to close down. They were unable to use their cash registers. They said that 1,000 companies had servers and workstations encrypted, right? That's what they said, Huntress, right? The other company said 0.1%, less than 0.1%, right? So, thousands of small businesses, right? The vendor added that it had reason to suggest this is way after, right? And after they said that there's no indication. So very, very interesting stuff, but not the whole point, right? So we're talking about this ransomware disrupting supply chain vulnerabilities. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, man. That's awesome. Oh, you know what? All subs get a cat trick. Atlas, come here. I forgot. I almost forgot. All subs get a cat trick. Come here, Atlas. Here he is. Alright, hey. Sit. Sit, buddy. Good boy. Alright, should we do a high five or a low five, Clark? Clark.io, what do you think? Oh, up, Atlas. Up. Should we do a high five or a low five? High five? Alright. Atlas, sit. Good boy. High five. Good boy. Good boy. Alright, let's give him a treat. He says thank you. He's a good cat. We rescued him when he was about a year old. He was definitely somebody's kitten before because he was like super socialized, but somebody found him, rescued him, and then, we adopted him. Yeah, cats are super food motivated. Cats are super food motivated. It's I taught him up, down, sit, high five, low five. He's a good boy. We got really lucky. Oh, you got a cat trick. You get a cat trick too. Here comes a treat for Atlas. I am counting him, so don't worry. He's not going to get too fat. He is a healthy boy. More tricks. Let's do it. Let's do a low five this time. Sit, Atlas. F5. F5. We'll do some more. We'll do a down and an up too. Atlas, down. Get him a little more training. Down. Good boy. Atlas, up. Up. Come on. Come on. Up. Up. Yeah. Good boy. Sit. Sit. Good boy. Oh, no. Nope. Sit. 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 Good boy. Sit. He's trying to like come over because he wants to get his face in the bag. In the bag of treats. He wants to be as close to it as possible. Sit. 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 Good boy. Alright. Sometimes he'll sit up here and chill with us. He likes the cyber news too. Alright, so SolarWinds, right? Malicious software deployed to 18,000 clients. And, much more high profile, US government, Microsoft, FireEye, right? Mandiant. And CodeCov. CodeCov, right? So that was a big one too. Mimecast, right? Supply chain attacks, right? Exploiting software vulnerabilities, malware, phishing, stolen creds, compromised employee credentials, accounts. Also, people are like they're Google dorking on GitHub, right? So you type in the name of a company and you make sure, you can use Google Dorks to say, I only want to see Google results with this in the URL path. At this point, with this before it or this behind it, and then you can basically create scripts and like basically just scrape the internet. OSINT, right? Open source intelligence. I'll put that in the Twitch chat. Thank you for the applause, guys. OSINT is open source intelligence, and basically what that means is like stuff you can find on the internet. Like I can basically type in the name of an institution, an agency, a person, and like only look for types of PDF. So anything that's a PDF that's like logged on the internet, they may know about it, they might not know about it. If it's a PDF, if it's an XML, CSV, right? Like, and it's on the internet, and it's like at a URL. You could basically look at all these URLs, all these subdomains, and you could like Google dork it, and that'll give you enough information to run a pen test on some company or entity. You could run your first pen test with that. Let them know their attack surface and all this, and what people can find out. Black box pen test, right? Hey, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Also, guys, this isn't AMA, so like you can ask whatever you want about technology. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing really well. Thanks for coming by. Yo, thank you, dude. You're here to ask for some advice? Ask away, man. Ask away. I can comment on anything that's like legal, you know what I mean, or for like research purposes and stuff like that. Also, like the Discord community might be better for advice if you don't want to like do it here. Alice, high five. High five. Thank you for the sub so much. Thank you, Clark IO. You're awesome. Thank you for helping empower this community. So you want to get into the tech field. Awesome. Do you know what you want to do? You're 20 years old and you're not in college. You are, I'd say, at the right place and the right time. I teach people how to do tech. You're looking for a coding boot camp. Really low barrier to entry for supply chain attacks. What's the butt wizard low? Is there an issue with boot camps? Want to have an entry-level job by sometime next year. Doable, for sure. Do you know what you want to do? Like, for your career? You don't know if there's an issue with them. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was like the cost, or you can maybe get a sponsorship for a coding boot camp. Are you interested in cybersecurity or like programming? I'll send you a video I made on cybersecurity and like becoming a a hacker. Maybe this will spark some ideas for you. And be sure to join the Discord because I'll be able to help you a lot more frequently there when I'm not programming too. Okay, let me get this video. This is a video I made about, you could basically use this info and learn a ton about security for free. It's links to a ton of other info. Basically, it's just like me talking about like how you'd get a cybersecurity career like ASAP, right? All right, so supply chain attacks are likely to increase due to low barrier to entry, dependency confusion, right? So like we were talking about typo squatting, right? If there's a package called UA-parser. If I made one that's UA parser without the hyphen or UA_parser or something like that, whatever syntax would allow me to do, and somebody downloaded it, and I was doing malicious stuff with that package, like a rat, it would be cool for me, right? It would be really cool for me. And that would be a payout, right? Like somebody did it, they hacked a ton of people, right? If you're a black hat hacker, that's like that sort of payout. If you're a white hat hacker, like you'll probably get a bug bounty. And people need to really, that's why people need to manage their open source dependencies well. That's why like the company that I work for and believe in, SNCC, where Clark IO works too, like that's what we actually focus on. We focus on like supply chain security, SaaS security, right? So the code that you actually write, the code that you're not writing, all the open source stuff. We focus on like securing that and like getting you information about the vulnerabilities that are present in that stuff. And that's something I really believe in. Like just if I'm gonna sell something to people, like that's what I'd probably sell, but I don't sell things, so I'm not. But I think that it's a dependency confusion. Like we have a tool, and it'll basically tell you like what the community's like. If it's one person, writing coded this, and they've done it once or twice, and its name resembles the name of a highly popular package, like that's a red flag. Like boom, red flag emojis, like everywhere. No brainer to use the actor's goal, right? So we know what people want to do. Add a crypto miner, right? Dependency confusion, right? So companies need to worry, he's saying, the CTO is saying, companies need to worry about the effect that this has on their software ecosystem, but now the actor has monetized it, right? We were talking about yesterday, right? If you didn't catch the stream yesterday, we talked about how hackers are now exploiting, infrastructure and container vulnerabilities, microservices, right? All sorts of like, any sort of like compartmentalized computing instance that people have on the cloud, like insecure and misconfigured. What people are doing is they're basically installing crypto miners. They're using that as like a control center for their botnet, like one of the many control centers for their botnet. So I think that's pretty awesome. People are trying to, they're trying to go further with their resources, right? We talked about live off the land earlier in today's episode, which will be in the VOD, at the end of the day. So yeah, that's kind of all related to what we've been seeing, right? These trends, like I really, we're starting to see the trends emerging here, right? CTO of enterprise software company added, the majority of threats are copycats. Yeah, fat attacks. People, it's not a nice thing to call somebody, but people call them skids, right? Script kiddies. That's what the old generation calls them, and I think that's kind of stuck around. But that's totally like an old school like thing. Fat attacks, and everybody starts off there, so I don't call anybody that. I think that's pretty rude. But I don't call anyone that because everybody started off there. I started off there. Like I installed Ubuntu Linux for the first time when I was in like 11th grade. Like I didn't really have an early start. I wasn't like all the way deep in there, by the time I went to college. So yeah, if you're 20 and you're just starting out, like our friend, like Wizard Low here, be sure to join the community. Like I'm gonna try to help you as much as I can. Like it's my like if you were here earlier, you heard me say my life goal is literally to teach people about tech. I didn't know what it was. I had a really great conversation with somebody, and I think my life goal is to teach people about the technology, how they can use it for themselves, right? How they can make the most of it. I think tech is so ubiquitous with life now. It's like you can either control it or it can control you, right? So, computers are everywhere, right? Attack of the day, right? He's saying attack of the day. We were talking about Log4j. We talked about Log4j, Log4Shell yesterday. We talked about the first attacks that we're seeing from nation-state actors using Log4j in academic institutions. A Chinese threat actor, I think it was like Icy Panda or something, or Mystic Panda, something like that, is using a Log4Shell malware attack. We won't talk about this too much. It's in the previous day's video, the first episode. So they're using Log4Shell malware, uniquely developed Log4Shell malware, to try to compromise academic institutions and potentially exfiltrate data, and then traverse the network, right? Pivot throughout the network. So, yep, he's saying that these attack of the days are going to increase the number of supply chain intrusions. We're talking about Log4j, pretty adjacent. Increasing attacks while redefining the perimeter. IoT devices. We talked about IoT devices in an earlier article today about attack trends for 2022, right? People are still struggling with the concept of not having a well-defined network perimeter, for sure. I'm adding words here because I think well-defined network perimeters are necessary. Otherwise, you're going to have people just chilling in your network, hanging out, partying, trying to go, between all your systems and making a lot of noise. And, if you don't have that perimeter and you don't have that monitoring, we talked about how that payment processing company right earlier today that leaked 200,000 credit card, like data, whatever you want to call it, basically data profiles of people and their credit cards, right? Everything from the CVV code or whatever to the full number to your name and your address, enough to commit awesome amounts of financial fraud, like incredible amounts of financial fraud, right? They're failing to account for the expanding attack surface and new apps and services can create. So basically, we did talk about microservices. We did talk about like defining the perimeter. We talked about a lot of that stuff yesterday, and network intrusion prevention and detection software. We talked about that today, and hardware for that too. Actually, we were talking about the routers and the issues with Netgear routers and which models are affected by like numerous CVEs as of this morning. So, or as we know of now this morning, right? Now they finally released it. So Netgear and Tenable were going back and forth about this router, and then Netgear didn't patch it. Latest version has tons of CVEs in it. So yeah, supply chain attack. That's another supply chain vulnerability. It's packages that Netgear's depending on, and who knows if those are updated. I think those are, but right, they need to get on that, and they told Netgear that they need to patch it, and it hasn't gone anywhere. It's been months, right? So supply chain attacks, it's out there, that hardware's out there, as we have profoundly stated earlier, as because we only make profound statements here. I said hardware uses software, which is probably the most like omega lol thing I've ever said. obviously hardware uses software, right? So, Netgear is using software that they haven't written, right? If they're using something like Sneak, not to plug my company, but if they're using something like Sneak, and I really do believe in supply chain security and like making sure that you're not shipping stuff irresponsibly and solving it as soon as it becomes an issue. I think that this is really a big issue, and like a lot of people aren't taking it seriously. Open source dependencies, open source vulnerabilities, supply chain attacks, ransomware will increase. We already talked about this a lot. Ransomware is a crazy industry, $40 million. That's the record blackmail payment made this year. Ransomware will make more of an appearance in supply chain attacks. However, these taking place, knowledge and some skills, and so Splunk store. I have a couple Splunk certs. I like Splunk a lot. Believe that cyber criminals on the road to becoming professional will likely, will use these ransomware supply chain attack vectors. So a lot of people are getting disgruntled with how difficult it is to make money in security, in getting a good job, and not getting treated like dirt. Some of you have talked to me about this, and I think a lot of people have had this issue. So people turn to a life of crime because of all these reasons. Because of their colleagues. I mean, I'm 100% serious. If you look up the major stories, like people, these people weren't treated nicely at all. So, because of their colleagues, because of the industry, because of the stress of the job, people turn to crime. Right? Just like we see in physical crime too, right? Like we see that happen in physical crime in the world. Hydrate. Thank you. After talking with two people, computer science and software engineering, I'm told software engineering is harder overall than computer science. Computer science, okay, so if you're talking, these people might have college degrees from what you're saying. What tech fields are out there, and why are they necessary? And what they are necessarily. I would just look at like job boards like LinkedIn, Indeed. I need to get more water. I would look at like LinkedIn, Indeed. I would just start looking at tech companies. Oh, thank you. My wife brought me water. Lifesaver. Stream saver over here. Shout out to the wifey. The goat. Babe, can you turn on the lights too? So, I would say that software engineering is like the all-encompassing field that does contain computer science, right? Software engineering is the holistic practice of computer science applied to the modern problems that we face as technology, solving problems as a society using computers, computer infrastructure, computer software. That applied, the application of computer science to that end is software engineering. I don't know if anyone feels like clipping that, but I think that might be helpful for people going forward, and I hope that helps a little bit. But I would say look at job boards and look at the job descriptions and the job requirements, and then start like Googling these words and start Googling the roles. In that video, I actually go through a ton of the security roles and not necessarily how they differ, but which ones I think are going to be hot and which ones I think are like kind of old. That has definitely changed. My opinion on that has changed as well. But stuff like IAM, which is Identity and Access Management, IAM engineer. That's like something that's that's going to be really hot. And then, application. This is what I did before my current role. Application Security Engineer. Oh, thank you. I'll trade you. So, Application Security Engineer, Network Security Engineer. Those are going to be big. Those are going to be pretty big. I'm going to raise the desk. Alright, y'all. I'm going to move the camera up, and I'm going to stand for a little bit. Okay, so, application security engineering was, what I was involved in for a really long time. I went to school for computing security. So like the holistic, there's computer science, right? And then there's computing security. So that's the holistic practice of computer security, in all regards. Network security, information security, So I do talk about that a lot in that video, like in the different sort of fields, like the different roles rather in there that I think would be interesting in the coming years. So I'd recommend just like going to LinkedIn, going to like those places, and seeing like what you see. Like type in some companies that you're interested in, or even just look at companies that you're not interested in, like Meta, Google, Facebook, right, PayPal. Like look at these big tech companies. Do I feel that a degree is necessary? Absolutely not, but I also have a degree. Um, but before I went to college, I didn't really know that much about like computer science or like computer security. Really, I like took like two programming classes in high school, and I liked it a lot. I took like a Java class in the AP class or whatever, and I was really lucky in that regard. But like I didn't have a computer most of my life, like, and it's something a lot of people don't know. But I only was able to get a computer when I was like 13, or like when I was like 5 to 8, I had a computer, and then when I was like, when I was like 3 to 8, I had a computer, and then when I was like 9 to like 13, I didn't have a computer, and then when I was like 14ish, like Black Friday, my brother and I like pulled our money together, got like an e-machine with a printer and a screen, and then I started, I really got lost in the sauce. Um, but I wasn't programming at all. I was a script kiddie, as people would say, right? So I wasn't programming at all. I hope that helps give you some background as to my perspective in that, because I really don't think it's necessary. Sorry, I'm moving windows around. I don't think it's necessary. Does it help? For sure. Does a certification help? Yes. I think that if you looked at some aspect of computing that you wanted to get involved with, and you think it makes sense for you, I would say that you should just like try to get a cert, maybe, or even just talk to some people who are doing that stuff and then see what they think, because I think it really depends on the role. Like security, it definitely helps to have a degree. I'd say it helps to have a degree. I think. Um, I was able to find a job. I'm not trying to flex or anything. I'm not trying to sound like I'm bragging, but it was really easy for me to get a role after college. I just applied to a ton of jobs. You cast a really wide net, and I got a role. And like a lot of folks I know, who like maybe they started off as bug bounty hunters, or like they didn't go to college, they didn't get a degree. Like it's harder for them, but they do land great jobs at like awesome places. Like the big places like Fang and Apple and Manga or whatever they're calling it now. Microsoft, all those places. I'd say it just depends on what you can show. You can totally just have a GitHub, share your code. If you want to be a programmer, you could share your code on the internet with people, right? And you could contribute to code that's on the internet that's popular. And that's going to get you really far in life. Just that alone. That open source will get you really far in life. So attacking supply chains, attackers can hold organizations' data for ransom, and we were talking about ransomware attacks, right? So, and research indicates that 2/3 of ransomware attacks are enacted by low-level grifters who have bought ransomware tools off the dark web. This is true. With the ongoing supply chain crisis, so basically, and if a company uses XYZ piece of software, then you're able to get in there, figure it out, and like basically, buy a boutique exploit. I'm gonna move my desk up a little more. Let's see. My idea was maybe a boot camp and land some internships so I can have some experience. But I want to be ready for the internship, which is why I want to look into these boot camps to land a couple internships in order to land a career in it. Yeah, so I would still look into, just like the types of roles first, because like I don't know if you want to be a programmer, right? If you just want to like write code for like 70 to 80 hours a week, that's kind of what it's like, entry level and like high tech, Boot camps are good. Like there's some good ones. There's like the Flatiron School. I think that's a good one. I know some people who work there and they really care about educating folks too. So, boot camps are good. But in that video, I have like a ton of free resources. So if you want to learn like Python, if you want to be a programmer, maybe start with those resources. You can learn bash scripting, you can learn how to manage servers on like a global scale with all this free information like in that video I sent you. So like there's SANS Cyber Aces, you'll learn programming, scripting, you'll learn like all these cool things. And let me turn this down a little. So you'll learn like scripting, programming, you'll learn all this cool stuff. And it's free, and it's from a really good organization, and it's like, it used to be thousands of dollars for like that course, but now it's free. And it's called SANS Cyber Aces. I'll put that in the chat. If you want to learn to like code, you can do like Code Academy to start like learning a language and the basics and the syntax of a language. And then once you're like feeling really good at that, you can go to Code Wars to try some challenges. And yeah, like if you look at some roles and you've developed some ideas, feel free to drop them in the Discord, and like I'll comment on whatever. If you find some jobs and you're like, this job looks good for me, then I'll sort of tell you what I think you need to do to get that job, or like that sort of role. Folks, remember, I see some people have joined the Discord, but they don't have roles. You gotta link your Twitch account to your Discord account, and you'll get the follower role. Technical debt will have to be paid, right? So we have put off as an industry, right? Like we have a ton of old software, we have lots of old libraries, old dependencies, right? And all these things, sometimes we have monolithic repos, right, that run our entire company's backend or something like that, right? And basically, these are super inefficient. They get the job done, but they're super inefficient. So technical debt, right? It's the price that a project should cost in order to future-proof. Okay, so the difference between the price that you should cost in order to be future-proofed and secure, and the price you're prepared to pay in reality. So if you have a really, really old project, a really old company, a 20-year-old company, you might have a lot of tech debt. And that tech debt could be holding you back from future development. It could be holding you back from being secure, getting the certifications to launch your IPO. It could be holding you back from all sorts of things. Forecasts expect to see a significant rise in copycat attacks using supply chain attacks. For sure. For sure. Code reviews. Keep security in mind during each step from ideation to deployment. Yeah, you should be before development. From ideation, from design. From what I've been reading on getting a career in the tech industry, they all say build a portfolio. Yes, GitHub for sure. Open source. Start making and publishing code that's useful to you and only you. Like one of the first things I think I put on GitHub that was like mine alone was like a bash script that would download the NASA picture of the day, set it as my wallpaper, change my terminal theme to it, extract 12 colors from it, and then use that for my entire desktop like color scheme. So I would just check out doing some stuff that you'd like. Maybe even make something that does that interacts with your operating system, like setting a wallpaper. Start using Linux, start using Linux every day if you can. Use Linux for everything, and you'll learn so much about computers very easily. You could use Ubuntu to start off, and then when you feel really good about it, move to like Arch or something and like build your own computing experience. Oh, yeah, I need to make more videos. Right now, this is like the only thing I'm doing. But yeah, I will totally, I'll try to do whatever I can, like, I'll do whatever I can to help you out. And thanks for following. Really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. And let me know if, you find a role or a type of job that you think looks good for you, and we'll see what it's going to take to get you to that level, okay? That couldn't be software still in use can't be left to languish with updates unpatched and ignored. That couldn't be an easier way for an attacker to gain a foothold. Yes. We were talking about open source management. We were talking about dependency management. Like, come on, people, get it together. Is basically what I'm saying. Like, current year argument. It's 2021, about to be 2022. Like, we can't keep doing this, right? None of these are small undertakings in themselves, but compared to the destruction that software supply chain malware can cause, it's something no organization can afford to ignore. Yeah, like. Oh, how much RAM does Ubuntu need? It needs like nothing. It needs like absolutely nothing. Let's see. Ubuntu system requirements. 4 gigs. This is like an old processor. You could get by with less if you install a version that doesn't use this nice 1 hour till 2022. Hey, happy New Year! Happy New Year! I'll keep it going just for you. As you can see, the requirements aren't really intensive. 25 gigs, or you can just run it off a memory stick and try it out. You know, just throw it on a memory stick. Don't even flash your operating system. Don't flash your hard drive. Don't wipe it. Just throw it on a memory stick and see if you like it, and don't install it. You know, just use a live. They call it a live CD. Use a live CD or live USB, and you can use Lili, which I think it might be old. Linux Live USB Creator. I don't know what's the newest and coolest thing that all the cool kids are using, but this is what I still use when I need to do it. SBOM, so this is software bill of materials. That's basically a comprehensive look at the entirety of the software that you're including when you bundle stuff out. Ooh, you have a special SSD that you could use for Ubuntu. Just make sure that you don't mount the other, like if you mount your Windows partition, and sometimes they just don't play nice together, so yeah, just make sure you don't mount your Windows partition. Yeah. It'll try to, like Windows doesn't play nice, I think, with Linux on dual boot, but if you have it on separate drives, and you don't mount the other drive inside, you know, if you don't mount the Windows drive inside Ubuntu and you don't mount the Ubuntu drive inside of Windows, I think the likelihood of things going wrong is way lower. But still, best practice to keep a backup if you can. Keep a backup of your OSs, so that if anything does happen, you're not, you know, set too far back and have to do a ton of work. But yeah, just don't mount a mutual hard drive for data. It would be even better to just have that external. If you need to pass anything back and forth, you know, just do it externally. External hard drive USB. All right. So everybody knows subs get to give a treat to Atlas, and he'll do a trick. Gifted subs, any sub, but also at the top of the hour, I'm gonna give Atlas a treat, and we just hit the top of the hour. Atlas, come here. Up. Up. Come on. We'll bring him up here this time, because his bench is out of sight. Up. Come on. Up. Let's go, bud. Up. Yep. Good boy. Stay. Sit. Atlas, sit. 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 Atlas, high five. High five. Come on. Good boy. Alright. He is such a good boy. That is so true. So true. Alright. S-bombs. Recent debilitating attacks. Solar winds. Over the next 12 months, companies will require security-oriented bill of materials. And if we want to talk about software bill of materials, that is an inventory, right? Nested inventory. So you think of it as like a tree. And it'll say, okay, you're pulling in this popular library. This popular library uses this, this, and this popular library. So we're going down the tree. And those use these less popular libraries all the way down here. You know, boom, 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 library, 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 library. And then you go further down, right? It's like a tree. It's like a whole graph, right? So SBOMs are providing transparency for software supply chain. Details, benefits, commonly asked questions, myths versus facts. Understanding SBOMs. So this is all from the ntia.gov website. ntia.gov/SBOM. What do I think is the hack of the year? Well, I'm gonna call, I mean, I don't know, I guess like, right, with SolarWinds, was that like the beginning of the year, I think? Yeah, it was like it was a year. This one's still happening, like for sure. This is still like not fully okay. A year ago. Let's see, SolarWinds hack date. Doesn't have a space, but I keep putting a space. 2019. 2019, federal government got pwned. Trojan source is cool. I'm gonna say hack of the year. Like, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna call that CVE of the year. CVE of the year, I'm gonna have to give it to Log4j because it ruined everybody's day, including mine. You know, like I had to do a lot of work, and everybody else had to do a lot of work, and it was like kind of hectic. You know, it was like chaos. It felt like I was an AppSec engineer again for a second, because like, you know, all this stuff was like burning down around everybody, and they were very sad. InfoSec Twitter was very sad. Log4j ruined like everybody's holiday season, like everyone's December, I think. Um, People are still dealing with it. Somebody tweeted the other day, they're like, day 20 of Log4j, and I was like, oh, that's so sad. Like, day 20 of Log4 shell. Yeah, Log4 shell, not Log4j. Log4j is a library with a vulnerability in it. So SBOMs are basically inventories, and it's designed to enforce open standards, right? Open transparency, you know, for open source software in the enterprise. Your open source software management plan has to be good. So it may include supplier lists, licenses, auditing assurance, and we have talked about this before. Continual security assurance, right? We talk about monitor things when they go out into production, and like when you deploy stuff, the security game doesn't end, right? Like for people, some people might think so, right? Like developers and stuff. But continual security assessments is the name of the game. You need to be aware, right? Up-to-date security reports. You need to be aware when vulnerabilities drop. So a really cool thing that we put in our software, like in Sneak, is just that. You know, like if a new CVE pops up, like, you know, if you have it, if you have the packages, if you have these versions, like it all comes through, right? So that's cool. That was a good one. On to the next. This one is from today as well. CyberQ secures funding to bring self-learning AI models into cyber ops. So help businesses more effectively, you know, stop false positives. So you come up with now. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Drop it in Discord for sure, and I'll be able to see it. Like problem-solving math, being a team leader. Okay. Check out machine learning. Honestly, here I'll drop a. I think the bot broke because I'm swapping between bots. Let me drop it here for you. But this, and if you have your Twitch connected to your Discord, you'll immediately get your follower role, and then you can view all the tech channels. We just made this Discord a couple days ago, but like it's gonna be easier for me to see stuff and like get back to, you know, folks. Okay, so has raised 5 million in seed funding. Okay, so seed round, Lowell, Massachusetts, heart of the next industrial revolution, VC funded. Basically, when we're talking about cybersecurity ops and like people wasting time on it, you know, there's cybersecurity analysts, right? SOC analysts, we call them, security operations center analysts. And basically, they're wasting a ton of time because there's a lot of, you know, the noise to signal ratio is really bad. Meaning, like, a lot of stuff that, like, your application's doing might look like it's malicious, but it's actually not. So using AI and machine learning to combat that is pretty awesome. And the mix, actually, so the intersection of security and artificial intelligence and machine learning is called intelligent systems. So intelligent systems is an emerging field. Not a lot of people are talking about it. Not a lot of people are studying it. And I think it's really, really cool. Okay, so according to Kaspersky's latest health report, half of the UAE healthcare organizations confirmed that all their medical equipment runs on dated software. Legacy OS installations leave them vulnerable to cyber attacks. So, yeah, they conducted a report. Kaspersky, very well trusted, very reputable, on legacy OS usage, and it's prevalent among providers largely due to the high cost of upgrading the system's compatibility issues or lack of internal understanding of the issue. The use of legacy technology is an issue, right? Software developers can see support for older systems and halt updates that might patch for newly discovered vulnerabilities, right? So nobody's getting patches for Windows 96 anymore, right? Or like whatever, Windows 92, right? Like nobody's Windows XP, right? Like it's old stuff. Some government agencies might like actually strong arm, you know, like have not strong arm, but offer large lump sums of money to Microsoft to continue to patch Windows XP and stuff like that. No, you don't have to. That's weird. You should get a follower role. I'll have to check that out. Let me just give it to you manually for now. That is super weird. I'll give it to you manually for the time being. Give it to App Calypso too, because they're in here. Sorry about that. bots are weird. So I need to get that set up right. The cost of using legacy technology, right, is pretty bad, right? We were talking about technical debt a moment ago, right? We were talking about technical debt, supply chain attacks. We were talking about people not patching their dependencies, right? Legacy OSs, that's a huge problem too, right? Like that's super expensive and not as easy to fix, I'd say. Only 20% of healthcare workers are confident that their organization can stop security attacks or breaches. 40% expressed their belief that the organization had updated their systems. So 40% think, right? That's what they're saying. 40% think that their systems have been updated. 30% of UAE respondents agree that their organization had experienced data leaks. 30%. That's a third. Wow. DOS or ransomware attacks. So data leaks, DOS, ransomware attacks. That is, 30% basically say we have been subject to a cyber attack, right? Like for medical data. It's embedded systems, right? Pacemakers. We saw a pacemaker hack happen before. I think as more people, as medicine progresses, I hope security does too, because as we start to do like really incredible bio nanotech, I don't even know what to call it, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Like basically people getting injected with things to help regulate their bodily systems. We're going to see attacks on those, pacemakers are one example. We're going to see attacks on those for sure. They're little Linux computers. They're all Linux computers, right? Like airplanes too. They're Linux computers. Transportation, trains, right? All that stuff. There's a need for modernization, yes, but there's also a need for solutions and measures to help minimize risks in the future. Medical staff awareness can significantly raise the security level. Yes, I worked at a hospital, and medical staff are not aware of the security implications of some of their actions. I would remove malware every day and come back, and the same people would do the same mistakes every day. So it's an education problem, it's an awareness problem, but I wasn't allowed to educate or speak with these people. I just remove the viruses and go about my day, right? Like that was like really early in my career, just like doing grunt work, right? Like everybody does it at some point. But yeah, it's really frustrating when you have 27,000 computers to manage, and every day somebody's doing the same thing, and it's making your job difficult. So that's the reality. We were talking about AI and machine learning in detecting whether something's a false positive or not. So, I think we also need AI and machine learning for like detection and prevention, and like if somebody's doing something like, logging into their Chrome account every day at work and installing all these keyloggers and, things that they shouldn't be, then we also need reports on that. We need that to stop before it even happens, right? That is my belief here. Healthcare systems need to secure. Healthcare providers need to secure their systems, their networks, right? Legacy OS issue. Conduct basic cyber hygiene, right? Attacks start with phishing, social engineering. That's a huge vector for compromise in the medical field. Is the basics, social engineering. Basically, getting somebody to do something that you want because you pretend to be somebody else, or you're all nice and warm and fluffy with them, and then they love you, and then they'll do anything for you. So they plug in the USB to the computer, and then you're in. Carry out a cybersecurity audit of the network, remediate any weaknesses discovered in the perimeter or inside the network, install anti-APT and EDR solutions. Yep, you want basically endpoint detection and response software in place. I'm not going to shout out any of the vendors because that would be weird, but they're all over the place. Enable threat discovery and detection, investigation, timely remediation, incident capabilities, provide SOC team with access to the latest threat intel. Yes. You need to know what's out there. We're looking at the latest threat intel right now, believe it or not. This is basically, I do this on my own. Those of you who are tuning in for the first time, I'm assuming there's some of you. I read cybersecurity news every day, and now I'm gonna stream it every day instead of just sharing it with the community privately. I'm gonna share it in a more public way. So I'm gonna try to do cybersecurity news every day. I don't know if I can swing it because with work and everything, but and teach people about tech in the process. So I think this is really fun. EDR endpoint. Oh wow, thank you, Telly No for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, stop attacks. Identify and stop attacks in the early stages using good SOC stuff before attackers achieve their goals. Lock them out, keep them out. Harden systems. Hardening is what you do to an operating system. to make sure that people can't attack. You love this type of stream. Thank you, Kunai. That really makes me happy because you started following me when I was doing like only keyboards, and you never really know. When it's I think for everybody we can all relate. Like whether you're trying something new, like you're always a little uncertain, right? Just starting out. So this is day 2 of doing this, and it's been a huge success, and people seem to really like it and appreciate it. And my goal through my work has like not even this is my personal life too, right? But my goal through my work, like my life's work, right? What I'm planning to do with the rest of it is to teach people about technology and cybersecurity in a way that empowers more people. Can help lift people out of poverty, can help change and impact lives, and I want it to be a good thing. Like I don't want everyone. I think there's a lot of negative in cybersecurity, negativity. I had a friend actually who watched my stream yesterday, and he works in the keyboard industry, and he's trying to get into cybersecurity. And he said that it's so he's almost given up. It's so hard. People are terrible and all this, and it's like there's a lot of negativity, and people are there's a lot of gatekeeping. Something I've experienced, something I'm sure a lot of you have experienced in technology. So like this is a positive community. It's a community for good. It's a community to teach each other, lift each other up. It's a community to learn. So AMA, it's all here. It's all out in the open, and it always will be, hopefully. Apple patches nasty Mac OS exploit that has bypass security protections. This is true. People were able to bypass the login screen, I believe. Yep. Gordon Long, offensive security app Box. Box does data storage, I think. Vulnerability could allow specially crafted script-based applications to be launched on a Mac device without Gatekeeper antivirus that verifies the authenticity of all downloaded applications. So usually via a certification or like some sort of like anything really. There are tons of ways. So even triggering an alarm. Nope, not at all. So in order for this to work, it would need to use a script starting with shebang. That is the shebang. It is the exclamation mark and then the pound, which we call bang. And the rest of the line empty. Yeah, so just this and then new line character, right? Unix shell would run the script without specifying a shell command interpreter. So usually you do shebang /bin/bash, and that's telling, basically anyone who reads this what interpreter you're going to run the rest of the characters with, the rest of the script, the rest of any command, right, following. So you do shebang /bin/bash, and that would say, okay, we are using the born again shell. That's what bash stands for. So this way it is running without an interpreter. They released a patch for this in the September 2021 update. Yeah, bring the OS up to version 11.6. Users of this are also protected, the beta. So basically, they patched it quickly. They wrote this article's out, right? This article was reported by somebody. Objective-C security research Patrick Wardle had provided further insight. SysPolicy-D, so this is a system policy, right? This is monitoring system activity. The daemon performs various policy checks and ultimately prevents the execution of untrusted applications. Unsigned, unnotarized, right? But what if the system policy text, I don't know what text is, decide that, this daemon does not need to be invoked? Well, then the process is allowed. So if you're not checking, if you're basically telling, if you're telling the Apple policy that you don't need to, invoke this daemon that's always running in the background to verify the validity of this application, then it'll just run the application. That's what he's saying. If the decision's made incorrectly, which is the instance he's describing, then you will bypass the quarantine, the gatekeeper, and the notarization systems that Apple has put in place. You'll bypass it all. You can mask the app as a PDF. It can be delivered numerous ways. And then after somebody runs it, you can download better malware, right? So like we talked about in the first episode, if you haven't seen the first episode, it's the day before today. And what we do is we just pick up the latest cybersecurity news from my feed. Past hour, past 12 hours, past 17 hours, whatever is, interesting, we just pick it up and we open it up and then we give it a read. So this is brand new report today. And it's from Bleeping Computer. The original one's from Bleeping Computer. And I like Bleeping Computer. So basically what we talked about yesterday, after you have your malware and it's installed, then you reach back out, and when you reach back out with your malware, you're able to pull down better malware, right? Since today is the last day of 2021, I decided to take this is a forum, by the way. Like, wait, no, this is a diary. SANS. This is SANS, actually. So we talked about SANS cyber aces. So, do you want your agent Tesla in 300 megabytes or 8 kilobyte packages? So, malware got caught by their mouse spam trap, and it was the last day of the year, so this person decided to check it out. This person is SANS Technical Institute Sentinel, so that means that they're probably pretty involved. This is like their sort of blog. And Sentinels are like, I think if I remember correctly, they're like, working together to inform the internet about like these types of attacks. And like, there's a SANS Internet Stormcast, which is a daily podcast to the same ends, and they talk about internet attacks as well. So they tried to take a look at their mouse spam trap over the course of the year. Several hundred unique samples were collected. Probably the most interesting one turned out to be a fairly sizable .NET executable caught in October, which weighed in at 300 megabits or megabytes rather, and has 26 over 20 over 64 detection rating on VirusTotal. So that means 26 out of 64 indicators on VirusTotal sources basically claim that this is malware. So that's if usually 1-0. So 26, it's probably malware, right? 26 things are telling you it's malware out of 64. You don't need a majority, right? Like, it's not like a 50-50 sort of deal here. 26 out of 64 is more than enough for VirusTotal. If I see 1 or 2 on VirusTotal, I'm worried, right? So the size of the file was, however, so significant, not because of any complex obfuscation, but because the executable had a sizable null byte overlay, a large number of null bytes added to the end of the file. This is called padding. That is what we call padding. Without the overlay, the file would have been 700 kilobytes in size, although the use of null bytes to inflate the size of malicious executable to the point where it will not be analyzed by anti-malware tools, AV tools on endpoints, as well as email gateways, web gateways, have set limits on the maximum sizes of files that they can scan. This is nothing new. Fairly low VT scores of the sample shows. It is fairly low, but it's still significant, in my opinion. It can still be quite effective, especially when one considers further analysis. The executable turned out to be nothing more than a sample of Tesla Agent Info Stealer. It's taking us to triage. This is a piece of malware. It is a keylogger. It's spyware, they call it. Stealer, Trojan. Agent Tesla is a rat written in Visual Basic. That's why it's a .NET executable. Reads files stored by FTP clients. Reads user profiles of local email clients. Reads user profiles of web browsers. Accesses Microsoft Outlook profiles. And uses set context thread. Probably trying to hijack some processes. Fun stuff. Very cool. 2 other files I found in my 2021 collection deserve a short mention in connection with the large executable described above. They were again .NET process executable files, and again were part of the Agent Tesla infection chain. They were complete opposites to the sample. They were only 8 kilobytes. So he's saying, do you want it in 8 kilobytes or do you want it in 400 meg, I think, right? That's funny. Yeah, the VirusTotal scores higher by a bit, right? 20 points. Ish. Yep, they're trying to download and run additional code from the internet. See that? See that string? See that address? They're trying to run additional code from the internet. So you get your first thing, you get your small payload, your thing that can circumvent the AVs and do all this stuff in, and then you get in with that, and then you're able to modify systems a little bit, pull back your malware, and then do your real damage, right? So thank you, SANS. I love the Internet Stormcast. ISC, Internet Stormcast from SANS, isc.edu, isc.sans.edu. And SANS is the free resources I was talking about earlier. They have all those free resources. Can I, disagree to all this? There we go. Tech's biggest winners and losers in 2021. Crypto continues to rise. Cybersecurity takes a pounding. I mean, when cybersecurity takes a pounding, cybersecurity is rising because, you know, it's people talk about it more. This is a premium article. I would not pay to read that. SANS agency lags behind its own standards. SANS cyber agencies lag behind its own standards. German cyber agency continues to fail to meet its own standards. It has too few employees. And at the end of last year, the number of employees should go to 100. The number is currently 27. Target by the end of 2022 should grow to 75. The overriding goal is still a final number of 100 employees. So they don't have enough people. It's a very common story. There are so many cybersecurity jobs open, folks, and not enough qualified individuals. So just by like learning about cybersecurity, I think you're really putting yourself ahead for the future. Especially if you want a career, you know, in cybersecurity. Of course, you know, like it's really hard, I think, to learn what's important and to sift through the BS. As we were learning on the stream, right? That last article was kind of BS. So the one that was like paywalled and everything. So there's a lot of BS. I'll try to sift through it as best as I can for y'all. Final location determined by politicians. It's a temporary solution. Hasn't proven to be a disadvantage. The opposite is the case. A good half the employees come from, you know, these regions. So that is cool. Finance projects that'll make German cybersecurity stronger and more sovereign. So Germany's having some issues with getting, you know, enough qualified individuals to help run the government programs and comply with their own standards. Reject all. Save and exit. Alright. So, year in review. Contact tracing apps. Remote working. Cloudy outlook. They're talking about the cloud. We've talked about all these things, so I'm not going to read that one. We've talked about all these things. I don't want to bore y'all. New US CISO appointments. So basically, this is kind of something that people do a lot, but we can see what's going on. Druva, leadership positions at Okta, prior to Okta, Salesforce, Orange Business Service, Global Telecom. All big companies, so whatever Druva is, it's probably doing okay. Ben Carr joins Cradlepoint. Prior to joining Telecom, security leader at Qualys, Visa, Nokia, I combined those last two. He serves as a VP and board member of ITISAC. So, pretty interesting stuff. Leadership does move around a lot, that's just how it goes. Can I, like, reject all these? Probably not. I'll just, like, keep that out of the way. So, researchers devised a series of attacks against SSDs, okay, this is interesting, that could allow to implant malware in a location that's not monitored by security solutions. Korean researchers devised a series of attacks against solid-state drives that could allow people to implant malware in specific memory locations. Okay, I had a feeling it would have to do with RAM. The attack... Wait. Maybe not RAM. But, like, in the same memory. I guess they're talking about storage. The attacks work against drives with flex capacity features, allowing to implant malicious code in hidden areas of the SSD, called over-provisioning. Yeah, so if you take a look at your smart tooling or your Samsung Magician or whatever you're using, there is an over-provisioning section. This memory location is used for performance operation, yes, on NAND flash-based storage systems. So when you're doing like an FS trim, when you're doing like you know, something, when you're doing defragmentation on your normal spinning disk hard drive, right? Actually, like, there, you know, if you're doing it on a spinning disk hard drive, there isn't a memory location for this sort of optimization, but on NAND flash memory, there is, right? And that's actually provisioned specifically for this. Microflex capacity feature is used to designed to unleash true capabilities of storage media by giving IT administrators the ability to tune their SSD to the specific workload characteristics, performance, capacity, endurance, etc. Longevity, too. Longevity is tunable depending on how much you decide to read and write to the drive, and the speeds you decide to do it at. The operating system and any applications running on it have no visibility over the over-provisioning. This means software, security software is not able to inspect their contents looking for malicious code. That's true. At the OS level, it's not happening, right? Many storage devices can vary the size of the over-provisioning area in real time to optimize performance. A large size of the over-provisioning area can ensure better performance. The over-provisioning area can be set, for example, by a maximum of 50%. And it can be changed by the user in the firmware manager. That is correct, as we talked about with the Samsung Magician software. You're able to fine-tune this. The OP area... Oh, I thought I missed a cat treat. We have 30 minutes for another cat treat. The OP area can be set to a maximum of 50. Invalidation data region is created by varying the OP area, right, the over-provisioning area, that can be changed by the user at the time of the firmware manager. However, a threat actor can reduce the size of the OP area by using the firmware manager, generating an invalid data area. This area could lead to information disclosing attack. So, if they do this, if they reduce the size, then you have data, right? And maybe some people don't know this, right? But when you wipe a hard drive, you're usually removing what's called inodes, and those inodes point to where the data is actually stored in its entirety. So if you have an MP3, you have actually that inode file, and that inode file points to where that MP3 is stored on your drive. So inode is like a pointer. It's like if you had a dude sitting in your computer, a little like gnome goblin, and you're like, gnome goblin, pull up that banger track or whatever, right? And he's like, oh yeah, that banger, I got you, bro. And then he goes and he retrieves the file and he plays it. The gnome is the inode. We can call them ignome, right? So the ignomes are deleted, and this data is no longer reserved as the over-provisioning area, right? So invalid data area is, they're saying that you could disclose information that way. So whatever's there, whatever's stored there could be disclosed, right? When you remove that part. So if I had 50 gigabytes as my provisioned area, and I drop it to 30, then you have 20 gigabytes that are, basically there's no pointer to that data, and you could probably just like read it raw or something. If you can access the management table of the storage device, you can assume that all the you can access all the invalid data area without any restrictions. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate the first time chat. Appreciate the follow. Thanks for coming by. And yeah, I'm going to try to do this every day, so hopefully catch you again next time. Thanks for coming. So you can access the invalid data area without restrictions. So like we were talking about, there's no longer something saying this is restricted, right? And as we know, those inodes aren't deleted. We're not wiping this hard drive, right? We're not wiping that area. So one solution that I can think of right now would be as when you reduce the size of the OP area, you need to write ones or zeros or whatever. You write zeros, right, to that entire group, that 20 gigabytes that we're hypothetically removing from our OP area. Okay? That's a solution. Yeah, so you can do that, get that data, right, access it without restrictions, without need for forensics equipment. As a computer user, you can access it all. The NAND flash memory, right? You can access all of that. And who knows what's in there, right? So depending on sensitive information stored in the invalid data area, computer users can more or less, more or less you can basically guarantee that this data can be compromised, right? Like, you don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, right? It's whatever's in the OP area. Experts pointed out that manufacturers of SSDs are usually do not erase that area. Yeah, so like I said, you gotta erase it. You gotta write zeros to all of it, right? They only break the line, right? So they, break the link. We're talking about inodes, right? So they're breaking the link. And basically, the mapping table. So yeah, the data might be jumbled up, but the data's there, right? And somebody who knows enough about forensics totally could, like a puzzle, right? You have the picture of what the puzzle looks like. We all know what we can figure out what an MP3 looks like, and we can reconstruct that fire track, right? Like we can find the parts of it, put it together, and just like we talked about earlier, right? Check this out. Here's the host. OP area SSD, right? 50%, 50%. 50% of the user area, 50% of the OP area, right? And then you, let's see, they're both connected to the channel. According to this attack, malware code is inserted into the hidden area, the OP area. So yeah, they unprovision it, right? They unprovision that space, and then they're probably moving the malicious code into that sector. They're going to move it into the sector, and then you re-provision the OP area, and then you got your malware hidden, right? Pretty crazy, but when you think about it, you can figure out the last sectors on the drive before the OP area, right? You can figure out the last sectors on the drive before that area. You can manipulate the inodes, right? We talked about the little gnome living inside your computer that points to all your files, because files don't exist and they're actually just chunks of data that are pointed to by an inode, and the inode is the actual file that you're thinking of, right? It's pointing to all the data, it's pointing to the address, it's pointing to all the different sectors that hold all the bits and pieces, right? And it's reconstructing that. The little gnome in your computer is reconstructing that. So if you tell that little gnome, hey little gnome, put my malware at the end of the user area, block as close to the first sector in the over provisioning area as possible. And then you decide to make that over provisioning area larger again, it's not going to wipe those sectors. It's like gonna do nothing to it, right? That's what he's saying. That's what the Korean research firm has discovered. They gotta wipe the OP area. Yes. Monitor any data monitoring of the OP in real time. Yes. A surge in the invalid data ratio. Yes, if you're over provision, if your OP size changes, right? That's an indicator of compromise, for sure. Like, if you haven't chosen to do that and somebody changes the configuration of your hard drive, that's an indicator of compromise. And this is a solid-state drive, but, same thing. Protecting the SSD management app against unauthorized access. Yes, totally. Secure, lock it down, have a service user for it. Best of 2021, what we can learn from the 2021 Microsoft data breach. As we close out 2021, we are taking a look at these breaches. The most recent breach against Microsoft Exchange servers. That is a big one. This blog's point is that these forms of cyber attacks will continue and could likely accelerate. Trying to react after the fact is not the way to do business if your toolset or MSP services don't enable you to automatically detect and stop these types of sophisticated intrusion attacks, such as the recent SolarWinds attacks or whatever the next attack is. You have the wrong approach and the wrong toolset. So we talked about, open source management. I don't like the whole, they're like, oh, you're wrong. But, we talked about open source management and how easy it is to get, SAST and SCA in place, and, it's free, SNCC is free. So, I think people are getting more equipped and the community's coming together, and, we're sharing tools and resources at low cost or free to help people, deal with these attacks, like Log4j, right? The community came together in a beautiful way around helping people with Log4 Shell. It was beautiful in my opinion. It brought a little tear to my eye. Everybody was helping each other. It was so great. The security community was slightly less toxic for a week, and yeah. Now an advertisement, zero-day strike again. Yep, zero-day campaigns, U.S. businesses, small towns, cities, governments, attacked by aggressive zero-day hacking campaigns, totally, in Microsoft Exchange server, because they're all using Microsoft Exchange. It's kind of ubiquitous in these environments. So, these vulnerabilities are present in on-prem versions of Microsoft Exchange email server, and experts estimate that hundreds of thousands of Exchange servers may have been affected. So email software, server Exchange email software, server Exchange, and then the Exchange servers themselves have been affected. And that allows malware to hang out, long-term access. There's Microsoft saying that it's a Chinese state-sponsored cyber espionage group. We have heard of hafnium before. Hafnium, taken from the periodic table of elements, is a silver-gray metal. And this is just a name. It's just another name for another agency, right? Like another nation-state actor. Just like Fancy Bear, right? Fancy Bear is my favorite name. So infectious disease researchers, right? So whoever's researching COVID, law firms, higher education institutes, defense contractors, policy think tanks, NGOs. So China wants to know what everybody is doing in every facet of education, business, technology, health, military, right, governing, and policy. That's what the goal was here, right? Microsoft response wasn't good enough. The web shell that they were using had been in place for months before it was discovered back in January. No patch was issued until March. Exchange servers have already been hacked, right? That's what they're saying. Even the White House says that it was significant, could have far-reaching consequences, and at the time it seemed like there is unlikely to be a hack as bad or worse. That's a bad one for sure. That's up there. As Apocalypso was asking, that's up there for sure for hack of the year, breach of the year for sure. The Microsoft Exchange server issue, a hot patch to negate these. So it's saying to block the signature. There are no signatures, so nothing will happen. Run version checks, see if they've been patched. And now, obviously, as soon as they put out this guidance, China knows what's going on, right? These nation-state actors know the suggested guidance, and then they try to find ways to circumvent it, right? That's kind of the name of the game. In reality, what should have been done, old school thinking from Microsoft shows how ill-prepared it is. Stop sophisticated attacks, that's been the norm. They don't use technology from a decade ago. They use zero-day research, detected by abnormal device or application behaviors. Everything else, other than applying the patch correctly, is the wrong thing to do. So apply patches, totally. And now it's an advertisement. I don't think that's security related. Sophos, a global leader in security, revealed that attackers have attempted to bypass the security controls using a combination of Windows Safe Mode and the AnyDesk remote administration tool. I don't know AnyDesk. IT support method for resolving IT issues. Yeah, that's the Windows Safe Mode. And it disables most security and IT administration tools. That's correct for troubleshooting purposes, while AnyDesk provides continuous remote access. So yeah, a remote access tool, as we talked about earlier in today's stream and in yesterday's episode, the remote access tools can also be remote access Trojans when you think about it. All it depends on is whoever's using it and to what ends, right? If you're using it to monitor your systems in real time and prevent cyber attacks, it's a remote access tool. If you're using it to remove malware, it's a remote access tool. If you're using it to monitor, even if you're using it to spy on your employees, it is a remote access tool. If it is if it is installed without your knowledge and then used to perform malicious activity on behalf of an organization other than the one that you are working for, then it is a remote access Trojan. It's a really new ransomware group, and they basically, what do? They installed AnyDesk so it can work in safe mode, disabled components of security solutions that run in safe mode, and then ran the ransomware in safe mode. This creates a scenario where attackers would have full control over every machine they set up with AnyDesk. Very, very nice for them. Relatively new. Late June 2021. Growing in popularity. Rapid response team has so far seen the locker attacks in America, Middle East, Pacific, and targets Windows and Linux. Love bat, update bat. They use PDQ, deploy, they run a bat, runs other commands, cascades down to the machine, releases the ransomware, reboots into safe mode. This is a legitimate remote access tool. Realme 9 Pro reportedly spotted on multiple. Okay, this is a phone. I was hoping it was malware. OpenSea froze trades of the 16 stolen Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs. So I'm not necessarily saying NFTs are cool or anything, but I think this is really interesting. I think OpenSea is interesting. I think that this new vector for like commerce is kind of interesting. You know what I mean? Like it is interesting, right? Somebody had their account stolen they got like scammed, right? And he wrote, "I've been hacked on Twitter. All my apes are gone." And then people were like, "Oh my god, man, I'm so sorry. Like this is terrible." And then a ton of people were like memeing on him, like straight dunking on him, right? And this person was actually harassing people in the DMs whenever somebody like wrote a meme or like a joke, like on his tweet, which like I think you should expect on the internet. He would harass them in DMs. So, yeah. Yeah, Snoop Dogg, Jimmy Fallon, right? All these guys like the Bored Ape, right? Crazy. So, yeah. Yeah, he said NFT traders were downright unsympathetic. People said that he needs to change his profile if he no longer owns the NFT. Yeah, so he froze it. And so they froze the NFT, and people are saying this flies in the face of decentralization, right? This is like totally not what this stuff is about. All right, what do you guys think about that? Yeah, 16 NFTs, right? Basically receipts to prove that this person owns this JPEG on OpenSea. So 16 receipts were stolen, and it cost millions of dollars, and it was a malicious pop-up that asked for their seed phase. This was somebody who lost to the CryptoPunks, right? CryptoPunks are also, if you don't know, it's like probably the one that was like the most popular kickoff, and somebody got it stolen. There's a pop-up that was like, hey, give us your MetaMask root password, right? Like your master password for MetaMask. And this guy was like, okay, and then did it. And lost all of his receipts for those images. Okay, so Clop ransomware gang operating from Russia accessed the servers of the city of Toronto and grabbed the metadata of over 35,000 citizens. Their plan could be to dump the data on the dark web and make money. That is probably what they'll do. There are websites, very specific websites, where you can go and you can buy data for pennies on the profile. You can buy hundreds of thousands or millions of passwords and email combinations for less than an hour of your pay, most likely, right? For just a couple bucks. However, for some reason, or because of strict online vigil from Ukraine's law enforcement agency did not post the details or drop the plan to do for reasons. The plan to do? Going deep into the details, cybercriminals from Clop Ransomware Group got access to sensitive data related to the population of Toronto through a 0 day. In Acceleron, we talked about Acceleron, and be sure to watch if you missed the news from yesterday. This is all news from today. If you missed the news from yesterday, the video of the day should be up. This video of the day will be up too, and you'll have all the news from the past 2 days, all the most recent cybersecurity stuff, all the latest exploits, vulnerabilities, indicators of compromise. As soon as cyber attacks details were revealed, prima facie launched by IT staff, they believe the city could receive a massive ransomware request. However, the developments did not take place. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do a massive ransomware for 35,000 people. I think it would take a lot more. Slew of attacks in 2022. Yes. Health sector, definitely. Definitely. We've seen it because of, when work from home happened and the pandemic happened, we saw a ton of more attacks on public sector, right? And health sector especially. For whatever reasons, whatever motivations, could remain a mystery for some while. Happy New Year to you. Can't wait for 2022. I think it's going to be an exciting year for us, Kunai. Alright, so info related to over 400 people who are fully vaccinated, patient data of over 100 people being treated by paramedics, 3,000 individuals, public health people, corona test results. Oof, corona test results. And the few flyers who visited America on Christmas of 2020. That's interesting. This is, Russian folks are interested. The Russian, cybercrime machine is interested in this. Redline malware stealing safe passwords from browsers. So if you've been on InfoSec Twitter, you probably saw something about this. If you're a follower, custom, if you follow, a custom of saving passwords in your browser, better change it before it's too late. They're saying South Korean researchers, again, let's go South Korean researchers, y'all are doing a killer job. And Lab discovered a new line of ransomware, right? Or not ransomware, malware. It's exfiltrating browsers' data to remote systems. They accidentally downloaded it. An employee from Central Europe. Redline Stealer was first discovered May, and stole some passwords from management of corporate systems. And then they started lurking in the network, distributing it to other networks, spying on workstation functionalities, and then it emerged into a stealer that majorly targets online credit card users, autofilled cookies, and is more interested in stealing email accounts, logins, and passwords. Like many of the other malicious software, Redline Stealer is also showing a lot of interest in stealing currency from cryptocurrency wallets. Of course, it's money, it's digital, and of course that's a awesome thing. You know, it's like we always watch these cyberpunk futures, you know, growing up as kids, right? And or these like, you know, cyber dystopias, right? And like digital money, credits, right? Whatever you're gonna call it, credits have been an idea for a while. Cryptocurrency is just credits, right? Like, so it's interesting to see this. Of course, hackers are going to target, you know, the new form of digital currency, right? They targeted PayPal when PayPal just came out, right? They targeted this. They targeted online banking when online banking became a thing, you know, late 90s, early 2000s. Since November this year, the 7-Eleven software that is highly customizable. It is being distributed in the name of pirated movies, games, and Microsoft Office software. So fake versions of Microsoft Office might be containing malware. You know, this is a very common occurrence. We see it happen with torrents on the Pirate Bay, and you know, wherever you download kick-ass torrents, right? All these torrent websites, these public torrent websites, often harbor illegal malware, right? Because people can put up whatever you could go up there right now and put your malware up there and then start a botnet, right? You could. As this activity seems to be recorded in the login database, the browser releases unencrypted information, thus making way for the malware to fulfill its objective. So, it is recorded in a database. Yep. Under the name of the login user. It just goes in, reaches for it, grabs it out unencrypted, and then shoots it over, exfiltrates that data. Chrome browsers, Android devices. Developers also infiltrated browsers such as Edge, Firefox, Opera, notifying about 441,000 accounts that have been stolen through this malware. Have I Been Pwned is what you'd like to look at, for sure. Have I Been Pwned is an awesome tool. Sega narrowly avoids massive data breach on their EU servers. It seems like Sega had a bit of an oopsie-daisy waiting to happen. Luckily for us, it never came to pass. Publicly accessible AWS bucket. We see this all the time. We talked about infrastructure misconfiguration. Infrastructure misconfiguration, deployment misconfiguration, microservice misconfiguration. These attack vectors are like going through the roof, right? And we're seeing this here. A unprotected, publicly accessible AWS bucket. Not intentionally, of course. Of course, Sega wouldn't do that intentionally. But mind you, it still happened. With a few unseen lapses, right? Lapse means like a gap or a failure. In their cloud security. All that information could have been exposed. Technical details here, and you know, plain speak version they're saying, so layperson's version. But the impacted domain includes the landing pages for several franchises published by Sega: Sonic the Hedgehog, Total War, Bayonetta. And if that wasn't bad enough, the vulnerability affected their official website. It was discovered by researchers before malicious actors could return and like venture into it and like dive deeper, right? On top of that, an improperly stored MailChimp API key could have given hackers access to tons of email lists, linked IP addresses, and passwords. So with a MailChimp API key, what you could do is you could take a look at all of their... I owe Atlas a treat in 2 minutes, and we're going to have him do some tricks for us. So, the MailChimp API key, which is most likely stored in platext, if I'm getting this right, could have given hackers access to, obviously all the mailing lists, anyone who has ever signed up for any of the games that Sega has, you know, and they're probably in an email database, and they're using MailChimp to maintain their mailing list. So it could be subscribers, it could be anyone that they're reaching out to through a variety of means, right? It could even contain corporate. I don't know how thorough these lists are, but they could have tons of lists for tons of different purposes, tons of different personas, right? like distributors, everything. They could figure out like all these email addresses and perform a much more sophisticated attack. IP addresses, passwords, all that related to these emails. There's no evidence they tampered with the information. Imagine the kind of damage. Alright. There is a competition. The expansion of online learning. Oh, this might interest you, Wizard Low, if you're still here. Hopefully you can see this. The expansion of online learning has heightened awareness among students of the importance of cybersecurity. CyberStar America competition provides a great opportunity for students to learn more about cybersecurity and the many career opportunities available in this rapidly growing field. This competition is a great opportunity to provide Virginia students. Oh, it's localized. Oh no. Well, they're committed to growing the next generation of cybersecurity professionals, and it is called CyberStart America. So, this is a really interesting one. This is the Log4 shell exploit using a PDF as a delivery channel. So, exploiting Log4j vulnerabilities using a PDF. I like hiding things in files. I really do. I like hiding malware in PDFs. I like hiding malwares in zip. That's how I usually, like, when my companies ask me to hack them, that's usually how I do it. I hide things in another file, and then I use their services as they intended, but with a malicious payload. The goal is to craft a maliciously formed PDF that contains the Jindy lookup payload, and then force it to log an error or a warning message, right? So you log that error warning message, and then you got that Jindy lookup payload. This POC is for educational and informational purposes only. All the information are meant for developing hacker defense attitude to prevent the attacks. Yes, you want to prevent these attacks. That is why we share things. This person is not a criminal. They are a hacker, right? Hacking is not a crime, as we talked about before. This repository contains a web application that processes PDF files using PDFBox library, and it is vulnerable to this exploit. I like to share this with my coworkers. I'm going to keep this one. McMenamins confirms employee data compromise and ransomware attack, offers ID protection and credit monitoring service. This is how you do it, guys. Not that sort of like little advice that we saw before, like monitor your web traffic to see if anything suspicious is happening with your credit card, like that other company said. Like, no, dude. Like, if you leak 200,000 records, you should be giving people services. If you're leaking their credit card information, you should be compensating them, because that is a gross practice. You know, just like saying monitor your credit cards for activity and monitor your network for compromise. Like, that is low. That's how you lose business. That's how you lose trust, right? You need to act. You need to take responsibility. I don't know who McMenamins is. Pubs, breweries, and historic hotels in Oregon. So they're offering past and current employees identity and credit protection. Past and current, yes. Identity protection, dedicated call center to answer questions about the attack. That's how you do it, folks. That's how you do it. It's not great. If you know anyone who works there, let them know. Stolen data includes names, addresses, telephone numbers, email addresses, date of birth, race, ethnicity, gender, everything. Medical notes, oh my. Performance and disciplinary notes, oh my. Social security numbers, yikes. Health insurance plan elections, oof. That is great for spear phishing. Great for spear phishing, right? If I'm like, hello, it is Kyle, your representative from Geico. Would you like to bundle your health insurance? You know, we're doing a new thing. We got health insurance now. You want to bundle that with your car insurance? I know you use Geico, and I know you're a loyal fan. You've been here for, like, you know, however many years, right? You give their insurance, the retirement contribution, their income amounts. I could be like, oh, I see that you make from your employer, you know, this much money per year, and you know, you're in this bracket, and like, I think we can give you a really competitive deal that you won't be able to find anywhere else, and then get them to transfer you a fat sum, and then, you know, wipe your hands, call it a day, block the number. So, this is a gold mine. We're devastated. Yes, you are devastated. You should be devastated. Like, that is devastating. Devastating. for anyone, right? And I don't wish this upon anyone. Like, this is devastating, and they should be devastated, right? Like, this is really bad, and this has like real implications for like real people, So visually monitor your accounts, your healthcare information for anything unusual. There's going to be a ton of healthcare scams. People can just, they know your health insurance provider. They can call and make claims on your behalf, especially if they have your social security number. I can call and pretend to be your husband, right? And I'll be like, oh, I need to get this stuff done for little Jimmy over here. And then, basically you can get a lot of money. You can get a payout. You can be like, oh, little Jimmy broke his arm. Little Jimmy's in the hospital. We can't talk right now. He's knocked out. They're doing surgery. But we really need to get this taken care of. And, you just play some noise in the background, some background noise, and they'll be like, oh my god, he's in a hospital. Like, this must be serious. I gotta really handle this request urgently, right? The sense of urgency is important for scamming people. And they really play that up with healthcare stuff, health provider, SIM swapping, all that stuff. Sign up immediately for free credit monitoring, identity protection. All the information's on our website. Call with any questions. Ransomware attack, December 15th. Cooperating with the FBI and with the firm. Yeah, so everyone's got to wait until the New Year's for booking. They're securely accepting credit cards through another point-of-sale system. Said make gift card purchases online for the time being. It's unsure when it will be resolved. It is time for a cat treat. We have passed the hour mark. It is time for me to do some tricks with the cat. Give him a little treat. Handcrafts, beer, wine, Sprite, cider, ice cream. Sounds like a great place. I'd love to go. Exploring the current state of cybersecurity resilience. We'll look at HelpNet security. We'll look at the actual source. Oh, no, they only give you to the homepage. Let's see. I want to find... There we go, this one. I owe Atlas a treat, though. Let's see, what time is it to? Ooh, it's 6. I should eat. Cyber attack surged over... Should I end the stream now? Or, like, should I keep going? Cyber attacks surged over fivefold during the height of the pandemic, with the largest UK organizations facing an average of 885 attempted cyber attacks, the largest organizations in 2022, up from 156 the previous year, triple the global average of 270. And according to this agency, right, the source from Accenture, cybersecurity resilience is often blocked, right? It's often weak. Right, vulnerable. If you're weak in your resilience and you're weak in your business strategy, right, and cybersecurity is not a business priority, there's the vulnerable. And then you can make, if the business strategy alignment is not, it's not good for cybersecurity, and like you're not taking cybersecurity as a priority, but you have really good cybersecurity engineers trying to do a good job, then it's seen as business blockers. We're not aligned with strategy, right? Like there isn't that sort of like give and take. There isn't that compromise. There isn't that like communication. Cyber champions, right? A balance between resilience and business objectives. Strong alignment on the business strategy. And you're going to do a really good job of protecting assets. Cyber risk takers. Your cyber resilience game is weak. You're not paying attention to cybersecurity. And your business strategy alignment is strong. So, InfoSec, IT, security, they're being dragged along by the business. That's this perspective, right? They're just being dragged along by the strong business desires and the business needs, right? Yeah. 500 UK executives find UK large companies being overwhelmed, costing over £1.3 million a year, which is a lot more than the global average, about, a third of £1 million more than the global average. Increase budgets by 10% or more to tackle the threats. Over 80% of organizations now say the cost of staying ahead of the criminals is unsustainable, a fifth more than the previous year. There's never been adequate allocation to security, so if there's proportional allocation to security, it's probably not unsustainable. Organizations must look beyond their own cyber defenses to widen their ecosystems to help stay secure. Indirect attacks through the supply chain attacks. We talked about that so much today and yesterday. If you're interested in this, the beginning of this episode and yesterday's episode talk a lot about supply chain attacks. Yeah, so increasing by nearly a quarter. UK businesses are under siege, totally. The cybersecurity game, I don't think it's too great out there. I hear a lot from folks out there about like all the regulation and all the standards and how people aren't able to comply. So I don't think they're able to hit the levels of security that they're trying to. Criminals are taking advantage, yes, of this shift to working from home and digital operations. Organizations need to be on high alert. Nation states, run-of-the-mill criminals, adversaries, they're all getting more resourceful and launching more attacks from each angle, each and every angle, right? They are improving their defenses. Fewer successful breaches, 17 compared to 30, lower than the average of 29 globally. Yep, pretty awesome. Pretty incredible, right? Nearly half of executives report their businesses losing over 100,000 customer records over the course of the last year. A leap, almost 30% from the previous year. So UK organizations have shown incredible strength and resilience despite the rising number of attempted risks. So I think the high cost and spending in the right places. I think here they're saying right here they must be smart with how they spend. You got to spend more closely aligned to business practices sometimes, but that doesn't make your organization safer, right? If you're just buying and buying and buying, and you're not securing, and you're not, you're not building out security internal in your systems, in your network, you're not securing your endpoint devices, you're not investing heavily in expensive cybersecurity software. Like it is expensive. EDR software is expensive. Then you just need to like prioritize better to achieve cyber reliance. CISOs need to collaborate with the right executives to understand where to prioritize, right? Where are your most poignant attack vectors? Where are where are the low-hanging fruit, right? What I like to do is kind of like how they had this sort of thing here. I like to evaluate, the risk, right? Is it a low or a high risk asset? And then is is the likelihood of that asset being compromised low or high, right? So is the asset value low or high, right? What's the value? If it's PII, if it's SSNs, if it's credit cards, the value's high, sky high, all the way up here, strong, right? And if the value is not, high, then it's down here. If the likelihood of it being compromised is low and it's very secure and it's very locked down and there's nothing outside routing in and everything's very clearly defined with access control lists or anything like that, network firewalls, then maybe the likelihood of it being attacked is low. If it isn't and your cyber game's not up there yet, then the likelihood of it being attacked and exploited and compromised, likelihood of compromise basically is here, strong. So you would graph all your assets, right? You'd talk to these people, these executives, these managers, the people who are working on these projects, and then you'd see how critical is this? Like, how badly do we need to lock it down, right? And how likely is it that this will get attacked if we don't? Okay? You can change a whole organization with that approach. So what do y'all think? Should we keep going? I can order some food and keep going. And we can talk. We have so many more tabs. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have like 20 more tabs, guys. So do y'all want to keep going? Or should I end the stream and then we raid somebody? I'm gonna give Atlas a treat. I'll give you guys some time. But if anyone has any feelings one way or another, let me know. If you wanna talk about some other stuff, some news that you found, let me know. Here comes the boy though. It's time. It is the 3rd hour treat. Up. Up. Good boy. All right, we'll do a high five. We'll do a high five. Sit. Good boy. High five. Atlas, high five. Yeah, buddy. Up. Come on, up. 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 Yep, good boy. Sit. Good boy. High five. One more. Come on. High five. Yeah, buddy. There you go. All right. All right. I'm going to take a little bio break, and then we're going to get back to the news. And Happy New Year to everybody, where it's already the New Year's. Little bio break. Taking a break. thank you to everybody who is here hanging out with us. I'm going to take... Oh, that was the wrong button. Open image. All right, everyone, we have so many more articles to go through. Should we keep streaming this? Should we switch to some games? Do you want more security news? All the security news we're going over is from today. Yesterday's episode is live on the VOD. I'm gonna run and do a bio break. Let me know what you want me to cover. We've covered Log4j yesterday. We've covered supply chain attacks today and yesterday. We've covered new types of malware coming in hot. You know, whatever you guys want to talk about, I can find info on it. We can talk about it. I'm down, you know. You know me. I'm down. Let's do it. And also, any subs or gifted subs get cat treats to Atlas, and Atlas will do a trick for you. You can also send them a message by using bits. If you use a bit, if you use 100 bits, I will send Atlas a message for you. He will hear it from me for you. Okay, one more thing. Just talk to the wife. Seems like I'm going to continue to stream here. We're going to order some food. I almost asked her if she wanted to download some food. I almost said, hey, babe, you want to download some food? Instead of, hey, you want to order some food? So yeah, that's kind of how my day's going. Talking a lot about downloads, talking a lot about computers, talking a lot about security. We got to teach some people in the chat, people who are looking to come into cybersecurity roles. You know, I'm taking my version of a break here. I'm walking around my apartment talking to y'all. But we're taking a little break from the news here. Just a little break. I hope everybody's having a great new year. I'm really excited. I think 2022 is going to be an awesome year for us all. For this community. For each of you individually. And, you know, thanks for spending the new year with me. Almost back from the break, y'all. Just taking a couple more laps around the condo here, stretching my legs. I feel a little antsy, you know, when I'm streaming for like 3 hours, so please do forgive me. Need to get some food in the works too. I think we're gonna order something. We're gonna download some food from Uber Eats. I hope the transfer rate's good tonight for Uber Eats, you know, the data transfer rate. They gotta beam that food into my belly here. Alright, y'all, just gonna refresh on my water and everything, and then I'm gonna be right back. We are gonna get right back into some new cybersecurity trends for 2022 and improving, you know, your cybersecurity posture. We're gonna talk about DevSecOps. We're gonna talk about more ransomware actors and some more threat actors. We're gonna talk about what else? Top-10 cybersecurity risks. We're gonna talk about some cybersecurity conferences, and I think that's going to be it for cybersecurity news. Alright, y'all, let's get back to it. I got a sneaky snack. I got my water. I relaxed, refreshed, and recharged. And I'm coming back with the news. Improving edge computer security. Let's see, this one's from yesterday. This isn't as fresh. Let me see, let me throw back up my video cam. Happy New Year. to everyone on the other side of the world. Yeah, so as we were talking about edge computing, cloud adoption, right? We were talking about like cloud adoption and security resiliency, right? 5G networks, latency, resilience, blah blah blah, right? Say, raises security concerns. Of course, 5G, edge computing, right? Like the stuff that's connected to the internet. Oh, hey, what's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Zero trust architecture, right? We were talking about that. How people are, sort of, some people they're really trying to do it. Officially 2022. Yes, I'm getting there. We're getting there as time progresses over here. We got how much? 5.5 hours. So you can't just trust anything. Can't just trust any network request. You need to have a combination of hardware and software identifiers to understand that what you're communicating with is exactly what you think you're communicating with, and that's the base concept here. We're not going to get that much deeper into it. SASE. I don't know. I've never heard of this. SASE. One of the most important cyber security upgrades is Secure Access Service. Secure Access Service Edge. We'll call it SASE. This SASE brings wide area networks, WANs, and network security services into a single cloud system. This convergence, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'd use that word there, convergence. Convergence is usually given to the idea of convergent operating systems using your iPhone's features on your Mac and stuff like that, and it being a ubiquitous experience. They're trying to do that with the Ubuntu phone. Gives organizations more transparency and control over their operations, which is essential for edge security. Yep. Monitoring edge networks can be challenging given the distributed endpoint-heavy nature. SASE makes it easier to look into and control these networks, reducing complexity and automating background security tasks. Yeah, when you're basically using your WAN services and your security services in something together, that would make a lot of sense. You have that transparency, it's all in one system, it's kind of ubiquitous. Monitoring edge networks can be challenging given the distributed endpoint-heavy nature. So being able to look and control these reduces the complexity, automating background security tasks. As IT sprawl rises and edge environments become increasingly complex, that benefit will be difficult to overlook. Fewer than 1% of organizations had SASE strategies as of 2018, but Gartner predicts that figure will rise to 40% by 2024. As edge computing becomes more common, it may have to grow faster still. This is interesting. This is an interesting concept, and I'm not familiar with it enough to comment on it. But I'll look into it, because I think this is really interesting. And if we're talking about improving edge computing security, that's something that personally and professionally I'm very interested in. I just think it's a really cool concept. And edge computing, right? Edge networks, right? Networks that are fully in the cloud. And everything is defined by infrastructure as code, basically. So it's only going to become, I think, a more ubiquitous and more complex. It'll be more ubiquitous with something like this. It'll be more complex and disintegrated, discombobulated, whatever you want to call it. If we keep them separate and we don't think about them as one and the same, right? How we're configuring the network and then what we're using to monitor and preserve it. Distributed reliancy. So, as a lot of you in tech know, when AWS East 1 goes down, or when the routing tables in AWS East 1 get nuked due to, what would you call it? BSP, right? BSP protocol, BSP gateway. So, when that happens, not if, when, right? Because it's happened a couple times. Is your company ready for that? Kind of is this idea data resiliency, right? So do you have multiple data warehouses in different places, right? I think that's the question that this is asking. So it says 9 out of 10 data center owners say that network-based distribution reliancy will become common in the next few years. Yeah, so multi-cloud is something that people talk about now. I don't know if you've ever heard of multi-cloud, but multi-cloud is the idea that you can have the same thing, right? If you're Facebook, right? Or if you're my company, Snick, right? You can have your servers in AWS, you can have your servers in GCP, and you can have your servers in Azure. And if one goes down, you're still up, right? And that round robining, right, of these, what would you call them, cloud infrastructure service providers. That's what we'll call them. These like cloud service providers, cloud computing service providers, whatever you want to call them. I don't know exactly what to call them. But they're huge, and when one of them goes down, the internet feels it, and when one of them goes down, the other one's going to feel it as well, right? And as all this stuff shifts over from one system to another, like, it could bring down stuff too. Very interesting concept, distributed reliancy. I think it's definitely something that's overlooked, something that should be very common, multi-cloud, 9 out of 10. I'd be interested in like reading a little more about this maybe. I don't know if y'all are interested, but mixed reliancy at the edge. So, this is pretty new. This is November. It's not like today's news. We usually only do today's news. As all of you who have requested this sort of content, and all of you who saw yesterday's episode, and all of you in like my personal like Discord know, like there have been a lot of requests for this sort of content, and like people want to know sometimes about the articles that I share. Like they want to know about the concepts inside of them. So if you don't want to know about this, let me know and I'll close this out. But mixed reliancy at the edge is what they're talking about. They said 9 out of 10 data centers, for folks who just came in. 9 out of 10 data centers, like the owners, say that distributed reliancy will become common. And they're saying they're beginning to build small, prefabricated, mostly remotely operated data centers, which are ready to be deployed at a variety, to support a variety of applications, right? So, yeah, the edge market, business models, ownership, a lot of unknowns, and numbers and types of deployments. One question is how much reliancy will be needed and how much will be achieved, right? That's what they're saying here. On-site infrastructure redundancy, site level. So if you're on site, if you're not in the cloud, if you have a server in your house, like I have a server behind me, behind my monitors, right behind the camera, I have a server. So they're saying, like on-site remains the most common approach to, achieving that reliancy at the edge, and there's an increased interest from Uptime Institute's research, and it shows that software and network-based reliancy are like becoming more desirable. Said it will be somewhat commonly used within 2 to 3 years. Let's take a look at this. Different types of reliancy approaches for edge data centers. Site-level reliancy, core data center, edge data centers, right? And then you have everything else connecting. So they're all feeding from, it's like they're all getting the food from mama over here. These are all the kids, and the kids are shooting out the data left and right. For edge data center cooling, what do? They have UPSs, which is like uninterruptible power supply or something like that, and that's what you use and you plug in your server into. If you have something that's really high availability and needs to be up like 99.99% of the time, you plug it into one of those. It's a redundant power supply. And cooling, well, cooling can be achieved in a variety of ways. We won't get into that. Data center cooling can be water. It can be powered through like geothermal heat, actually, which is then used for cooling afterwards, after they harness that energy. And there are tons of places. It depends on where you are. Like places in Europe do it different than places in the United States, of course. Very interesting. I was talking about the more interesting things. I think water cooling is interesting, and using a stream and using hydro power to like cool is really interesting. Hierarchical. So this looks like, in case of service interruption, IT workload is shifted to single network hop. So it's like, this is with non-redundant power and cooling. So this is probably like like they're using it like an orchestrator. This is the orchestrator. So it's, as we see the arrow going towards here. So this is the like orchestrating data center. It's connected to all the other ones. And then core data center. In case of service interruption, IT workloads is shifted single network hop. So this is another thing, but instead of it being like this sort of relationship, it's a one-to-many relationship. This was like it's like a cascade effect. This is like the master, it seems, right? The main, and then these are the nodes, right? And then this is the main, and these are the nodes, and they're all keeping each other up to date. So there are different ways to do this. It kind of it makes like a star in the middle, as you can see. But there are different ways to do this, and this method is very good for like highly available systems. This one here, this mesh fully connected. This is good for highly available systems, for sure. So, different reliancy approaches. Yep, site level, edge, right? So, yeah, it's still very much like there are a lot of unknowns. So, rather than going too deep into that, they're saying that data reliancy, people are going to think about it a lot more, right? They're going to think about the different ways to like achieve this thing. Like we saw the mesh approach, right? So, yeah, if you have any questions about that, let me know. But I try to do a basic thing so that we can just understand this. That's why 9 out of 10 data center owners say that this will be a big thing, right? They're saying 2 to 3 years. Distributed reliancy involves replicating data across multiple sites. That way, if one edge data center experiences disruption, the network can shift the workload to another center or across several. Right. So as we saw through that infographic, this setup lets these facilities migrate disruptions, downtime, right, without increasing their physical infrastructure. So as you saw in that diagram, right, that diagram that when we were just learning about the different data reliancy architectures and the different approaches that people have been taking, right, which we see to become way more commonplace in the next couple of years for data storage architecture. As you saw in that infographic, there are different approaches for the time being. And there's a lot of unknowns, actually. Conditional computing. As edge networks grow and handle more sensitive traffic, they should also employ confidential computing. This process encrypts data while in use. Encryption while in use should always happen, right? Not just in storage or in transit. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. So yeah, they're saying that even when data is being acted on, when data is being processed, it should be encrypted, which is expensive. So that's why a lot of people are probably very resilient to do that because of the cost in computing. But it's becoming cheaper. Yeah, so we won't read all this edge computing. These are like, it's another thing about edge computing standards. But yeah, encrypting while in use, that's confidential computing. There's another word for it in cryptography that I'm failing to mention, failing to recall, but there's something in cryptography that it's another word for that. Traditional computing methods leave data vulnerable right before, during, and immediately after processing. Yeah, so before, when data is at rest, right, data is usually decrypted. It should be encrypted. It should be encrypted. So most of the time, it's not, right? And like sometimes, even big companies, right? Like people just in reality, like it's supposed to be best practice, right? But there's no law firm coming down and making sure and checking their computers and their code and making sure that there's nothing like that, right? There's no audit on that. Somebody asks you and you say yes, right? So before, during, and immediately after. So if you have a process hijacking, what they're saying is, okay, so data should be encrypted before. Data should be encrypted at rest. We call it at rest, right? It's not being acted on. It's not being transferred back and forth. When in traditional, the approach, right, the best practice approach is you decrypt that data when you're going to act on it, when you're going to transfer it, when you're going to receive it, right? Because like otherwise you need to have all these communications, all these cryptographic protocols going on, and like a key exchange and everything, and it just becomes kind of complex, So, it's just another way to like cut down on the computing costs because it could be more expensive. The computing costs in computing cycles, it'll be more expensive. You know what I mean? So, yeah, let me know if you have any questions about that. But yeah, basically they're trying to just encrypt data while it's in use, and they're saying it's an improvement to security, right? So data should be encrypted in transit, at rest, and now during processing too, right? So data should just always be encrypted, right? When you're storing it, it's encrypted. When you're processing it, it's encrypted. It should be, right? And when it's being transferred, it's encrypted, right? So whether it's at rest, transferred, processing, it should always be encrypted. That's what they're saying the future is. That's a change from the paradigm. And maybe we'll see if it's new during the new year. If it's true, right? We'll see if it is like this new sort of paradigm, right? I think it probably will be. I'll say I think it will be for sure. as computing, like processing power, becomes less expensive. If you have questions about cryptography, let me know. I did multiple classes in cryptography. I wrote my thesis actually on quantum cryptanalysis, so like using quantum computers, modern quantum computers, to negate the efficacy of modern algorithms. So edge computing standardization, they're just like they said earlier, it's kind of the Wild West, right? Like, yeah, they said there's no consistency. They're saying edge networks will be essential for self-driving cars. A delay of 100 milliseconds is enough to cause a crash, right? So now as we're moving, the speed at which computers can process and think, right, into the physical world, this is a manifestation of that, right? It's interesting if you think about it, right? A delay of a millisecond, right, could basically change somebody's life forever, right? Physical security. So yeah, edge environments, right? Transferring data fast, processing, preventing, right? Making sure that there are no irregularities in the way that this data is processed, and that it's processed as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Could definitely be a new paradigm for this, for industrial systems, for energy, the grid, right? Everything. That will definitely be a new paradigm because it'll prevent accidents, right? Processing when we move the processing efficiency, power, and capabilities, and actually the what would you call that? I don't want to call it reliancy, but it's the expectation, right? The expectations that we have of computer processing and the speed and the efficiency of it. As we move that into the physical realm, obviously there will be physical implications for that, right? As we sort of use that at the speed of things and the we have automated gas pumps one day, and there's a hose, and the hose is robotically put into your car, and it fills you up, and then it moves out, and it's super fast and everything, right? Processing of that could definitely cause an accident, get gas on your car, gets gas on the side or something, gets gas through the window, right? So like processing needs to be, what they're saying is processing in the edge environment, as we move this stuff to self-driving cars, right? But I just gave you another example off the top of my head, just a first thing I came up with. So just thinking of cars, right? Making cars more effective. Hey, what is up, Thomas Minus? Thank you for the follow. Every time somebody subs, we're doing a cat treat and a cat trick. I'm making my cat do a trick, and every hour I'm also giving out a cat trick for free. We're doing a cat trick on that little podium over there. So, yeah, we got like 19 minutes till the next cat trick. So, thanks for coming. Hope you stick around, and feel free to ask any questions about technology or computer security. We had somebody come in earlier who's trying to start their career, and they want to get into tech, and, they asked how to do it, and they gave us a lot of their background. So nothing's out of bounds here. If there's a conversation that, you want to post in Discord too, we do have a Discord, it is open. So self-driving cars, right? The processing capabilities of computers, we're going to be really reliant on making that as efficient as possible. Physical security. All right, so we're moving away from traditional data centers. We were talking about the micro data centers that people can pop up and like bootstrap really quickly, right? So as people move away from traditional data centers, lose privacy, access control, you're not there, your laptop isn't jacked in through, a serial port, right? So edge centers are more publicly accessible, right? They got to have strong physical security, right? So somebody walking down the street could get into your micro data center, right? That's what they're saying. Edge devices should be tamper-proof by design, locking mechanisms, similar protections, and internal factors like hardware, root of trust, ID, authentication measures, right? So they're saying like the trust anchor, right? The certificate authority or whatever it may be, your server, that is, saying what is part of your network and what isn't, or what you trust and what you don't, whether it's internal or external. If that stuff is tampered with, right? And That's for hardware, right? And ID auth, right? So whatever sort of ID mechanisms you're using. They're just saying, you should gotta consider all that now. And you can't continually monitor it. You can with cameras and stuff, but like, is somebody gonna be sitting there watching 24/7? Probably not. So you gotta ensure nobody can physically interfere. Alarms, alarms are great. Everything's only as good as you secure it, though. Like all these IoT devices, right? Having it on a separate VLAN, right? Being mindful about how you set that stuff up. It's not enough to just set that stuff up and like wipe your hands and say, "I'm done with it. I'm absolved." Like if your cameras are on the same VLAN as your server and your cameras get compromised, your camera's just a Linux computer or whatever, right? So your server's on the same network as your camera. Your server's on the same network as your light bulb, right? We were talking about the light bulb hacks earlier, right? If somebody gets into your light bulb and they can pivot into your server, that's not fun, right? That's pretty. What was they use that word that CTO used? He said devastating, right? It's devastating. People are going to try to pivot. They're going to try to laterally move between the network once they compromise a device, whether that's physically or whether that's via an IoT device. That was not bad. That was good. I mean, I enjoyed it personally. That was content that I'm a fan of. I don't know. That was good. That was definitely a good author. There's some good thought-provoking points for sure. Let's see. This one's essential cyber risk mitigation tools and strategy. This one's from a couple days ago. Let's see if we have something more interesting for the time being. We might come back to that. Okay, Vice Society hack. Yeah, this is the one I want to talk about. So this one, December 30th, Vice Society hacks Norwegian newspaper, takes credit for Spar attack. So the Vice Society ransomware group has claims responsibility for an attack on a UK Spar wholesale earlier this month, and is being linked to an attack on a Norwegian newspaper this week. The first attack targeted Spar wholesaler James Hall & Co. on December 6th. Okay, so they're unable to take credit card payments across 600 stores in England, and some stores actually had to close because of the ransomware attack. Others remained open, only accepting cash. Ransom demanded was not revealed by the company at time, forward to the end of the month, and Vice Society has taken credit for the attack. So they said on their dark web page that they infected them, along with Heron and Brearley? I'm sorry, I don't know any of these brands. Owner of Man in Retail, which owns 19 Spar stores on the Isle of Man. That's why I don't know any of these brands. In addition to taking credit for the attack, Vice Society also dumped stolen files, bank info, security reports that over 93,000 stolen files were published by the gangs. Suggesting neither the company had paid. Okay, so that the company didn't pay the ransom. They're being linked to new ransomware attacks targeting Norway-based media productions. 70 newspapers. They're forced to shut down, and it's going to take time before the situation's normal. The attack involved the exploitation of Print Nightmare. Print Nightmare was revealed in July. Print Nightmare is definitely not great. We're going to talk about that. Vice Society, believed to be a spin-off of a Hello Kitty ransomware gang. This is a real ransomware gang. First emerged earlier this year and uses various methods to gain controls for victims' networks, including exploiting Print Nightmare. I had to update my printer because of that. And I don't give my printer external internet access. Right? We keep it so that my printer can only communicate to devices on a allow list. Blacklist the communication for your devices. Block list. Sorry, deny list. However you'd like to refer to that. So yeah, they took credit for a lot of United Health stuff. Okay, they're exfiltrating victims' data, and then they encrypt it. So they exfiltrate the data. It's a double whammy. They exfiltrate the data, and then they encrypt it, and then they publish it. Triple whammy? Encrypt, exfiltrate, and then, it used to just be exfiltrate, right? So this is how it started. It was exfiltrate and then ransom, right? and then it became encrypt and then ransom, and now it's exfiltrate, encrypt, and ransom, right? Kind of seems to be the trajectory. But exfiltrate has always been objective. It was always exfiltrate, and then it was exfiltrate or encrypt, right? For the most part, a lot of people, I don't think, were doing both for a while. I think now we're starting to see a lot of both, right? What else we got here? Top 3 DevSecOps adoption challenges. So, those of you who know me in real life, and even those of you who've gotten to know me through here, know that I worked in AppSec most of my career. So now I actually work on DevSecOps tools. I work at a company that tries to make DevSecOps better for developers, right? Developer-centric software for this, right? And most of it's free, and then like if you're doing like huge enterprise stuff, then you got to pay, you know. So I know a bit about DevSecOps. I write stuff and presentations on it. 17% year-over-year data breaches reported by Identity Theft Resource Center in 2021, almost 100 million victims in Q3. They were affected by cloud security misconfiguration. We talked today about cloud security misconfiguration that affected, oh geez, who was it? It was a huge company. They left their servers unencrypted, right? Their AWS servers. So, and it, you know, it was pretty devastating. So, oh, it was that company in Oregon, right? The one that did all those like breweries and pubs and stuff, and the historic hotels and things like that, right? So we talked about that story. Somebody will be able to find it in the video of the day, but basically, they are saying that cloud security misconfiguration, unpatched software, which we've also been talking about, you know, Netgear not patching those routers that we talked about today. Misconfigured firewalls, right? Misconfiguration. We're talking about misconfiguration attacks and how prolific those are going to be. And certainly, you know, the scope they're saying for DevSecOps adoption is tremendous. And finally, enterprises are realizing that security isn't a non-functional requirement, especially in the context of DevSecOps, right? So it's not non-functional; it's necessary, right? You gotta think about security before you start writing code. Your designers and architects should be pulling security people into the room, right? This is best practice, right? I've worked on a lot of security teams, right? This is best practice. Your designers and your developers and your architects should be pulling the security people into the room. They should be able to have that open communication. Most of the time, the fault's on the security team that they don't have that. They've earned a bad rep. You know, they haven't been good harborers of business, and you know, they put their priorities above everyone else's. That can happen, right? So is there is a healthy medium. You know, you need to work with the business, and the misconfiguration flaws they're talking about here, the firewall stuff, right? Like if you have security people in the room, you know, and they're bringing this up early, like it's going to be a part of the design, right? It's going to be baked into the process. So they're saying DevSecOps is a way to combat this, which, yeah, for IAC scanning, right? If we're doing IAC scanning, boom, misconfigurations, let's knock that out, right? If we're doing open source software and dependency analysis, yeah, let's knock that out, right? That's done. And you can do all that in your DevSecOps pipeline, right? In your CI/CD pipeline. So misconfigured firewalls, right? That's also in IAC check, right? You could do that, right? You could check your Kubernetes and your Terraform and whatever other IAC you're using, CloudFormation, whatever you're using, right? You can check all of that. So, yeah, people are realizing it's a non-functional requirement, especially in the context of DevOps. DevOps is great because DevSecOps is just utilizing the already, you know, like prolific power of DevOps. You know, the huge spread that DevOps has on our environments, and how entwined it is. Like DevSecOps is just utilizing that in a security context, right? Well, we're gonna feed Atlas a treat soon. That's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I'm glad I made that rule for myself. Alright, finally, enterprise environments are realizing that security is a non-functional requirement with its ability to manage compliance. So identifying granular vulnerabilities is a big one. Log4j, right? We talked about Log4Shell in the Log4j library, that new novel CVE, and how people have been using it to, you know, hack companies. So, basically regulatory standards, right? Making sure that you don't have critical vulnerabilities and high vulnerabilities when you're shipping out versions of software. Whatever your standards are for whatever piece, if it's internal, obviously you're going to have different standards than if it's external and internet facing and customer facing or employee facing, right? You got to have different standards, right? You don't lock down everything super hard, because then it's going to be really hard for everybody, and like you should. But again, like I said, it depends on the context. Monitor the threat landscape, of course, as these vulnerabilities and these exploits are developed and released, and as people start to make worms for Log4j and other sort of malicious, basically ways to persist due to the Log4 shell exploit, they'll be able to, like we saw the PDF. Somebody used a PDF, right? A PDF file, right? Like we saw this earlier in the episode. If you're just tuning in, this won't make sense, but it won't make sense at all. But we saw a Log4 shell GinD exploit payload in a PDF, and it passed an AV, right? So that's a real attack. So monitor the threat landscape even after you deploy, right? We talked about the granular vulnerabilities that you can detect and rectify using, open source analysis like SNCC, right? Like you could just use SNCC in your CLI and figure out all the vulnerabilities in your project with like one command, right? Like from the open source components. Implement regulatory standards, right? So we're talking about compliance standards. And then monitor the threat landscape. So if we're talking about monitoring the threat landscape, then that's basically continually monitoring what you have out there, what you have deployed, and the news in relation to that, kind of like we're doing now, right? That's why I do this, because I'm doing this already by myself, reading the stuff, analyzing it, thinking about it, and some of you want to learn about it too. Some of my friends, some of the people from the community. So if you haven't gotten into the Discord community yet, it is available for everybody to join. I will post a link. Let me see, sorry. I am totally like mixed up. I don't usually stream like tabs. I just like stream keyboards. If you want to see me build a keyboard, or if you want a custom mechanical keyboard, let me know. I totally lost like my streaming windows now. I lost OBS and everything. But let's get right back to it. I found OBS. I need to find the Twitch window. There you guys are. Here's the Discord. I'll try to keep that on my clipboard so I don't have to do that again. But there's the Discord. We're going to feed Atlas a treat in 5 minutes, so let's finish this piece. So security is no longer a non-functional requirement. The DevOps lifecycle, integrating security into the DevOps lifecycle is not easy to achieve. That is true. I think SNCC, like I use SNCC before I worked there, and I actually worked there because I just like think that I think the product's gonna go really far, and I'm excited for our next year. So yeah, I think that it's not really what they're talking about, these challenges. I don't think it's that bad, really. Like, I've done it at multiple places. I don't really think it's that bad. I think that you can totally, like, it's a process thing, It's like getting the people on the same page. It's getting, making business understand the security requirements, making security understand the business requirements. It's about bringing people together and, like, bridging that gap. And I think a lot of people aren't ready to bridge that gap. I think that's the issue. But you can do it technically. Technically, you can do it, and you can get everybody on the same page, and you can prioritize it. And I think when you break it down and you do like the cost-benefit analysis of like doing security right and getting everybody involved, and like just having a ton of people in a dark room, just like making all these decisions, and obviously one's better than the other, right? Keeping people in the loop, the people who are making the software, making sure they're informed, right? So DevSecOps is more than just like throwing some tools in the CI/CD pipeline and like wiping your hands and patting yourself on the back, like as a security team. Like, it's more than that. That's how I feel anyways. ATS to focus on dark web. Anti-terrorist squad? I don't know who this is. I have no idea who that is. Oh, it's a police force in India. Gotcha. So, focusing on dark web crime. Oh, wife message. Thanks, babe. So, we're gonna feed Atlas in like 2 minutes. We're gonna give him a treat. But they are establishing a center, And the aim is to combat cybercrime challenges, tackle drone sabotage operations. Interesting. Dark web. Um, forensic science universities. They're saying forensic science universities are like holding investigations and like they're holding webinars with investigators or something. Not investigations. They're holding webinars, and then they're using the police force, right? Bank fraud, corporate fraud, gathering data, digital intelligence. So they're using the Central Bureau of Intelligence, you know, to do all that. Busting Chinese gangs, illegal entry, Bangladesh. They arrested 123 people. So yeah, you know, using digital technology to combat, as we know, like using digital technology to combat real life crime is no new thing. And you know, it seems like they're going after dark web crime. So in India, with the police force and the Central Digital Intelligence Agency. So very interesting stuff, and definitely a paradigm shift for law enforcement. You know, being involved in the cloud and being involved in the dark web. You know, I think we've seen in where I'm from, the United States. Hey Toto, welcome to the Discord. Also, if you're in here, just let me know and I'll get you that role. But yeah, check out let's check out this. The U.S. cybersecurity market is, or the cybersecurity market possibly is that global. 267.7 billion. That seems small global. Let's see. Oh, maybe it's just in the U.S. because that seems small globally. I don't think that's accurate. Wouldn't really make sense. All right, so let's see. Major contributions to the market is basically, you know, the focus of enterprises and governments. All right, sharing information, totally. So if we're sharing information, this is actually an issue that the federal government, you know, put in a ton of work into. Actually, was the ability to share information between universities and government entities securely, because you know that is actually a big juicy target for nation state actors, right? It's those communications. So they're saying focus of enterprise and the government for securing shared information, rise in digital workplaces and mobile workforces, increasing number of supply chain based attacks, right? We talked about that. We talked about that yesterday and today, the increase in supply chain attacks. So if you have any questions about that, definitely check out yesterday's episode and the beginning of today's episode. Strict government norms regarding security of data, right? We're seeing increases of laws, GDPR, all that, California Protection Act, right? California Consumer Privacy Protection Act, right? CCPPA, I think that's it. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff, right? When we're seeing the government get involved in the sort of regulation of data, it's pretty interesting. I think it's interesting the rules that they try to, like sometimes it's really, really far off of what should happen. I think GDPR looks pretty good from like, I'm a security practitioner, GDPR looks like pretty good for consumers from my perspective. Increasing number of supply chain based attacks, managing the software supply chain, right? The strict government norms, increase of e-commerce penetration across verticals, the emergence of AI, machine learning, blockchain technologies, right? So that is definitely driving. We're going to see blockchain security companies. We've already seen, actually, we have seen blockchain security companies, I'd say, through the form of auditors, right? We've seen auditors of the blockchain. Just so everybody knows, I know we have some new followers. I'm going to try to do this every day if I can. I'll try to find some time throughout the day. It might not be normalized because I have a day job, and this isn't it. So, obviously, right? So, basically, I'm doing this for fun. I'm doing this because I like to read the cybersecurity news and because I usually do it alone, and some of you want to learn about cybersecurity, so I said I'd do it. I also build keyboards. I also play games. And my cat does tricks for treats. So if you sub or if you gift a sub, you get a cat treat. cat treat and a cat trick. And you can send a message to Atlas with 100 bits. Atlas is the cat. So the market's expected to grow a lot. Players will require increased investments to tackle these restraints, right? The restraints being regulation, and facilitate growth in the coming years. So, like, yeah, proactive strategic planning, right? You basically need more cybersecurity experts. Um, they're saying that the use of pirated and open source cybersecurity solutions. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. You know, like this is a new form of content for me. And I was doing, you know, gaming. I was doing keyboard building. I like the keyboard building content for sure, but it's not frequent enough. And I like talking about security. I like talking about technology, and I like teaching people actually. So yeah, I you know, plan on dedicating my life to doing this if I can. Like, you know, teaching people about security, teaching people about technology. So stick around if you have any questions. You know, you can ask me anything. Also, feel free to join the Discord and stick around. You know, ask some questions there, or you know, share your experience, and hopefully we can like learn and grow together. So budget limitations of cybersecurity solutions. You know, people are using pirated software. There aren't cybersecurity experts. People aren't hiring generalists. There's no interoperability between, yeah. So if we're talking about interoperability, we're talking about like, you know, if you have something in your SIEM and you can't detect it through your EDR or something like that, right? Like whatever it may be, right? So if you're trying to detect it on your endpoints using software, but the thing that you're using to analyze these events, you know, you can't pull it in there and do that. Like that's a head scratcher, right? I say as I scratch my head, but I'm actually itchy. Um, these headsets, you know, I think I need to change out these pads or something. These guys are kind of itchy. If you have suggestions, drop them in the chat for new headsets. Let's see, what can we find? Yeah, increased investments to tackle these opportunities. I really think that there just needs to be real allocation of funds, right? Security can't be an afterthought, as we've been talking about. Like, security is no longer non-functional, right? Security is an intrinsic part of your business. I always say to people, like, if you don't have, you know, good security, like, you could have the coolest idea in the world, right? But if you don't have, like, good security, like, you don't have a company, you have an open source product, right? You have like a product that somebody can just come in and steal and clone and like, you know, basically do all this stuff to and like interact with and like understand and then clone it, right? Somebody can hack you, then they can make a business that does what you do, right? And then it goes into a big ad. We'll skip the ad. Um, future key findings from the report. They're talking about vendors. Maybe it's not an ad. They're just like naming a ton of, you know, cybersecurity vendors. We'll try to stay towards more like interesting stuff. Further key reports suggest the growth from about 150 billion in 2018 to 270 billion by 2026. Ooh, that's a little out there. CAGR. I don't know what that means. Compound annual growth rate. About 9%. Sharing information, rise in digital workplace, we talked about that, the mobile workplace, supply chain attacks happening, we talked about Log4Shell, we talked about open source, like people being malicious in open source packages, we talked about bidirectional characters during this episode, we talked about hidden character attacks, right, hidden code attacks that look like comments, so you know, by switching the character set from left to left, and using homoglyphs, right, characters that look the same but actually aren't, you can inject code into something. Really interested in cybersecurity, plan to start studying it at Unity, awesome. And work in it so your content's like gold here for me, awesome. Do you have something like a top tip for cybersecurity, like something you'd have with? Yeah, I made a video. Let me pull up my video. If you go to the Hackathon Mentors YouTube channel, I made this video, and it's got some of my top tips. So whether you're a programmer or whether you're new to technology, It should be a little helpful. Alright, the wife wants something, but please do feel free to drop questions in the chat. Alright, I'm back. Atlas needs a treat. I forgot. Just for everyone who's new, at the top of the hour, we're giving Atlas a treat, and he's doing some tricks for us. And he's been crying because he wants it. He's ready. Alright, up, Atlas. All the way up. Come on. Good boy. Atlas, sit. Sit. Good boy. High five. Good boy. Low five. Alright. No, come back up. Come back up. He's like, will you give it to me if I'm down here? No, come back up. You gotta sit. Come, up. 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 Come on, up. Up. Good boy, sit. Good boy. There you go. Alright. Yeah, he's a good boy. We rescued him a while ago. Alright. Yeah, he is so cute. He will come up to me when I'm talking to other people, like if I'm streaming or I'm in a movie, if I'm in a meeting, can I? And I'm like talking to other people and I'm on camera, like, you know, blah blah blah, security. Like my job's to talk to people about security, you know. Yeah, I can't get enough of it, so that's why I'm doing this. But basically he oh, somebody's calling for. I'll buzz him in. Hey, you can come in now. Alright, that's the food. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I couldn't get enough of it, right? Security, I'm in meetings. Atlas will come and he'll get in front of the camera and he'll like roll on my keyboard, and one time Atlas actually made me quit a Zoom meeting. Wow, it's 1:16. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, man. If you want to catch yesterday's episode, we talked about the news from yesterday and yesterday's episode. And, you know, we'll probably talk about tomorrow's too. So, like, the stream, I'm going to try to keep it uploaded in its entirety. I'm using royalty-free music so that we don't get banned and stuff. Oh, you guys are in the same time zone. That's so funny. Kanai's a good regular here. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it, especially so late. You know, we'll be doing more of these. If you know, if I can manage, I'm gonna try to do one every day. And they'll all be in the VOD for sure. So large and medium, large, small, medium, large, medium size, mostly adapt to small, medium. Okay, lowering the market. Okay, that's why they're saying it. Yeah, so small-sized companies find it unaffordable. Hey, never found. Thank you for coming through. You really like the segment, Kanai? Thank you. I like this show too. This is my favorite so far. Like, earlier today was really interesting, and I like how all of the concepts that we talked about earlier today, they're making their rounds, right? And it's like, this is all new news, right? Like everything we looked at was new news. We looked at old resources like a November resource or like an early December resource to like understand these concepts better, but all this is new news, so I really do enjoy it too. You know, that's why I use my RSS feed reader still. And I just need to add all the websites I like, and sometimes I'll remove them, right? So I try to keep it interesting. So yeah, they're talking about like cloud and on-prem, right? Yeah, and thanks again for the follow. Appreciate that. Security network type, right? What are you doing? Are you doing network security tools? Are you doing endpoint security tools, application security tools, right? So are you scanning the security? This is what a lot of people aren't doing. A lot of people don't have application security programs. A lot of people haven't really fully invested in that yet. And the reason for that is because it can be expensive, right? I think where I work, it's like pretty cheap, and that's why I've used it everywhere. But yeah, application security can be really expensive. Can be like super expensive. So you got to use the right things. You got to use like SAST, DAST. Sorry, there's like a car, and I was making sure Jai got the food. Okay, because sometimes people can't figure out the intercom. Like they call and then they don't open the door after I buzz it in. It's kind of funny. cloud security, and other industrial control systems. We talked about industrial control systems today, right? So industrial control systems, Industry 4.0, right? We talked about that. Security, database. Okay, so database security, web security. Right, we talked about data centers. We talked about like data storage, right? Atlas came back up. He wants another treat. He wants someone to sub. He's like, give me another treat. Industry vertical, aerospace, right? So we're talking, this is military, aerospace, defense, government, banking, financial service, telecom, education, right? We talked about, okay, so Log4 Shell. We talked about Log4 Shell, Chinese threat actor, APT, right? Chinese APT, very advanced adversary, trying to hack institutions, Western institutions, right? Academia, right? So that's the education bit here. Media, entertainment, we all remember the Sony hack for the dictator. Entertainment, right? The entertainment industry as a whole. Transportation, logistics. Definitely transportation, that's going to be a huge one, right? Logistics, totally. Supply chain, right? We saw the food, right? We saw the food hacks. There's a meat supplier, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning of the episode, there's a meat supplier that was affected by a supply chain vulnerability. So the food supply chain can be affected by supply chain vulnerabilities in software, right? That's something that you know, is becoming a reality, right? Through this logistics and transportation and you know, all the sort of systems that they use, right? To, you know, really make sure that we get our food and that it's delivered safely. They were trying to change the balance of things in the meat processing plant, right? So that they could poison the food supply, actually. Luckily, you know, it didn't happen. So don't worry about that. But food supply chain attacks. It's happening, right? It's interesting. Very interesting. Alright. Might be time to end the stream. I got food here. Should I end the stream? Should I eat on stream and keep doing news? What do you guys think? You guys want to... Because we have a lot more articles that we can talk about. IP sniffing is a pretty basic concept, but we can go over that and we can talk about that. But do you guys want me to continue doing news? Or do you think 4.5 hours of news, you think that's enough? Or should we keep doing news? We have IP sniffing. We have the battle against spyware. We have cybersecurity threats. We already read about Toronto and what happened there. Cybersecurity space and alcohol. This looks pretty funny. We talked about Open CTI. We talked about Open Cyber Threat. You'd like to continue? Alright, I will bring my food over here. I'm just gonna go over to the kitchen and grab it, and I will be right back. So I'm really glad I've done 4 hours of, like, honestly, I feel a lot better right now after doing 4 hours of cybersecurity, like, learning and, like, cybersecurity news and, like, following the trends and the developments and, like, chatting with y'all and, like, helping those of you who are trying to start your journey into, like, technology or security. Like, I feel way more fulfilled doing 4 hours of this. And I know, like, you know, I've been able to help, you know, just a couple people through doing this, right? But yeah, if you share this with a friend who's interested in technology or security, you know, I'm hoping I can help a lot more people, right? That's the goal. That is the goal. If you want to see my goal, check out the bio. But basically, you know, trying to, like, in my job, right? My job is to talk to people about security, teach people about security, right? And I'd like to make that my life's work. It's something that I do find fulfillment in. So that's the plan here, folks. And I feel much more fulfilled doing 4 hours of this streaming. My point was, I feel much more fulfilled doing 4 hours of this than I do doing 4 hours of like gaming content. Although gaming is fun, I will admit it, and I do like it a lot. You know, it feels a little different. I think that I'm enjoying this in a different way. Right? It's stimulating in a different way, right? How do y'all feel about that? I know I've had like I don't know like Kunai, Gazoo, right? Kunai and Gazoo really like the content, and then we had two first-time chatters today who also really enjoyed the content, and like that's super awesome to see. People who haven't found me through keyboards. Right? I met Gazoo through keyboards. I met Kunai through another streamer, who's a really good friend of mine. So it's nice to see that there are also like when you guys like the stuff. IP sniffing. Ooh, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah. So I think that it's really cool for me to see that like the people who have been here for keyboard content, or the people who have been here for gaming content, or the people who are here because they're just my friends and stuff, all do find this content to be enjoyable. I'm gonna scooch on over here. We're gonna move the camera down a little bit. All right. All right. IPs, and Atlas is going to be doing some IP sniffing of his own. He's going to be sniffing this food. Look at him. Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I want to do a shout out actually for my colleague here for like programming content. He is. Let me copy his profile. Should add him as a friend on Twitch too. I didn't know you could do that. I don't know about Twitch, guys. I guess it's not obvious. I definitely spend a lot of time, a disproportionate amount of time doing this stuff. As I'm sure is obvious by now. Alright, so let's see. We are going to look at IP sniffing. So, packet sniffers. Network analysis. Maybe we should watch a video while I eat. Should we watch that video? First, can I? What do you think? This is the best IP sniffer. Alright, let's watch this video. What am I eating? So, my wife ordered, she loves chicken, so she ordered some chicken, what would you call this, like chicken tender place? There's like a chicken tender place, they have fries, they have like some toast that they do. I hope we can get the audio from this. What's going on with this thing? This is being weird. There we go. It works like this. Can you get the audio from this?
I am not going to be looking at the Discord during all of this fun stuff. But I want to try something a little different. I did a talk down in Austin, Texas on Zoom, and they told everybody to take their to unmute themselves. So when I get rocking and rolling, if you're in a place that doesn't have like screaming babies or well, any screaming, babies or otherwise. But if you're in a place where you can have some background noise and not disrupt, just go ahead and unmute. I plan on being like incredibly entertaining, and if I don't hear giggles and laughs, I will get like very sad and I'll quit in the middle of my presentation. And it's not a threat. I just know me. I'm self-aware, and if I can't hear you people, I will probably get bored.
I can tell it's going to be entertaining.
All
Security
right,
conferences always are.
there we are. So yeah, if you unmute yourself, just give a little cough, like, and then I know it's happening. Oh, there it is. Look at you guys go. You will notice I do have Baby Yoda coming up on my side over here. I went way overboard on the space memes, and I feel like that's okay. You guys are my people.
Did you run out of space for them?
Ah, we're leading with the space puns already. That's fantastic.
I love how dorky this is already.
Woo.
I love
No,
cybersecurity. I
I
love
did not.
space,
With plenty of
and I
space
like craft
here,
beer too.
but I will tell you that this talk is going to be out of this world.
Out of this world,
Okay,
he said.
so that was a laugh line. Feel free to double testing the mic. That's all right. Let's do this, guys. Okay, so this is a space talk, but it's more than just a space talk. It is a discussion of what does it look like to apply security controls to a brand new industry. And so we're going to do some case studies, we're going to look at some examples, and we're going to talk about the methodology of how do you think about new industries. And I am going to have to turn off this Discord thing because it just keeps going bloop, 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 and I can't take it. Where are you, Discord? I must kill you. All right, let's rock and roll. Okay, so again, disclaimer. My love language is memes. I am going to be going with a lot of memes.
So many memes. So many memes can I?
And so let's just get a couple of them out of the way. I like memes that are a little insulting to nerds. This whole Star Wars versus Star Trek thing. I think it's great that we got Spider-Man there in the middle. But this is gonna just keep coming, and every once in a while, I might get bored with what I'm talking about, and we're gonna have a meme break in the middle of these conversations. So, actually, this
That one
may
on the
not
right.
be a cybersecurity space talk. This might just be
If
an
we get the
excuse for me to share a bunch
TARDIS
of
to
memes.
Hogwarts in time.
I hear that's what social media is for. But let's meet me. Here I
Just trying
am
to troll
doing some
people for
stuff.
sure.
What I want you to know about is that I am one of the founders of the field of study called psychological security, where we're more interested in the gray matter between your ears than we were worried about bits and bytes. We believe about, hey, the primary security risk that we need to get better at mitigating and supporting is the human group. Um, I'm acting Chief Information Security Officer for nonprofit Space for Humanity. I wrote a bunch of books that even my mother hasn't bought. She bought my first one. She bought the first one, and then she's like, the rest of them are basically you putting a new cover on the same content.
Damn, mom, savage.
No one checks. No one reads them. I brokered a deal, the initial deal, where we introduced Virgin Galactic's nonprofit Galactic Unite to Space for Humanity. And that resulted in this guy, Richard Branson, doing something pretty cool, which was he gave 2 tickets on Virgin Galactic away to Space for Humanity. And so Hook Security here is the phishing simulation test for the nonprofit Space for Humanity. And so I count that as a win. I count that as me having a company that is fishing in space. And
That's
I'm
really
now
cool.
officially a space entrepreneur who snuck in through the cybersecurity supply chain. Okay, that's where we're at. Let's get into it. So you might be wondering why I am talking about security, space, and alcohol, right? And the punchline is that we're going to cover some out of this world case studies. And my speaker here is going to be Jean-Luc Picard, and he's going to step in a minute on every single one of these slides and tell you how he feels about it. So let's jump into the methodology that I typically follow when I'm trying to apply security controls to an unknown entity or unknown system or new industry. And it really starts with these 6 steps, which is understanding the big picture. If you don't understand the big picture, if you don't understand what you're trying to accomplish, then you're going to be solving problems that may not be actually solving the entire ecosystem that you're looking at, and you're going to leave a lot of security holes behind. So you got to understand the big picture, and then you got to understand the flow of data and value inside of the big picture. I break data and value out into 2 different things. Data is the stuff that we're typically are concerned about: data at rest, data in flight, data in use. But I also say value because not all business processes are created equal, and we can experience critical failures in some part of our businesses or organizations that simply just don't matter. And then we have some that really, really matter. So it's not just data and business process, but what's the value of this as being created inside of our organizations? Then you got to discover logical control points and discover and set policies. This is where most of us really enjoy it. We look at the thing, find out what can possibly go wrong, come up with mitigation strategies, and begin to set policies like thou shall nots. That's where we come up with a lot of that part. And then we design and deploy the security solutions. So not even, it takes us till step 4 before we actually start doing some of our job, which is actually deploying and creating security controls and systems that mitigate the risk. But then we usually stop. So here's my favorite part: is conduct audit and governance activities to make sure that the controls are actually producing desired results, and then establish security culture. Now, some might say you should probably have a security culture at the beginning. And that's
Number 6 is
probably
important.
true.
Yep.
But I didn't remember to put it in until the last part, which is kind of the problem, isn't it? Is that sometimes we do all this other work and we don't say we
This
should
guy.
start with the security culture.
He never misses, does he?
And then you just typically win. Right, John? Sure. Jean-Luc, he's got my back. So we're going to run through a case study of how do you apply those 6 points. And we're going to cover something called beer access management. This is when we wrapped $3 million worth of security software around.
So many memes. You're right.
So here's how we do this. Step 1, you want to understand the big picture. Why are we doing this and what do we look like? This is when you ask your executives or you ask whoever's in charge or the stakeholders to tell you, why are we doing project ABC, or what's the big goal? So the big goal was, let's increase company morale. And the solution to do that was, we should totally install a kegerator. Great. Benefits. Why are we doing this strategy? What does it look like when we have success? Well, we have an average of 2 beers will get the typical cybersecurity nerd into flow state, drastically increasing their productivity and their quality of work. It also lowers their inhibitions, meaning that they'll actually collaborate with other human beings better.
That needs to happen.
However, there are some risks.
I don't think that's a good
after 2 beers,
attempt.
you
Yeah.
get what we call in a drunk nerd. And the drunk nerd's a special kind of creature where productivity
2 beers.
and
He said
quality
2
go
beers.
way down, and inhibitions go way down, and then you really begin to hear the nerd's opinions. And that's fine. We're glad they're there, but it is counterproductive to increasing company morale.
He's not
So
wrong.
mitigate that
He's not
risk?
wrong.
What we thought, what we need to do is we need to mitigate the number
Could kill
of
morale.
beers. We have to restrict the number of beers on a period of time to optimal beer capacity for flow state ratio. I really should have a graph. I bet it would be a cool graph. Yeah, cheers. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
All right. So case study continued. Now that we understand why we're doing it, what's the flow? What's the data? How do we know where the value is? Well, we got to understand the system. And then we got to understand where we're going to put a control spot. So we found the optimal control system, and spot was at the line between the keg and the actual tap. And we found that we can do role-based liquid flow control based off of a solenoid. So the nerds in my company got together and they installed an electric solenoid inside of the kegerator and attached it to a Raspberry Pi that has an optical sensor. And we were going to use that optical sensor to read a QR code on your phone. So they
QR
created
code.
a back-end code and a database that allows you to check QR codes in and out as the Raspberry Pi.
No more drunk nerd syndrome, I guess.
The stuff that based on the role of the users, the solenoid would be open for a particular amount of time.
That was weird. Somebody coughed in that meeting, I think.
Company, you would get a 12-second pour, and we check it twice. But if you're me and you own the company, I wanted unlimited access. I wanted admin access, root access. I didn't want to be limited because sometimes I'm entertaining, and I want to be able to pour beer for whoever I wanted. So again, we wrapped $3 million worth of the IBM software that we were working on and use the back thing for the identity and access management stuff. I'm very happy with it. That's it in practice.
Yeah, admin beer access is hilarious.
You name, you do the thing. And so
beer on the blockchain next.
We actually created the technology. We rolled out the solutions. But if you see here at the bottom, you shouldn't let the prisoners build the prison, right? So we were going to turn it into a beer robot and take it to festivals. We were getting super distracted. I would like to point out in the bottom left corner that there is a plastic knife with a zip tie that's used to hold the actual optical reader. We spent a lot of money on the software, just not on the hardware.
That's
So
hilarious.
let's talk about what we were actually able to do. We deployed everything, and theoretically life was good. But then we went into conducting audit and governance activities to make sure we were getting our desired results. And it seemed to work, but after we did pen testing and we tried social engineering, we did all the other things, we found out we failed literally everywhere. We thought we had a cool security solution, but what we did is put security theater in place and not actual real security. Social engineering happened rampant, where people would switch
A lot of companies do the same
hand
thing.
their
It's a
IDs to each
security
other,
theater.
so that if they were limited to two, and I don't happen to drink, but you can have mine too.
People are
It's just
sharing
like being at a
IDs.
conference where you have that one person who's always going around collecting everyone's tickets, and like, can I have your ticket? Oh, and then they go and they drink all of the IBM beer being at the conference. But the real problem was me. I was the actual one who was getting socially engineered, and they were going after protected. What is it? PAM. It stands for protected or privileged access management.
Yeah,
Right?
privilege access
So
management on
we
Linux.
failed
It's
there
a system.
absolutely everywhere. And the problem was is that we didn't actually do a security culture, because if I was the problem and I was the executive, I did leading by example. And the reason why we didn't have a security culture is because my executive staff, which was me, didn't take this thing serious. So I did the only thing I should do, and rather than fix the security problems, I fired HR and removed all policies around alcohol. Yeah, take that. Okay. So where we're
Yikes.
at
That's a
in this
yikes
whole
moment.
journey is that was a case study on how we go and look at a new piece of technology or something that is a new industry, and how do you actually go through
That's a
and
big yikes.
think about it. Most of us have done something very, very similar
Yeah,
to that.
security and
Oh, by the way, this is what we ended up creating. We
community
ended up creating
could be a little,
a
toxic.
solution where
I love that meme.
That's a good meme though.
so
That's a really good meme.
that's what we built. That's by the way, that's what I like to refer to as
I ended
security
up firing
theater, where
HR
there's
and
a
then the
lot of
nerds play with their toy,
flashing
like
lights and a
very
lot of
casually.
stuff, and
That's
people behaving and what they
like,
think
what,
is the
dude?
right way, but there's actually no contact. There's no actually deterrent, and we don't actually work. But this is, I also call this only doing security for compliance and not actually getting the real job done. But I digress. So let's talk about space. We're going to apply that same methodology, the 6 steps that I talked about, to the overall space industry. And I'm going to dive a little bit more into where the space industry is going, what's actually happening with space. We're going to talk about a couple of high-level hacks that have already happened in space and why they're absolutely ridiculous. And then we're going to talk about what might be next. And finally, I'm going to introduce you to a project I'm launching in April of 2022.
This
where
is
I'm going
exciting. I
put
want to
a
see the space
automated
stuff.
moonshine distillery on the moon. But we'll get to that in just a minute. So here are all the steps, right? Yeah, the risk culture. I should not forget that. That's just a review. That's probably a slide. Hey, take a screenshot if you want. It's cool. But here we go. So the space industry, let's understand the big picture. The goal is to allow humans and their technologies to operate in space, providing digital services, adaptive manufacturing, resource collection, energy generation and distribution, and human experiences. By the way, I'm making all of this up based off my own personal experiences and the effort I've spent in space over the last 12 months. I am going to use some stuff from the Davos conference that I attended, and I'm also going to use some stuff from the governing boards that are doing their best to create the standards, but most of this stuff is my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. Strategy: build a global supply chain that supports launch capability, research and development, command and control, and platform for delivering products, services, and solutions as outlined by our goals.
We are almost
I
done
feel like I
eating
do this
dinner.
talk pretty well.
We'll be back to
Benefits:
the
space can
articles.
do a bunch of stuff, primarily a catalyst for new products and services. Risks, but all this new technology is going to be happening without cybersecurity people involved. I was going to say show of hands, but I'm not going to look. Just light coughing. Has anyone ever been a part of a project where somebody really, really smart, has created technology or rolled anything out, and then they came to cybersecurity to say, hey, maybe you guys could secure this for us. And then we ended up
That happens all
blowing
the
up
time.
their entire budget, and then
It happens
took
all
a
the
whole
time.
lot of time,
It takes so much
and
more
we
time.
missed their timelines, and
Yep.
now no one wants to talk to us at the Christmas party.
And then everybody hates
Anybody?
security.
Yeah, just me. That's cool.
That's what happens.
So how do we mitigate that risk? Well, the thing is that we got to get involved early, and the good news is that the space industry is acting
Happens all the
differently.
time.
We are being invited into a lot of the conversations around how technology is being done, and we really need to continue that. And by doing that, we're going to be able to um, make. We're not going to make the same mistakes we made with the internet. Fingers crossed.
What they do is they
With
rush
the
it.
new stuff that we're building,
I'll pause this.
but we need to come prepared.
What they do is they rush it. Oh, it's really tasty. What they do is they rush it, and they rush this because software engineers are, they're working really hard to develop and deploy features, not necessarily working on security. That's not part of their job, right? So then when they're done with all the programming, when they're done with all the design, when they're done with like integrating it with everything, then they come to the AppSec guys and they say, secure this, right? And it's like, what? Like that's not how this works. Like you're supposed to, implement secure code practices. You're supposed to think about, basically, you know, putting security, entrenching security in the way that you do things, right? In the way that you develop your software. We talked about DevSecOps. So companies that don't have DevSecOps programs, they have developers develop something and then they hire some security guy, some poor unassuming security guy, who comes into the company, doesn't know any better. Um, from the outside they probably get some nice gleaming shiny image. That's what you always get, right? And then you realize they don't have DevSecOps practices. They don't do shift left. They say that they're going to do all these things and they want to do all these things, right? But they still think about developing software in an old way. They still think about engaging security teams in an old way, and they don't have that security mindset, right? That's where the disconnect is.
So we also need to understand what kind of security standards and controls we're going to actually request, which means our cybersecurity people have to partner with the space people in order to make this happen. And this is what most people think about space. They think about these three guys.
He's saying cybersecurity needs to partner with space, just like I'm saying cybersecurity needs to partner with the developers and the rest of engineering, right? And the business folks and understand that business need, right?
Riding rockets to space. But I'm about to show you that that is not the case. Launch capability is actually so very, 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 very small compared to the $366 billion global economy. By the way, I think that 2019 we're actually heading on our way to be over $1 trillion by 2030. And it's not just launch capabilities, and it's not just all of that. It's actually all of the side stuff that gets created. So the effort of going to space creates a bunch of side products and technologies. And all these things have different ways of working with the existing technologies that we have. And every time one of those guys touch base with another one of our existing technologies, we've got to find a way to secure it. And cybersecurity is going to have to jump into this. So as the space industry grows and innovation from the space industry happens, we're going to get a flood of new technologies that's going to require people like us to jump in there and help them figure it out. Hey, good news, there's not a shortage of cybersecurity professionals. And good news, we always get the budget we ask for. So
The joke is that there is no budget and there are no professionals. That there aren't enough. 70% of the cybersecurity jobs go unfulfilled every year.
this should be a complete layup. That was sarcasm, but I'm hopeful. Come on, John, we can do this together. We're going to make that thing happen. So how do we go through and change the game? Well, we got to basically jump in at the very beginning. And I love my last bullet point here, if I do say so myself. We need to fundamentally disrupt the way that we create technology in the space industry to make the cyber crime that's so hard to fight right now completely obsolete. And that really starts with partnering with some folks. So one of the things we're working on is some partnerships with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We're partnering. When I
JPL's
say
awesome.
we, I mean some of the stuff that I'm working on. We're attempting to build a team that is doing all this. So we've got partnerships with Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We've got some board of advisor members who are helping with who've actually put devices on asteroids, and we have a
I'll be
flight
right back.
director
I'm just
for
gonna
the
move
last
some
few
stuff
Mars
away.
rover landings, advising us on how to approach the space industry and apply cybersecurity controls to them. And I'm really talking about the gray matter stuff. This is mostly the hook security stuff that I'm talking about.
We also have to give Atlas a treat soon.
But we need you, right? We need you, and let me tell you why. It's because of the 5% rule.
I don't know
I
what this is.
personally believe that 95% of what's going on in the space industry is exactly what we already have everything for. And it's only 5% different, right? So if you go to automotive, we still have the same 95% of cybersecurity controls we're going to have to put in place. But it's where that new technology is, it's a little bit different. Our proprietary is only for the actual um, industry is where the rubber hits the road. And so I believe with the innovation coming out of space, that we need smart human beings, smart cybersecurity people to get into the early meetings in order to have a voice inside of this 5% of the
Keyword
technology.
early. Keyword early.
And it's everywhere. So you got the Raspberry. So let's talk about some hacks. I'm going to go through about three of them. We're not going to dive deep into them. And please don't ask me questions about these because all I know is what's on these slides. But if you do ask me a question, I will make stuff up and I will sound confident when I say it. So, Raspberry Pi was used to steal data from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It was sitting on a normal network and it was just sitting there for 10 months.
Dude, okay, so I know about this actually. I think that it was hidden in a thermostat. Don't quote me on that. But I think it was hidden in a thermostat. I might be thinking of another hack. And yeah, he definitely likes Star Trek. I love Star Trek, but Jean-Luc Picard is a bad example, and he's a bad person. He got stabbed in the heart with a Klingon. Hot take. He got stabbed in the heart by a Klingon, I think. Hot take. Or somebody else who stabbed him in the heart, but he got stabbed in the heart for acting like a fool. Yeah, it was in a thermostat. Or I'm thinking of another hack. I'll check in a minute.
Just sucking stuff off the network and tossing it out through a secure channel, and no one discovered it. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. We're getting sad Picard now. Here's my favorite. This is my absolute favorite. When the International Space Station was still running Windows XP,
Picard is the worst role model, by the way.
yes, team, it was running Windows XP. The Russian cosmonauts had a bad habit of just plugging in random USB drives that they brought from Earth into the computers on the International Space Station, and they were carrying malware and viruses and things like that. So for a very long time, we were able to put a human in space, but we still couldn't convince that human not to put an untrusted USB device into a USB drive. I I shouldn't laugh, but I find that just like wow. And I love this last part, right? It's not a frequent occurrence. It's not a frequent occurrence, but it definitely isn't the first time. That's just great. Anyway,
It happens a
good
lot
thing
more than
lives
we
aren't
know
on the
about.
line. And
The thing
no,
about nickels.
For space, I don't
Does
know,
it
but
like
for
I
real
notice
life,
every time it happens,
USBs
it's
all the
using a
time.
lot of nickels, but it's weird. It happened more than once.
that's right. That's right. I got a fistful of nickels. Wait, why do you have a fistful? That doesn't make any sense. That's hilarious. So this one, GPS location hacking and spoofs. This is a thing that's happening. Ghost maps being pushed down. Yeah, that's horrible. Being able to not even have to take control of the device, but take control of the GPS, and the human just follows it on the
Yep.
consumption side, and then on the actual device side, GPS is just so vulnerable, right? This
Easy to
one here
hack.
is not funny. There
Open
was a
protocol.
plane that lost connection to GPS, and these pilots had to land by hand. Like a Boeing 777 is a big
You could
bird,
mess with
and there's a
GPS.
lot of
I could
human
mess with
beings on it.
GPS. We could basically
And you don't want
interfere with the
8 minutes
GPS
before
signal in
you
an area.
land, or where is it? 8 miles before you land, for you to all of a sudden get taken off your game. And thank goodness these pilots have the right kind of training. But if you can do this kind of stuff, I mean, we're talking serious things here. Yeah, it's super disappointing. So let's jump away from these case studies and let's jump back into what I believe the thing that we can do most in the space industry.
Oh, by the way, GPS released new protocols, new standards, and new satellites. Like, um, it either just happened or it's happening this quarter, this coming quarter, Q1 2022. But yeah, it should be accurate within like crazy short amount. I think like 15 meters or something.
Which is help with people, processes, and systems. And John Luke is talking about the Force, which is fantastic. So, who's currently working on security in space, and what are the standards? So, believe it or not, there's a lot of people
This dude is like an Omega lol level troll. He's trolling so hard. May the force be with you.
who are actually doing this kind of stuff. There's a lot of people who are working on it, but no one really has a lead. So, Space ISAC is trying very hard to organize all the chaos. But there still isn't a someone who's raised their hand and had mass adoptions for all of these different people who are doing the work, right? You would think that maybe the United States Space.
Oh yeah, I don't mean troll in a bad way. I just mean like he's having fun with it. You know what I mean? He's like Omega lol, like trolling this presentation, which is like I'm not saying in a bad way. The only thing that was like a little cringe, was kind of like the disdain that he showed for like HR and like it was a pretty inhuman sort of thing. I hope it was a joke, but that was cringe. That was like actually cringe.
Space Force might step in. But I'm going to pause for a moment and just think about what a absolutely missed opportunity to come up with a wicked.
Like HR's people too for sure. And I know they get a bad rep and all, and their job is not, uh, looked upon favorably sometimes. But like, people got jobs, people got lives. Most people don't like their jobs. I'm blessed. I love my job. I love talking to people about security.
Cool name for a new military. I mean, it's like no one tried. It was like,
I'll be
Space
back on
Force.
cam in a
That
sec.
makes sense. Where should we get a logo? I don't know. What do people recognize? Yeah, right. Maybe don't
The
name
United
yourself
Federation of
Command Force
Planet.
Space Force. I don't know. It's fine. But the good news is that a lot of these folks are actually trying to work together. And and the reason why that's good news is that anybody, including anybody on this call, anybody who's interested, can actually get to work. They can jump into the middle of these conversations. Their arms are wide open for anyone who's willing to spend some time on it. There is a huge shortage of cybersecurity professionals who can think big thoughts in these conversations. And so, if you've ever had a desire to work in the space industry, I'm telling you, you're in a great time. You're in a great time. So, where do you fit in, right? Well, I think that we are best suited to discover the logical control points in silent systems and policies, meaning that a lot of what we have done in the past is sysadmin work, database work. Like we're all really good at a lot of different parts of how infrastructure connects together, which means that we have a gift at being able to see these different control points that most people might not see. And the way our minds work allow us to go through and advise on how do we set policies. So, this means we get to dig into the weeds on how every different part of supply chain production and consumption chains work. By the way, this is a lot. This is a whole lot of work, right? You can't just look at the space industry because every company is different, every process is different, and we're going to need thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people putting in, hundreds and hundreds of hours to actually make this thing work. And that's why we need everybody to jump in. Like there's lots of really cool people doing case studies on hacking satellites, but satellites are actually my least interesting are actually the least thing that is interesting to me, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. So, yeah, start thinking space security thoughts and on potential security controls by learning more about how all the different parts work. How do satellites talk to command and control? How do we verify, how do we make sure that the rockets we're launching have the right temperature and heat variance and things like that? There's technology everywhere inside of space. But here's what I wanted you to see. So, this is just looking at the satellite industry. Okay, so 237 billion. And you would think that manufacturing and launch would be great. But if you look, that's, 4 billion in manufacturing, 1.3 billion in launch. Where's the real money? The real money is in all of the services that support everything else. By factors of math, it is bigger, right? That is 217 billion in services supporting operations, launch, and manufacturing.
That makes
That's
sense.
all the boring stuff. That's the supply chain stuff. That's email. That's all the things, right?
Makes
And the
sense.
thing is that's where that 95% is. We can step.
I mean, he's saying it's boring, but it's also like the logistics, right? Like, it's like everything, like 5,000 companies, like that's, like he's saying manufacturing, launch, and then downstream, like services. Like, services is probably, That's all
happen
encompassing.
immediately and start supporting the space industry by
I don't know what it looks like. I don't know about the space industry, but that seems like it would be like, it looks like it's transportation, right? If you're transporting like rocket parts, like I'm assuming that's expensive for rocket fuel. Like, does it really just come down to emails? That sounds insane.
approaching this
Like, I mean, of course, all the communication happens through emails, right? But I don't know. It seems like being
huge
downplayed to up the value of that, right?
services deficit that they're
Services
having
security,
supporting
right?
that over
Security
there.
probably
And
falls in here.
that's basically the launch pad. The launch pad. See how I said launch pad with the launch? Anyway, it was a pretty good pun. You guys missed it. And this is how we're going to
I'm
do
just
it. So
curious.
here's a tool for you guys. This is a fancy spreadsheet I put together. You don't need to use a fancy spreadsheet. What you need to do is, if you're enterprise, there's plenty of data analytic tools out there. But what I want you to be able
What
to
is
do
this?
is look at a particular process, which is, how do we do ABC, and then be able to rank it inside of a spreadsheet, get a heat map, and being able to show an executive who
Saying
has
use a
budgeted
tool.
a heat map or one. So I'm serious on trying
We
to
got to give
do
Atlas a treat.
um,
Okay, so
I was really good
moonshine.
at manufacturing problem. So it was for properly found,
Atlas
and I
up.
want where you need me X prize or something. And out of took the benefits for offsite
Governing body,
manufacturing.
cash prize, moonshine
I can
distillery.
change the next
Okay,
20 years of
that was entertaining, right? I think we can cut it there. If you want that, here's that video. Adam Anderson, cybersecurity, space, and alcohol. That's a video. Thank you, Adam, for making that video for the B-sides community. I really don't understand people who hate their job too, but I was kind of in that position, so I do understand. Actually, I can't say I don't understand. I do understand. Like I was definitely in that position before. I was just doing whatever I had to do, to make money. Working for whatever company would have me. I think a lot of people have been that. Yes, IP sniffing. Let me do that. I think a lot of people have had that experience. Couldn't I like doing something they hate? My first job, I was okay. So in middle school, I used to sell candy out of my second backpack. I'd bring two backpacks to school, one with candy and one with books, and like my notebooks and everything for school. So that was my first job, right? Middle school. And at the same time, I started working on a farm, a community college farm. So I would like do random stuff. Like I built a shed when I was really young, like 13 or 14. Um, and just like took care of the farm and like pick stuff, and it would be super illegal if it wasn't on a farm. On a farm in California, they have specific rules. Like underage kids can totally work on farms in California. I did it, and now I'm here. So, whatever you're trying to do, you'll get there, man. And people do hate their jobs. I hated my job, even though I graduated college and I got like, a cybersecurity degree. Like, I didn't like my first job, my second job. Like it was hard. It was really hard for sure. Doing application security. Yeah, it was hard. It was really, really, really hard. And the grunt work, it's soul crushing to a degree, right? So like, um, yeah, it's just like getting out of that is definitely something that people, I don't know, a lot of security people, somebody made a joke about it on Twitter. A lot of security people have that. They're like, I'm gonna live in the woods, or like I'm gonna live in the mountain, or like, they want to get away from it all. So, and I feel like definitely I get it. Like I understand people working jobs they hate because sometimes that's all you got, I guess. IP sniffing, like so many people trying to get new jobs, right? I know so many people trying to get new jobs right now. I think it's a good time to change jobs for people. Um, a lot of people getting into security. I see tons of people doing it. I think it's really cool and it's really inspiring. Seeing all these people from like non-traditional backgrounds getting into it. So everyone who's just coming in now, we got to give Atlas a treat because it's the top of the hour of the stream. I'm just watching how long I've been streaming for, and I have the time actually on my watch. So it's time to give Atlas a treat. Come here, Atlas. And then we're gonna get into IP sniffing. Sit. Atlas, sit. Almost 5. Yeah, yeah. I opened up some tabs, and this is just way longer than yesterday. It's just the news changes. Statement of the year, right? The news changes. Atlas, high five. High five. Come on, buddy. He's like, no, I'm gonna rub you instead. Atlas, high five. Sit, sit. Good boy. Atlas, high five. High five. High five. High five. Remember? High five. Low paw? Can I get a low paw? There we go. He gave me a low paw. I think I want the high five though. He needs to do the high five. You know, Atlas. Can you do a high five? Look. High five. Hey. High five. Good boy. Atlas needs, yes, he does need to be motivated by food, totally. I'm teaching him play dead. So I'm teaching him, I go like this, bang bang, and then he'll do it sometimes. Atlas, bang bang. He probably won't do it right now. He just wants face scratches. He hardly even did that high five. He's a good boy. We got really lucky. Very food motivated for sure. So IP sniffers, also known as packet sniffers, analyze they basically analyze network traffic, and yeah, network monitoring. We talked about intrusion detection and prevention systems, right? So this is a very common thing that they do. They see the IP traffic going through your network. So if we're talking about IP, we're talking about like the IP TCP stack, that protocol, and we can show this. This is the IP TCP model. So the application layer is what we're looking at right now. We're looking at a web page presented in a browser. And the transport layer, so the application layer, right? If we're to take a look at the 7-layer model, this is kind of like um, what security people actually do use. There's, presentation, application, right? Applications on top, presentations like what you're seeing, applications like the interaction, all that together, and the session, in the TCP/IP 4-layer model is the application. So the session is, obviously your session, right? As opposed to my session. Your session of Facebook, my session of Facebook, your session of Twitch, my session of Twitch. The transport is basically, the transport layer is like this. How would you? It's like a packet. So we'll talk about that more. I think that's going to come in the article. But that's like the packet, and then the internet is like this is the network layer. So this is like the actual like internet protocols, the protocols running the internet, right? So your router does a lot of stuff in this, right? Your router does a ton of stuff for this. The data link, the physical, right? That's like actually the cable, right? This is the cable. You can think of it as like the physical connection from your computer to your switch, or from your computer to your router, or from your computer to the wall. Um, so when we put all of this together, we get the web pages that we look at, we get the web apps, we get the stuff on our phone, right? We get like all that stuff basically. And no matter which model you decide to analyze it in, it's basically the same, right? The layers are slightly different, right? Like this is network, this is internet, this is data link and physical, that's network. They make you like memorize the stuff for like classes and then you never really use it again, right? But it's it's how we think about this that really matters, right? So yeah, we won't read this one. That's just kind of a little precursor here before we talk about IP sniffing. IP sniffers, also known as packet sniffers, network analyzers. Here, let's see how zoomed in. We can get that zoomed in. Protocol analyzers. Yeah, they basically help analyze traffic. Network administrators and hackers use them to understand the state of a network. Okay, so finding network vulnerabilities and measure network performance, right? Packet sniffing. Packet sniffing is there's a distinction between IP sniffing and packet sniffing. Packet sniffer is a tool that analyzes all the inbound and outbound packets of the network. You can download Wireshark right now. This is how you spell that. and you can use that to analyze the traffic that you are sending to Twitch right now, or the traffic that you are receiving from Twitch when you're watching the stream. You can analyze that traffic right now. You can analyze any traffic on your network. So they take a look at the path taken by the traffic. They see how long it takes to get there. You get visibility into your network. If you want to monitor all your traffic, there are tools that you can use. You know, like you can install it on an old computer or a server or a laptop, and then you plug it into your network, and then you can collect and monitor your traffic over a long period of time using something. Wireshark is just like a one-off sort of like I want to analyze this stuff. Maybe I'll save, maybe I'll do something and then I'll save those packets and then I'll look at them later. That's how Wireshark kind of works, right? Also, I know we might have some new viewers. Thanks for coming through. If you have any questions, it's an AMA and we're doing cybersecurity news. If you want to talk about any of this, if you want to understand something more, um, just come onto the Twitch channel. If you're on one of the other platforms, just come onto the Twitch channel and yeah, just like ask some questions and I'll see it. But also you can join the Discord and you can ask questions there. I spent most of my like I was a full stack engineer for a while, so back end and front end, you know, so like the back end systems and then the stuff that you see, you know, the front end. Um, Also infrastructure engineer, security consultant for companies, application security engineer, hackathon, you know, community guy. Wear a lot of different hats, but yeah, now I, you know, work in security relations at Sneak, and it's pretty awesome. So, you can sniff packets, right? You can basically plug in, it's called promiscuous mode, but you can plug in a network adapter that, you know, is enabled to do this in promiscuous mode or monitor mode, however you want to refer to it. Either keyword will return the same result. But promiscuous and monitor mode actually allow you to pick up all the traffic on the network, right? So instead of just picking up your traffic on the device, like on my desktop right now, if I were to use Wireshark, I could pick up the traffic on my device. My device is plugged into a switch. That switch is managed, so like I would need to, you know, I would need to do some stuff. I would need to like, you know, basically I could plug in something to, you know, basically my modem or my Wi-Fi router and like grab all the traffic off of that if I wanted to, if I was in promiscuous mode, not just the traffic intended for the device that I am using, the client device that I am using, but rather the traffic on that is entirely visible on that set of outputs on my switch or my router or my modem. Hope that makes sense. Wi-Fi sniffing can be accomplished with a dedicated piece of electronic equipment or software application. That is true. What is meant by packet sniffing? I'm going to move some windows around so that's a little more comfortable for me now that we're sitting down. So it's going to change for a bit. Apologies. Let's move this out of the way. All right. We should be good now. Let me just double check. Should be good for you guys. Yep, there it is. Perfect. So, I'm just going to move my other windows out of the way. All right. What's meant by a sniffing attack? Well, it's the illegal extraction of unencrypted data by capturing network traffic through packet sniffers. This is super illegal, guys. I'd never recommend you do this because you could get like in serious trouble. Never do this. Only do this on your own systems to analyze, you know, like or systems of your clients or you know somebody you're working for, like client systems, you know, totally, like your own systems, totally. But it's you know, this a sniffing attack, right? Packet sniffing on your own network is not illegal. It's not illegal at all. You can sniff your network all day long. You know what I mean? You just can't sniff somebody else's without their permission, right? So, yeah, so if you go to a hotel and you open Wireshark or something and you try to enable promiscuous mode and you're trying to like plug into a wall outlet or something, you could be criminally charged. Um, this is how people steal data, right? They compromise network traffic, sniffing attacks, which pose a significant security risk, enable common network threats, man-in-the-middle attacks, right? Like I was talking about, promiscuous mode. If you get on a network and then you make it so that the router passes all traffic to you, you can do that. You can pretend to be the router on a network, okay? in a public network somewhere. You could totally do that. Just putting it out there. You shouldn't. You totally shouldn't. You should do research. You should understand it, and you should write about it. You should make people aware. And you can do this on your own systems, and you can try to man in the middle of your own network, and set up emulators and mess with your own network and like do VLANs and like do exercises and like set up a home lab. Set up a home lab for yourself. There are lots of communities around that, and then you can do these cyber attacks on your own systems, and it's a lot of fun, and you should totally do it. Insider threats. So that's a huge thing. Insider threats can exfiltrate a ton of data with a sniffing attack for sure. If somebody's trying to hold a company for ransom and you're getting unencrypted network traffic, and who knows what's in there, right? Not me. Atlas is sitting here like a loaf. I gotta pet him. Aw, he's such a good boy. So, active sniffing. So sniffing the switch is called active sniffing. The switch is a point-to-point network device. Monitors the MAC addresses on each port, right? MAC addresses don't change. So if you have a computer plugged into a MAC address on your switch, you can basically whitelist that MAC address. Eat chillin', you're right. So you can basically allow list a set of MACs that you know are going to be on your network, and if anyone tries to plug into your network, then it's not going to work, and you'll see that a device is disconnected, and then you can alert on it, and you can arrest somebody. That's how they do it. So, yeah, when there's a MAC you don't identify, you set a honeypot, you set a trap, and then you arrest somebody. In order to capture the traffic between a target, a sniffer has, like, at least that's what you should do, right? That's best practice. If you're not monitoring the MACs that are coming onto your network and you don't have an allow list and you don't notice that one of those allow listed MAC addresses is disconnected, and it's not returning in address resolution protocol or ARP, and you have a static address defined to it, and somebody plugs in a new device and it's like not a Mac and it doesn't have an IP, then and you can make an example out of somebody. Aaron Schwartz, MIT, downloaded a lot of data, plugged in his computer, wasn't a student. Yeah, if you don't know the Aaron Schwartz story, it's a little dark, so I'm not going to get into it right now, but it didn't end well for him. And it was very tragic, and it's something a lot of people regret. The law was overwhelmingly on the side of the university in prosecuting him for downloading a ton of data and like research and like sharing it on the internet. But yeah, they made an example of him, and it was tragic. And he did something similar. He did something similar, actually. Not like sniffing, but he was able to figure out how to pull the research from this network, right? So traffic passing through non-switched unbridged network segments can be seen by all machines. Oh, we should throw the music back up now that that's over. All right. All right, unbridged network segments can be seen by all machines on the segments, right? So something that's not switched, right, or unbridged, right? So if you have like a dumb switch, which we call a hub, or like if you have a smart switch, a managed switch, right? Yeah, but if you have what we call a dumb switch, just colloquially, which you probably shouldn't call it, but if you have a switch that isn't a managed switch, an unmanaged switch rather, then any data that is sent across the LAN, right, is just like it's visible. Right? It operates out of the data link layer, right? We talked about the layers. Right? Data link layer. We're talking about here, right above the physical. So there's nothing closer to the cable than the data link layer, right? The cable is plugged into the interface, right? What we call a network interface card, a NIC, right, for short. And the data layer, nothing is closer, right? Yep, and these are terms that I learned through like unmanaged switch, managed switch. These are definitely terms I learned in school. I didn't learn these outside of school. Passive snickers operate at the data layer, and any data that was sent across the LAN is actually sent to each and every machine connected to the LAN, right? This is called passive since sniffers basically just wait for the data to be sent. They don't do anything. They don't inject any traffic. They don't try to reach out and spoof and pretend to be another host on the network to get something back and to get data redirected to them. That's a difference. Okay, you can. People used to do additional network stuff, right? Inject additional network traffic, and that traffic was crafted in a way that, if you're on an airplane or if you were in a hotel, you could turn yourself into the router. You see what I'm saying? So all the traffic would go to you, your computer, your laptop, your whatever you're doing this on, and then it would go to the intended host. So all the traffic outside would come to you, and then you'd route it, and you could manipulate it or change it. Man in the middle attack, okay? IP sniffing versus spoofing. So IP spoofing means creating IP packets with false source IP addresses, right? So I'm going to pretend to be you. That's what this is saying, okay? To carry out IP spoofing attacks, the attacker needs the following: a trusted IP address that the receiving device would permit to enter the network. So you need to know. You need to do some recon. You need to figure out, all right, what is the IP namespace that they're utilizing, right? And we call that CIDR addressing. You need to find out, like, what are they using, okay? Shodan. This is a database for internet-connected devices. IP addresses to devices. Intercepting packets, swapping out the real IP header for a fraudulent one. That is what we're talking about here. Address resolution protocol, like we were talking about, like I mentioned earlier. Address resolution protocols can be used to intercept packets on a network and gain IP addresses to spoof. Basically, it's not even an interception, but you could intercept the ARP request from other hosts, but you could just do ARP requests on your own host, and that will give you a list of network devices. But yeah, you might need a, depending on how the network's configured, this might not work. You might need to actually sniff, right? And then sniff for ARP protocol, what would you call it? ARP protocol fragments, right? So you want to search for these ARP protocol fragments in something like Wireshark, like the software I mentioned earlier. And you can intercept these packets, and you can basically gather IP addresses, and then you can use it. Is IP sniffing legal? Port sniffing, right? You can definitely read and intercept traffic that's intended for you, okay? Yeah, security analysts rely on port sniffing programs to determine vulnerabilities. Yep. Analysts inspect software applications for proper encryption and unwanted data exposure. This is the criteria for whether IP sniffing is legal or not. Location and laws. Very different laws, for sure, all around the world, even in the US. Restricts, prohibit or restrict network monitoring in several federal laws, and the sharing of the records of this activity. And it's to protect online privacy, of course. Who's doing the monitoring? Well, the ownership of the data is a different differentiator, right? Like, that's the differentiator here. Certain types of network monitoring and data access are prohibited, right? Like I was talking about, you can't just like plug into somebody else's network and you can't start sniffing their packets. That's illegal. If they find you, you might go to prison. People who violate the prohibitions may be sued by the people whose privacy they invade, or you could go to prison. So never do unauthorized access. You know, if you have unauthorized access for something, and you don't recognize the thing that you have access for, just try to like delete it. You know, I was helping somebody with something, and I noticed their accounts on some of my devices, and I was like, hey, can you like remove this, because I don't want to like log out all these accounts. Like, can you like remove this, please? Thank you. And you know, they could go in and they can remove it from their device. Some services are weird, and you gotta log out of all of your accounts in order to log out of like one of them, and I didn't want to deal with that, so I was like, hey, can you log out of your stuff? And she was like, yeah, sure. But yeah, check your devices. Check the devices that you have currently authenticated to like your accounts, your Google account, your Facebook account. Check all these devices and like, you know, remove them. Remove the old ones, right? So, gathered data, yep. Breach of privacy, legal consequences. You can monitor a private network that is yours, but you can't share that data. If you have consent of all parties, you can probably share it, but you can't share that data without the consent of all involved parties. And also, the data that you're probably receiving, some of the data that you're receiving on that network could be ISP data, and they could not consent. They could be considered their data, really. Even though it's on your network, it could be considered the ISP's data. It could be considered the data of Netflix. It could be considered the data of Google, right? It could be, like, it depends on what's going on your network, what you're allowing on your network. So, the battle against spyware. What's spyware? Spyware is like ransomware, it's malware, malicious software, right? It's the stuff that you don't want on your computer. These are all different ways of saying that. It makes its presence obvious, right? When it's ransomware, because it's displaying a ransom, right? It's like you're getting a note in the mail. Spyware is stealthier. Spyware is there to spy on you. It wants to remain undetected. It's designed to, in fact. After it infects the computer and collect data that includes passwords, credit cards, emails, browsers, search history, other confidential stuff, and then forward the information to a criminal who's going to use it to exploit the target, right? How do you know if your computer is infected with spyware? Usually you won't. Spyware might cause your computer to slow noticeably. There's also some spyware, like back in the day, that would like change your default web page, your home page, your search engine, all this stuff. It would change your search engine, it would change this and that. It would direct you to this page when you typed in, this URL instead. It would forward you there to some sus website. Initial infection is totally where it's going to be easiest to catch it. Any AV protection. Any sort of like, monitoring that you have on your system. Yeah, advertisements might make advertisements pop up. Search engine hijacking. Resulting in different pages, advertising phishing. PUPs are potentially unwanted programs, by the way. That's what they're talking about here. And this type of software might offer some benefit to you, but its real purpose is to obtain information from you. And they have ULAs, which you have accepted to before installing the program, and they're hidden, and you unwittingly accepted to it, and that's what happens to the target. How do charities get infected with spyware? Charities get infected the same way that they can get affected with ransomware, clicking malicious links, downloading, installing, opening attachments and emails that can all lead to, like we talked about, getting a Jindy string to execute inside of a PDF. I think that's incredible. I love it. I did a similar attack with file uploads on a client of mine, where I included executable code that would execute on the operating system level, and I used publicly available information to do this, and I used their publicly available service, and I uploaded files, and I was able to execute malicious code by uploading those files and then having somebody on the other end download them. So that's not going away for a while. Whether it's a zip or a PDF or a XML or a CSV or a Word document even, I was able to get the code to execute from a Word document. A macro in a Word document. So yeah, express or custom install. Always do custom install. Make sure that you don't accept anything that you haven't fully read. Please always do custom install. Don't do express install. Yeah, installs additional software such as shopping price comparison. This software is practically useless, but it will extract valuable information from you. And that is a fact. I hate those things. Top 10 cyber threats, small businesses. Ransomware, we already talked about a lot. Phishing attacks, I think we all know what that is. If you don't, let me know. Malware, just another word for a potentially unwanted program or PUP. Viruses are bad. They can do lots of things. Weak passwords, so password 123, password 12345, exclamation mark. Bad, very bad. Don't do it. DDoS attacks, so basically, distributed denial of service attacks. People could just use an array of computers or a botnet or whatever and take you down. Competitors can do it. They might pay somebody on the dark web to do it. And their goal is to make you lose money, run you out of business. Compromise the quality of your business, etc. App fraud. Apps are ubiquitous on smartphones. They collect a large amount of data. That's true. Blade is fraudulent. Apps can breach mobile networks and steal sensitive information. That is also true. Cloudjacking. So cloudjacking is interesting. So if you infiltrate a computer network and you steal the data, you can reconfigure source code and you can cause a lot of mischief. And one thing that people really like to do is they like to use the computer resources that companies are paying for, right? That you and I and companies, right, are paying for. And what they like to do is they like to use that for crypto miners, right? Because they're not paying for it, right? So they're able to get the most bang for their buck. We talked about earlier in this episode, really at the beginning of this episode. It's been such a long episode, wow. So at the beginning of the episode, we talked about living off the land, and living off the land means using the resources that you're able to find in a network to do as much damage or destruction as possible, or to achieve any of your means, right? Whatever it may be, that a cyber criminal is looking for. So these cyber criminals, right? What the good guy hackers have been finding out, right? What hackers have been finding out is that what they're trying to do is take control of cloud environments, reconfigure them to suit their needs, and then utilize that to run their botnet, make more money, exfiltrate data, whatever it may be. But yeah, cloudjacking is definitely an interesting one. Deepfakes, it's definitely happening more and more for sure. AI/ML, you can do that. Music and speeches and I guess content that we're not going to talk about, adult content. Lack of awareness. So, major threat to any small business is a lack of awareness. Totally, if you're plugging in a random USB found in the parking lot to your computer, you could compromise your entire business, right? So, phishing attacks, dangerous websites. Steer clear of these threats. Thank you. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Alright. We were talking about bidirectional characters way earlier in this thing. And this is from Max Sharma, but we were talking about like bidirectional characters way at the beginning of this broadcast. So, bidi characters are pretty unique in the sense that we're not going to encounter them all the time in our browsing experience, perhaps, unless we're browsing in other languages that read from right to left. But basically, there's code that's hidden, right? It could look like a comment, it could look like something else, and invisible characters, right? Backdoor to your software. We did this a little bit. We talked about Trojan source. I'm not gonna go through the examples again. It's like way earlier in this, and like I did it for quite a while. But homoglyphs and bidirectional characters, right? For accommodating both left to right and right to left character sets. So this is an example. Security researcher, right? Proof of concept. Can you spot the invisible backdoor? Let's see, can we find it? Hmm. Exec. This looks sus to me. Exec. And then this part. So I think it's something to do with this like exec CMD bit. We'll see. Nope. Oh wait, yeah, the timeout. Right here, this exec CMD timeout. Hangul filler. Huh. Curl. Trivially used as a JavaScript variable name. Oh. Hmm. Timeout parameter was the only parameter unpacked, right? That's what it looked like. But in addition, another variable denoted by the invisible character is also So that they set the invisible character equal to a variable. So if an HTTP parameter named invisible character is passed, it is assigned to the invisible variable. So you need to pass an HTTP parameter, right? Something that in a URL like, question mark equals blah blah blah, blah question mark something equals blah blah blah, blah, and that's your parameter. So you could do that with an API or something like that. If it was placed on the web server and reachable, like I said, at an API, you could sneak in something like this. Here it is, question mark something, right? Just like that. Another interesting POC is this statement: if environment isn't equal to prod. That's what this is saying. If the environment variable, right? So you're having a variable that's saying, is this pre-prod? Is this prod? Is this like, what is this? Is this a beta branch? Like what's this sort of deploy? And then there is this, right? If it's not equal to env prod. So it's checking the value that's stored here in environment, right? The value that we think is stored in environment. Is it prod or not? Right? And this is saying if it's not prod, continue onwards and do the code inside of the curly braces that follow. Except this isn't not equals to, as I know it. That exclamation mark, now that you mention it, looks strangely rectangular, right? Oh yeah, this is not an exclamation mark. It is a Unicode character known as alveolar click? Alveolar. That's probably not how you say it, but we're going to call it alveolar. Because that's what it looks like. There it is. Another symbol for it, other symbols for it. Here's the Unicode character. So as we can see, it is a character. Your text editor may or may not highlight invisible characters. Look at that. Timeout. Look, non-ASCII character in an identifier. That is a protection against this, but you need to have a human catch that, right? You could automate so that if there's an error like this, if there's a warning, this is actually a warning, not an error. So if there's a warning like this, you could make it so that you could not submit your code or something. Like if you can detect that in your CI/CD pipeline, you can make it so that you can not publish code with this sort of stuff. I think at Sneak 2, we have a way to detect bidirectional characters integrated into our SDLC tools. Yep. So IDE, you gotta be able to render it. Notepad++ and Visual Studio Code render it. Yeah. Some IDEs, JetBrains, PHP Storm. And you'd also have to get this in somebody's source code, right? Like it'd have to be an insider attacker. You'd have to be able to edit their code, which is like, right? That's bad. Or you'd need to get it in an open source project that your target is using, right? You'd have to basically pull a fast one on everybody who's like maintaining and checking that code, and you need to get them to accept your PR that contains, a bidirectional character, and you need to have that variable that you're going to use to actually do the damage hidden some other way, right? And they'll see that in the code change too, so it's definitely hard to pull off. So that's what they're saying. It's not new knowledge. Rust developer tried using these characters for a prank, which failed because their compiler level defenses against these glyph-based attacks in Rust. I hate Rust. It won't let me prank my coworkers. He's trying to replace a semicolon with other things that aren't a semicolon. It's like, hey, we don't know what this is. So Rust is like, don't do that. It's pretty funny. So UA parser JS, right? So somebody basically hijacked an open source package like we're talking about, and the threat actor injected code in the release to install CryptoMiner and password stealers on victim machines, right? So this is a real world example. Yep. Hijacked two other libraries. These are two big libraries. Broke React. broke React pipelines around the world. So lastly, these supply chain attacks are caught because, despite that, a human reviewer or a bot can spot it, right? And it started breaking changes as soon as these hijacked versions hit npm. So people probably reported it instantly, and were making all sorts of forum posts and issues with GitHub, and because React is open source. So they're able to like hide backdoors, right? They're saying restricting BiDi characters as a solution. So they're saying people shouldn't be allowed to use these. Restrict it. Yeah. Said, as we have shown, so the researchers say restrict it. I mean, hey, if we have to, I guess we have to, right? Like, that's kind of incredible, though. I don't know how you'd enforce that, really. It might be a good idea to disallow any non-ASCII characters. I don't know how I feel about that, really. I don't know enough to have a take on that, but I think that's interesting. I think that's interesting that that's the conclusion. I think that I'd like to hear from other people about that. Said it won't be a big deal for now because we can check it, but all IDEs should highlight them. I agree with that. Trojan source. We talked about Trojan source. Do we want to talk more about Trojan source? Do we want to talk about like invisible code? I can rehash kind of like what I did earlier in the stream if there are any new people here. I'm not sure if we have new folks. Well, we could talk about the proof of concepts, attack detection. We can show it in different languages. What are y'all thinking? Should we talk more about Trojan source? Should we look for more new news? We've been doing this, but there's new news. Here, let's do a refresh. 1 hour ago. Log4j that won't go away. WebOS and more. Chinese cybersecurity and data protection. New news. Alright, let's do some new news. China's cybersecurity and data protection. Interesting. Quantum enhanced keys on demand add security against cyber attacks. Quantum enhanced keys. I'm a sucker for quantum computing. Like I said, I did my thesis in quantum cryptanalysis. I think we're gonna have to read that one. Chinese hackers target Southeast Asian nations. Hopefully it's not too political. We try to stay away from that here. 4 ways to protect yourself from mobile fraudsters. That could be useful to y'all. Let's see. School district hit by cyber attack. Web3. Decentralized internet. This is also from that conference that we just watched that space video from. This is what we talked about earlier today. We talked about the Redline malware earlier today. This came out during our stream. We read about it before this. We read about it like way before this, but this article came out during our stream from this other news source. Oh, Apocalypso asked about the top security breach of 2021. We'll be able to read from somebody who has done more research on that. Time to give Linux a try. Tired of Windows? I like that. Tools for application security. I'm always interested in that as an AppSec engineer or ex-AppSec engineer. You already read about the FBI's fake chat app trolling on Twitter. We already read about Pulse TV. We already read about the fake LastPass breach, so I think we're getting into old news here. Yeah. Yep, we've already read all those. So, a new commercially available quantum enhanced cloud-hosted key generation platform is now available to deliver cryptographic keys derived from the output of quantum computers and ensure data is protected at foundational levels against evolving cyber attacks. The new service, Quantum Origin, uses the unpredictable nature of quantum mechanics to generate cryptographic keys with verifiable quantum randomness from Quantinium. I think that's how they say that. Quantinium's H-series quantum computers powered by Honeywell. So Honeywell's pretty big in this. Quantinium is the company formed from the combination of Honeywell Quantum Solutions and Cambridge Quantum. It supports traditional algorithms such as RSA, AES, as well as post-quantum cryptography algorithms currently being standardized by the National Institute for Standards and Technology, which we call NIST actually. And this is interesting that they say that it supports traditional algorithms such as RSA or AES. So what I'm assuming is that like they're generating these keys in like a very strange way using the quantum computer, or like they're using the seed values. The seed values are generated from the quantum computer. I don't know if I completely get this part, the use of traditional algorithms. I am interested in post-quantum cryptography algorithms, but nobody's really using those yet, as far as I know. Maybe some folks are using them. But yeah, they're still being standardized. So Cambridge Quantum said that Quantum Origin is the first commercial product using a noisy intermediate scale quantum NISQ, so a NISQ computer, right? It's been built to secure the world from both current and advancing threats to the current ecosystem, or to current encryption. So the encryption ecosystem right now isn't really ready for quantum-based attacks, as I'm sure we've all heard about the advent of quantum computing and like the quantum horizon. When quantum computing becomes prolific, like how is that going to change security? And it's going to impact security a lot. People have been thinking about this for a while. The cryptographic keys generated by it can be integrated into existing systems. So the old algorithms such as RSA and AES, yeah, probably makes sense. But I'm wondering about the post-quantum algorithms. I want to know about that. Randomness is critical to protect from future quantum attacks. Attacks will weaken deterministic methods, right? So deterministic methods are what we are using now to generate random numbers. And as well as attacks that aren't verifiably random from methods that aren't verifiably random from a quantum source. So these from a quantum source and not verifiably random. So they're saying even normal quantum computing isn't random enough, right? They're saying it's got to be verifiably random. Today's systems are protected, it's in the implementation here is what I think they're trying to say. It's all in the implementation, right? You could have a quantum computer but still not do it right. Today's systems are protected by encryption standards such as RSA and AES. The resilience is based on the inability to break a long string from a random number generator, right? So if we're talking about RSA and AES, the standard for security is actually from the discrete logarithm problem, right? Like basically, yeah, there's a random number, but there's like a prime number, and like two prime numbers are together, and then like it's so much harder to get those two big, huge, long prime numbers, right? They're super long prime numbers. It's not that random. These super long prime numbers, you multiply them together, and then if you're trying to figure out, like as a human, as a computer, the two factors of a huge number that's the result of two huge primes, it's really hard to do. It's really computationally hard. Like, good luck, you know what I mean? Fat chance. The way to beat it is called Shor's algorithm. And Shor's algorithm is how you beat the modern encryption using quantum computers. Shor's algorithm is how you can factor two really large prime numbers from one very large, product of two primes. RNGs have been the point of failure in a growing number of cyber attacks. True, I don't know how much that number is growing, but to add to this, the potential threat of quantum attacks is raising the stakes, incentivizing criminals to steal encrypted data. You can steal encrypted data, and then basically what you can do is later on, right? They're saying later on you can use quantum computers. Hack now, decrypt later. This is a new concept. This is a very new concept for sure. Nobody cared about encrypted data before. But now, when it feels like quantum computing's around the corner, it's a different story. You can now make a call via the API, and then you generate the keys, and then you encrypt them, and then they securely relay them back to the organization. So they're creating keys for traditional algorithms by using, like we were talking about, they're using the quantum numbers to seed these encryption algorithms, right? They're saying, we're more verifiably random. That's what they're saying. And it's interesting technology, it's cutting edge technology, so it's the future, for sure. This team is doing interesting stuff. Easy to integrate, they're given in a format that can be consumed by normal hardware, so they're just sending it in like normal formats. After it's encrypted and decrypted, it's a normal format, right? Back in a usable form for traditional modern computers. Well, we're calling them traditional modern computers, which might be confusing. But what I'm saying by traditional computers is non-quantum computers, right? Like a classical computer is a non-quantum computer. But a classical computer can be a modern computer, right? Like the computer I'm talking to you on right now is a modern computer. It's not from the Ice Age or anything, but it's just like a modern computer, but it's not a quantum computer. It's a classical computer, but it's a modern computer. So that might be kind of confusing. So sorry for that. Sorry for referring to this as a classical computer and, all that. So quantum versus classical, right? Quantum versus traditional. So they can make an API call, get these keys, and they can test the entire output, make sure that each key is seeded from verifiably quantum randomness. See, so they're using the seed to develop the algorithm. The seed in a quantum algorithm is a number or figure or anything that you're going to put in that's going to help generate the rest of the key through the quantum through the encryption algorithm. It's usually numbers. You give it a couple numbers. So you have traditional cybersecurity hardware, which means classical computers, the computer that you and I use. Telecom, energy, manufacturing, defense, government. They said it's been used in a number of projects, and they did a test of post-quantum encrypted communications. So this is what I'm interested in, post-quantum. So they did it between the International Space Station, and Earth, sending the message, "Hello, quantum world." So if you've ever written programming, maybe you started with the "Hello World" example. So this is what they communicated using a post-quantum encryption algorithm. That doesn't mean that they have a quantum computer on the International Space System to decrypt a quantum algorithm. I'd like to specify that this is not a quantum algorithm that is only verifiable and readable through quantum computers. This is an algorithm that is post-quantum verified safe. They're saying this is a safe algorithm. Quantum computers cannot, the math is so good for this, and it is safe against quantum computers. That is what I'm pretty sure the intent is here. Post-quantum keys seeded from a verifiable quantum randomness. Right? So, yeah, Fujitsu integrated quantum origin into its software-defined wide area network and used quantum encryption, quantum enhanced keys alongside the traditional algorithms. So Fujitsu gets keys seeded with quantum entropy, right? So this is a traditional algorithm, I believe, and then they have, or no, actually, this is a post. I think they're using post-quantum algorithm here. Let's see. Yeah, or maybe they're using, yeah, so they're using that post-quantum algorithm perhaps, and then they're generating traditional algorithms for these. They're using traditional algorithms to secure these inside of their network. But it looks like for their wide area network, they're using keys that have verifiable quantum randomness, and maybe it is a algorithm because they're saying quantum enhanced keys, but it could just be them trying to talk this up, which is very much a possibility. Not really sure. It says seeded with yeah, uses OpenSSL, so they're using traditional. They're just using a quantum seed. Yeah, you're just using a quantum seed. They're not using a post-quantum algorithm um, at Fujitsu, but maybe they will in the future. It sounds like they're very forward-thinking. Yeah, this is what fascinates me. They're researching how to effectively use unique quantum features, right? Features of like the quantum world, features of quantum computers, and yeah, quantum origin. Yeah, they're saying be safe. Most sophisticated, powerful threats today is where well as threats from quantum computers in the future. So he's talking about post-quantum algorithms, and this is the founder of Cambridge Quantum, right? So he obviously has a vested interest in this, but they are doing work that I think is fascinating, and I want to see more post-quantum work and practical applications of like post-quantum algorithms. Algorithms that are safe from quantum computing for industries that are maybe a little more archaic, like banking or finance-related stuff. Maybe the stuff that we were talking about earlier, like the Industry 4.0, all the sort of public services and utilities that run on computers, right? Like the actual infrastructure, the food supply chain, right? Like adequate protection for all of that, right? Like I think adding quantum resilience to the things that people depend on is going to be important when nation-state actors and other folks who have virtually unlimited supplies of money are trying to hack other countries. All that supply chain stuff, really. Yeah, here. Okay, from large scale. So we talk about protecting systems. We're not talking about protecting from future threats. Large scale takedowns, organization, nation state hackers, worrying about potential how to attack now, decrypt later attacks. Threats are very real today, here to stay. Enterprises need to deploy, defense possible, every defense possible to ensure maximum protection, encryption later today and tomorrow. So they're saying use quantum generated seeds because they're more random. Cryptographic keys are important for securing infrastructure. That is true. These keys are all that stand between the hackers and the secrets. Yep, customer data, true. Like as we've been talking about today, misconfiguration, you're one step away from it, right? Financial records, intellectual property, all that. We talked about the log4 shell exploit that somebody's actually using in a payload now trying to get into so the Chinese nation-state actors that we talked about in episode 1 yesterday. Yeah, so they are totally doing this stuff to exfiltrate data, and they're basically here. Let's see. Medical data, financial records, intellectual property, right? So intellectual property, that's what we're talking about, the exfiltration of intellectual property, right? Companies, academia. Difficult to identify before it's too late. This is because cryptographic keys are generated from random data that must be unpredictable. It must be unpredictable. Current solutions to randomness can't provide strong guarantees on the quality of their output. So that's kind of true because so here they explained a little bit. Unlike classical physics, quantum mechanics is non-deterministic in nature. So even with unbound computational power, it's not possible to predict how some quantum processes will play out, right? So we don't know how if you line up all these quantum molecules in an array in a vacuum, and you have them all in these different, like, you have them all in these different, like, orientations, and you have them like in a line or something, or in a specific array, the way that they react is non-deterministic, right? Like, if you have the same exact permutation of all those things, then you can map out all the potential possible outcomes, but that would be extremely intensive, and depending on how many qubits you have, right, quantum bits, it could be considered by modern standards impossible. Okay, that's what I mean by this. So with unbound power, it's not possible to predict how we're saying some, right, quantum processes will behave. So quantum source of randomness is good for now. That's basically the point. All right. Chinese hackers, likely state-sponsored, have attacked Southeast Asian countries involved including those involved with Beijing infrastructure development. That is interesting. Released by a U.S.-based private cybersecurity company. They're saying that specific targets include the Thai Prime Minister's office and the Thai Army, the Indonesian and Philippines navies, Vietnam's National Assembly, and the center office of its Communist Party. And Malaysia's Ministry of Defense, according to the INSIC group, the Threat Research Division of Massachusetts-based Recorded Future. So they did this research. They saw that they are a Chinese group. They're targeting the Thai Prime Minister's office. I don't know a lot about the politics in Thailand or Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, or Malaysia. I don't know anything about that, but I find this interesting, right? This is, we're seeing the implications of cyber warfare play out on an international stage. So the researchers said that they determined that the high-profile military and government organizations in Southeast Asia have been compromised over the last 9 months by hackers using custom malware families such as Funny Dream and Chinooksie. These custom tools are not publicly available and are used by multiple groups believed to be Chinese state-sponsored. That's true. They are boutique state-sponsored tools. So the targeting also aligns with the political and economic goals of the Chinese government, bolstering the suspicion it is state-sponsored. So they're saying it seems like something that is normally done by Chinese state-sponsored actors. So we're going to attribute it to that. So I don't know if there's an actual group that is already identified, but the government organizations do work together to identify these threat actors. We believe this activity is highly unlikely to be a state actor as observed by the... Okay, so... It's highly likely. Sorry, not highly unlikely. Long-term target intrusions into high-value government political targets, and it's consistent with cyber espionage activity, and also coupled with an identified technical links known to Chinese state-sponsored activity. So we're talking about the actual tools that were found, right? They were able to look at the tools and understand. Android scams 2022, 4 ways to protect yourself from fraudsters. Mobile phone virus scam, a false alert about viruses on the device. You might see a picture of a bug or a flashing Android or a red sick Android or an Android with X's on its eyes. I've seen all sorts of things like that. SMS phishing, so you'll get a text message and it'll have a link and it'll be like, oh my god, is this you at a party drunk? Haha, and you'll click it and it'll be bad. So don't click it. Don't click messages from numbers. Don't click messages that look like IP addresses. Don't click messages that have links. Delete them. I get malicious text messages. People try to hack me, and it's very annoying. Voicemail scams, vishing, right? So you might get a voicemail scam from a bot. I know I do. I get a lot of voicemails from bots, and they're like, your car's extended warranty is blah blah blah. I don't answer phone calls. So I'll answer it, and if they say something, then I'll respond by I'm like, who is this? If they say anything, they're like, hello, is this Kyle? I'm like, who is this? One ring scams. So strategy that tries to ring your phone once to prompt you to call back. So they'll ring, and then your phone will ring once, and then it will stop, and it'll be like, what was that? Who wanted to talk to me? These types of scams want to earn your trust. Scammers use these tactics to fool you. Urgency or threat. So if you get a text from your boss, it looks like your boss, and it's like, hey, this is your boss, Steve. You need to transfer all this money right now, finance person. We really got to do this, or client XYZ is going to be really mad at us. And then you're like, oh shoot, I better get on this. And then you transfer it to that address, and then and then you message your boss on email, and you're like, got it done. Have a nice weekend. And then they're like, what are you talking about? And so yeah, debt, taxes, rebates, federal crime allegations. Emphasize a time frame has to be submitted now. Will expire soon. Urgency, threat, empathy, right? Um, like, oh, can you donate some money to a charity? Can you like impersonating a family member, like your grandma or your little cousin, asking for some money? Like, I need help. Mom kicked me out. Whatever it may be. If they know enough about you or the person, they can pull off the scam. Grand promises, vacation packages, gift cards, cash rewards, similar programs. Try to steal your information, your phone number, your address, wherever you can apply to their scam. They will try to get as much information as possible. So, have a highly secure password, totally, for all your profiles. Complex, random, use a password manager. Use call blocking apps, totally. Block people you don't know. If you're, or actually, you can't always block people you don't know if you're applying to jobs or stuff. Maybe use a virtual phone number like Google Voice or something if you need to put your phone number out there for any reason. Monitor your bills. Watch for extra charges on your cards and your accounts. And you could get a cybersecurity app. I don't know if I'd recommend using like an Android like antivirus. I don't know enough about those, but I don't think they're that shining beacons of software development at the moment. Um, but yeah, cybersecurity apps definitely do exist. People are selling, and there are free solutions for anti-malware. There was a cyber attack, the Rowan Salisbury School District in Salisbury, North Carolina. Alright, I think I'm going to cut it off at the 6-hour mark. We're coming up on that. We'll give Atlas his last treat. The district said that it's working with his task force. They're not sure the systems, including the internet, will be completely restored on January 4th when classes return. So they got a plan for alternative offline activities. Wow. Offline activities for school. That was the only way my school was, I think, for the most part, until I got to like high school. Web3, decentralized internet. I feel like we have way too much news. So I am so sorry to cut this off, but I am extremely tired. I did this instead of working today, because we didn't have work today. Atlas, come here. Last treat. We're gonna do one more trick with Atlas here. Come here, Atlas. But, we do have a lot of news to look forward to. I'm going to keep these things here, and maybe if we don't necessarily have stuff that we want to talk about tomorrow, we can touch on some of these. Atlas, sit. Sit. Good boy. Stay. Atlas. We're going to do a high five, okay? And then we'll do a raid. Atlas, let's get a high five. Can you give me a high five? There we go. We got it. Alright, thank you so much to everyone who came through. Thank you to Clark.io for the raid. Thank you to everyone who subscribed today. Thank you, everyone who asked questions. Thank you to everyone, just every follower, all of you. I'm super glad that I get to share this experience of building a channel with you guys. And, I'm really just enjoying how this is going. Let's see if we can find something fun to raid. Alright. Let's see if we can find someone fun to raid. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to throw them in the chat. Oh, this looks awesome. This guy's doing like programming, old school programming. Let's see what he's doing. I want to raid this channel. We'll have some fun with this one. Thank you so much, everybody. Everybody who stuck around for this raid. We're gonna raid this channel. Six-hour stream. Yep, I hope I'll be able to do more of these. I don't think they'll be nearly as long, but hey, a boy can dream, right? Hopefully I can get some support and do this full time. Fingers crossed.